Okay, well, whatever it begins with 0.000000000006
You don't have to go that far.
6
001.
7.
That's it. It's
Very
equivalent
interesting.
to
No,
667.
you're exaggerating.
Yeah, it is. It's 10 to the negative 11. I'm not exaggerating.
For these numbers, look at the older code data values. Then it's 001. That's a big difference. It's not 00000 to the 11 1. It's
It's a big
001.
relative difference. It's not a big absolute difference. Do you understand
Yes.
the distinction there?
The distinction is that they can't replicate this dumb experiment because it's a parlor trick.
They've replicated it with striking similarity, just not
Nobody has done it.
with
Look at
very
code
little
data.
absolute difference.
All right.
You're just saying relative difference, though, and I'm saying that doesn't matter. The absolute difference is, and independently arriving at the absolute number that's that close is shocking, and it's too
Someone
big of
made
a
up the number
coincidence
from
for
the
you to hand
start,
wave
right?
away.
They made up the number from the start, 666, and then they thought that
It's
was
just
going to be nice,
yeah.
right?
They're just faking it. I got it. Okay,
Yeah,
that's all you have. That's all you
for
have. They're just
example,
faking it.
Yeah, but they are just applying the value to the variable that they think it belongs to, without demonstrating that that's the variable.
that's exactly what it is. Even in the formulas with big G in them, you can take that big G, replace it with the number 2.22, or I don't know, 3.56. You replace it with any shit, and the whole formula still works. You know, you can have it as 666, or you can change it to 667. The whole thing works anyway. It's just a made up number.
You're just going in circles.
All right, fine. I'm going.
It's too big of a coincidence to hand wave away. That's just my point. But we can rest it there. The fact
Coincidence of what?
the fact that you can get such a close absolute number, 667, like 0.000667, and
Yeah, so what?
every single time you run it.
It doesn't tell you anything about the cause. Even if we
It
were to
does?
grant you that it's a scientific experiment. No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
Wait, what does Big G belong
covariance.
to? What does Big G belong to?
What is the let me pull up the definition of big G.
No, to what variable does it belong in the experiment? Which variable does it belong to in the experiment?
Oh, are you talking like dependent variables?
What item within the experiment does that belong to?
I believe, because that's the one you're measuring, it's the dependent variable.
Yeah, what item? What's the thing that it belongs to?
Oh, which you just wait. I thought you just asked, is it which variable does it belong to, independent or dependent? I said dependent.
And what's the actual thing it belongs to?
What is it? What is the gravity?
What does it belong to? What's the thing in the experiment that it's being represented by, or that's representing it, or that it's representing?
It's
this thing in this experiment has this value, and I'm going to call it big G. What does it belong to? Which part of the experiment? Which physical part of the experiment does it belong to? What thing inside your controlled environment?
Do you mean how do you calculate it? I'm just a little bit
Oh my
confused.
god, bro!
You
got things in your experiment, right? You got actual physical things. Don't you? So which thing in the experiment is represented by that number? Or that letter? Bro, you can't just have some imaginary fucking thing in your experiment. This number represents G. What's G? Where does G go? It's not there. What do you mean
Where
it's
does
not
it go
there?
in the formula? Like F equals G
Oh,
times M1 times M2 divided by R2?
What physical thing
It's a
in your
gravitational
experiment?
constant.
What's that? represent? Where is that in the experiment?
Well, like I said, it's the thing you're measuring, right?
Where is it? Right? Right? It's not there. You're saying it's the Earth? Is it one of the balls? Is it the spring? What is it? Just imaginary?
I don't know how to explain what a measurement is.
Yeah, you don't. You don't know what it's measuring. There's nothing there that you've measured this thing. Okay, where is it?
It's the outcome of a measurement. It's a calculation. Yeah. It's a variable in the calculus.
Of what? In the experiment is it a measurement of? Right, it doesn't have a place. It doesn't belong to anything in the experiment. Pseudoscience.
I'm struggling to understand. If we had a race car and we wanted to measure how fast it goes, and we just said, well, this one goes 150 kilometers per hour, would you say, well, where and what is that in the experiment? It's obviously a measurement. But when I look at the car, do I
Yes, the
see 150
measurement of
kilometers per
how
hour? No,
far the fucking object went over a fucking certain amount of time. Easily explained, right? In a heartbeat, I can explain that. You can't? You've paused for how long? Like Flat Earth Judge said, it's a parlor trick. It's nothing. It's a nothing burger of epic proportions.
I actually think it started as a joke. They wanted to do the 666 and they got it. They made that number up and then they played
Well,
around with that for 30 years. You
well,
could change
let
it
me
to
clarify.
1.0 if you want to.
Are you asking about the stiffness of space, like the torsion, the literal torque of the
Oh my
wire
God.
compared to the mass of the spheres? Because that's what you're looking at. Like that, you're actually looking at the torsion and the gravitational pull.
Gravitational pull would just be an assertion, and that's what's giving you the result.
Okay, so the torsion.
Yeah, so you measured a change in something physically. Like, what does it tell you about the cause? What? Where's the why?
Well, you wanna rule those out, right? Like even somebody walking by in the room can affect it. So in a Cavendish experiment, the string wants to stay straight, and if you place the sphere nearby, it will want to pull it, and the string tries to resist it, right? So that's the torsion, the resisting force. Gravitational pull is what's pulling it. You're literally measuring that.
That's just the assertion. All you've shown is that when you place these two objects near with each other in a controlled setup, they move. They move.
I just answered your question. It was a non-clear question, but hopefully that clarifies
but saying
it.
pull is like invoking a cause, a reason why it's happening.
The fact that you're ruling out.
Where do you get that from? Where do you get that from?
The fact that you're ruling out electrostatics.
That doesn't help you, bro. That doesn't help you.
At all.
That doesn't isolate the reason.
You are isolating it. You're removing.
No, you're eliminating a potential.
Mm-hmm.
How did you identify the reason? Through elimination of the potential?
Yeah, it's something about The actual mass of the object.
That does not rule out other things. That's just assertion that it must be a pull, right?
Well, it's clearly a pull. It's just why is
it clearly a pull?
Yeah.
Why is it clearly a pull? Why is it clearly a pull? Why is it clearly a pull?
Yes. Well,
why is it clearly a pull? Because they moved? That's circular.
No, we're observing a pull.
Yes. No, you're not. You're observing motion. Motion.
You're observing what? You think that
you're observing motion and a change in tension.
Okay, so the lead weight is like conscious now. Just deciding to follow.
I'm not saying that. You're saying that the reason that these changes occurred is because of a pull. You've given it a reason. You haven't identified the reason. All you've done is observe the effect. You didn't isolate or manipulate anything.
You did. You let all of the air in the room settle. You removed any kind of thermal currents. Removed all kind of electrostatic charge. You have done everything possible to remove any of the variables.
No, you can't say you've done that. You have not. You can never, like Plato's just said, you can never eliminate that electric charge.
That's how you do the experiment.
Yeah, okay. Well,
look, if you have even your NASA people think this is bullshit, because why haven't they done the Cavendish on the ISS? It's zero gravity up there, right? They've never done it because they know it doesn't work.
Oh no, we're not talking about the Cavendish again, are we?
Yes. But see, when you're left, when you've eliminated those other variables, right? You're not left with an obvious anything else. You're just observing motion, right? You're just observing change, physical change of something, right? You can't just assert the reason. You can't just assert the cause. You can't, without manipulation of it to show that it does the thing you're saying it does.
Debate Daddy, I talked to you about this a couple weeks ago. What is the naturally observed phenomena that we're trying to recreate here? So nothing in nature does this. So this is a man-made contraption, and sometimes it does what you expect it to, and sometimes it doesn't. Fantastic. So this is not an experiment. We can move on with life.
There you go. Good point. Can't see any balls attracting each other in nature.
I was grounding him, Sesu, like certain things, but even with doing that, right, all you are left with is there must be a reason why this change occurs. I can say it's not this thing. I can say it's not that thing. You haven't ruled out any. You haven't established the cause. You've actually, like, if you were saying that it's not this other thing, then you've got a null result for that as the independent variable. Right, it's like air, right? So, remove as much air as we can. So I've proven the null hypothesis, right, about air being an influence.
Right. Yeah, the thing about the experiment is, number one, you have to have a dependent variable. So what would that be? But the other thing that you really need to do is manipulate your presumed cause of the effect. In this case, it would be gravity, whatever the hell that is. So you would introduce gravity, see if there was a change, and then you would take the gravity away and see if there was no change. So the thing that we're
it's even worse than that. We're talking about something he calls sideways gravity. We're not even talking about the normal shit we see. It's something else. Sideways gravity? Never even heard about it.
Can I get a citation for that? This sideways gravity all of a sudden that occurs?
Yeah,
I'd love to see this.
That would be nice.
Yeah, see, if I was trying to... Go ahead.
I was just going to say, he'd be proposing that he's in nature, he's observed the motion of one thing towards another thing. And in many situations within the medium of air, that's what occurs, right? Like we observe the motion of one thing going towards another thing in a particular direction, down, right, towards the surface.
Right.
Now he's saying that potentially now that motion is independent of direction.
Okay, so it can just happen in any direction now. Fantastic. That's another, freaking wild card in Uno that you can play. Oh, well, it just does whatever the hell I want it to do. In fact, it's almost like what happened about 5 years ago. Any symptoms, whatever you have, it's COVID, right? So, dude, this is pathetic. With water, right? Like the boiling water. And thank you to QE for pointing this out to us. This is a simple one, right? In nature, we can observe water boiling. If you go to a hot spring, you can see water boiling. You also might notice that it's warm, right? So you'd scratch your head and you go, I wonder if heat has anything to do with this. So you get yourself some water, room temperature. I'm gonna put some heat to the sumbitch, and you put a torch under it, right? And a little time goes by, I'll be damned. This stuff is starting to bubble up and boil. Now, if I take the heat away, is it going to stop doing that? Yeah, it is. It's going to stop boiling. So heat is the reason for water boiling. With the Cavendish, no problem. You think that gravity operates in every damn direction that there possibly could be. Okay, whatever. You build this elaborate balls in a shed type situation. You eliminate all the other possibilities. The problem is, you got to introduce gravity and then see if it causes the effect. You don't walk away for 10 minutes, notice it clanging together like, there's in Europe, there's like the clinkers, right? Whatever, there's a game, the clinkers. It clinks together and you're like, oh yeah, that gravity did that. Well, you didn't even introduce anything. You just walked away and all of a sudden it happened. So you're going to just declare that the gravity is the reason for this? Give me a break, bro. This is affirming the consequent. It's so ridiculous.
Right.
I can't even fit it into my head.
Right, and that even if you accepted it as being the result of something, you saw change, right? But it's a different kind of change that you previously saw, where there was a direction. Now you're going to just assert also and declare that they share the same reason. The reason for me experiencing something go down is also the same reason why I experience these two objects move laterally.
Yeah, because someone at one point, without proving it, said that mass, undefined, attracts mass. What a stupid thing for someone to say, especially because mass is undefined. So this is such an easy one. To me, this is about the easiest thing where you would go, well, that's bullshit, right? That you wouldn't even consider it. Oh, Cavendish doesn't prove anything. It's balls in a shed. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't. Obviously not an experiment. Obviously just somebody, in their mental masturbations and trying to connect things or correlate things that they've already declared. It's like, why would you even bring it up? It's almost embarrassing that people bring up the Cavendish to prove mass attracting mass gravity. Are you kidding? You should be ashamed of yourself. This is ridiculous.
What causes the downward force we experience?
What downward force?
Loaded question.
What's the 9.81 meters per second squared acceleration?
An occurrence.
That's a measurement. Right. It's an average of how things descend in a vacuum. It's an average. Some things fall faster, some things don't fall as fast. So in a vacuum, that's what occurs. Huh?
Yeah, measurement of an occurrence.
It depends on the element, right? So if you do the Brumman drop tower, you could probably see which one falls faster: nickel, copper, iron, whatever. But the point is that okay,
I thought you said one does fall faster.
Yeah, I haven't paid too much attention to see which one is actually the fastest, and it wouldn't matter anyways, because in this case, you still don't have an independent variable, right?
Give me an example of one thing that falls faster than an element, I guess.
Well, do we have that Brumman drop tower? Maybe they label it.
No, well, like what element falls faster than another element? Which one?
Well, that's why we're going to get the Bremen drop tower. We're going to see which one wins the race. Don't you want to see which one wins the race? Don't take my word for it.
You said others drop faster than other ones.
Yeah, I know. That's why we're going to get you the footage, and you can help me understand. Well, they have these elements labeled.
Okay, what are they labeled as?
There we go. It's in the chat now. You can.
Here we go. We got lithium, we got beryllium, we got boron, carbon, aluminum, iron, and lead. So which one wins the race?
These are falling?
Yes, they're falling in a vacuum.
So they're all different volumes. Why is that?
They're all different what?
You've been in this
so like
discussion for years.
lithium
and
is
you have never heard
larger
of
than
this?
beryllium.
Yeah, they're going by the equal weights of each one. Try to pay attention. Are you this retarded? I've seen you before, Rhino.
Hey, buddy.
Try to pay attention.
What?
They're making equal weights of each one, so that way they've controlled the weight problem. You get it?
Just asking, brother.
Right. Well, you could almost figure this out on your own, because I actually didn't even know, but I looked at them and I'm like, oh, they want them all to be the same weight. You couldn't figure that out on your own. That's why you're probably not qualified for this conversation.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
Right.
I'll
Yeah, you should probably go on mute because you're just too dense for this. No pun intended.
Sure, I'll do that. But I'll tell you this first. Things do not fall at different rates in a vacuum. You're fucking.
So right now in the vacuum that we're observing, Rhino, according to the footage that we have, they do. So do you have something to demonstrate that everything, in fact, does fall at the same rate?
Absolutely, and you can prove it.
Great, get it for me. I don't want to hear anything coming out of your mouth until you present it in the side chat.
Gotcha. So go ahead and grab two objects of different weights.
Sorry, I need your demonstration in the side chat, not just you running your dumbass Rhino mouth.
I just told you what to do, so go ahead and do it.
I don't care about what you're telling me. You're just some idiot on the internet. Can you demonstrate it for us?
And so are you. Who the fuck are
I know,
you?
but I have a demonstration and you don't. That's the difference between you and me. I demonstrate, you talk shit.
Sorry, actually, Rayleigh Criterion demonstrated it, not you, dumbass.
Oh, so, yeah, sorry. We or he did. Either way, I have a demonstration. We have a demonstration. You don't have anything. Dumbass.
Okay.
I think the inner part of the tubes aren't. They weren't a proper vacuum. They were regular air. But I'm trying to find the paper. Does anyone have
can you prove it, please? Yeah, just prove it.
Well, there are
and then maybe
responses.
we should solidify this. You call up the Bremen the drop tower, and we'll redo it. How about that?
That would be great.
That's why
I've seen responses to it that are published that say that, but I haven't seen the original paper because I think the guy took it down off his website.
Yeah, listen. When he asked those people, because they critiqued him afterwards, they were like, no, we think you did this wrong. Here is our critique. He was like, okay, I accept that. I can go back and we can adjust these things. So let's do that. And they were like, fuck you. No, you're never getting into the tower again. He sued them in court to get in there and be able to do this, right? It's called a replication study, right? But they wouldn't allow it. So no, we can't do it. They won't do it.
That's why I'm hoping that you'll contact them and say, hey, I want to drop some stuff in your vacuum tower and see if it all falls at the same rate. So I think you should call them up and get this organized.
Did he agree that the responses, like he didn't do, the tubes weren't vacuumed, things like that?
Debate Daddy. You're casting doubt. I want you to go ahead and prove your doubt.
What happens when they
I've linked the responses before,
right? When they peer reviewed it, they were like giving him critique, right? So he said, okay, we need a replication study. Let's do that. And they were like, no, forget that. You're never getting into the tower again. So We don't have a replication study, so there's nothing to discuss really. But the results that we do have, we looked at them, and it looks like things were falling a little bit faster than other materials there. One day maybe we can replicate
I don't
it.
see a
I don't
reason
even
why
know
we
how
would
hard it
accept
is
the
to build
one
one
that
of
was
those things.
critiqued.
All right. This is a red herring, obviously. So what we actually need is someone to show us some gravity. How about that?
Yeah, but you guys should stop citing this one.
You
this
guys,
experiment
I
that
don't
was,
want you to talk about you guys. You're talking about people rather than the thing that we actually need to discuss. So show me gravity.
we're pivoting away from your citation. Are you retracting it or not?
What citation? I'm just showing you the Bremen Drop Tower that we have on record. Do you have anything else to rebut it?
It's invalid?
Oh, okay, it's invalid. No worries. So you can show me some gravity then.
Right. If you say it's invalid, then you show us a test that is valid. How about that?
Yeah, please. Give me the independent, give me the dependent variable first. What is it happening in nature that we can try to find the cause of, Debate Daddy or Rhino Dick Brain?
We're trying to measure the acceleration of different elements falling in a
Okay,
vacuum.
great. No worries. Get after it, man. I don't need to make a claim. This is hilarious. Like, you make the claim. That's fantastic.
You just dropped this random
No,
shit
I'll retract
citation.
it. No worries. I'll retract it. So you get me some proof.
Awesome.
You show me a bunch of stuff falling in a vacuum tower and see how it happens.
I could grab. I don't have them on hand, but I could grab them for later. I'll take you up on that.
Great. And what will it prove, by the way? What are we looking for? Acceleration speeds? Are you going to make a claim about what causes things to go down, fall down, go boom, boom? What would be the cause? What claims are you making? Apparently none. Apparently you guys want to see stuff fall down, go boom, boom. Dumbasses.
Don't you think it's weird that the good people at the Bremen Drop Tower didn't just prove him wrong by redoing his experiment with the right conditions then? Are we just claiming
It is
that he did it
strange.
wrong? It's kind of strange, yeah.
You know, Judge, it's interesting in this stage of the game. It's like we've gone through all the effort to dig up what we can about all of their claims, and all they can do is actually nitpick what we found. They don't present anything on their own. They just nitpick. So I'm wondering if they're going to make a claim and then prove it at any point.
Right. Yeah, it is weird.
Yeah. Yeah, rolling my boulder in the side chat here, who oddly enough never enters the VC. Odd behavior. Get us a gyroscope without your pendulous veins, because that's your get out of jail free card that you guys tell us that reference down or towards the center of mass, yada yada yada. Just do yourselves a favor. Show us. Get rid of the pendulous veins. Put that shit on an airplane. Drive from the North Pole to the equator and see if it does the whole 90-degree thing that you think it should do. I mean, this is your claim, right? That the Earth's a ball, so we should have a deviance or some kind of rotation of the gyroscope or the Faraday cage or whatever of 90 degrees. I want to see it. You guys are making claims, or maybe you're not. Maybe you just want to nitpick again, Roland My Boulder. Do you have a claim that you'd like to offer us? I would love to see the claim, and I would love to see the evidence for the claim that you're making.
So, Roland,
actually,
would that be an angle, like with respect to its original horizontal orientation?
Right, like 90 degrees, like an angle.
just for fun, and I know it doesn't work. It's stupid to do. I did it anyway. I was crossing the equator down to Peru um, from Boston for business at one point. I bought one of those gyro bowls that kids eat out of. You can turn it, you can flip it upside down, and the bowl still stays, upright. And guess what? That thing didn't move an inch or a millimeter. Nothing. It was just sat there. And I
Yep.
was supposedly flying upside down there for a while. So no, that won't work.
Roland My Boulder, I'm asking if you're making the claim that the Earth is a sphere and that somehow a gyroscope would prove any of that. So if you could go ahead and get me what claim you're making, and then use a gyroscope, and you can ditch the pendulous veins and show me how it works. Get on a plane, fly from the North Pole to the equator, and show me how it makes an angular deviation of 90 degrees. Then you might have something. But I guess you're not making a claim that the Earth is curved or anything like that. So I guess, and also at this point, Roland My Boulder, you pick. You only chat skank. You never come to the VC, as far as I can tell. So if you'd like to open your mic and speak to us, that would be better. Otherwise, the chat skanking, I'll just eliminate you from having that ability. So you pick. Annoying globe trolls. And if I don't hear your voice within about 30 seconds, I'll take care of this. Okay, great. No more talkie. No more chat skanky. Doesn't want to talkie.
Think, McFly. Think.
Anyways, the Earth is flat according to everyone's experience and not moving according to everyone's experience, except when there's an earthquake, obviously, but that's not what we're talking about. So, since we don't have any Earth curve measurements or rotation measurements of any kind, then it stands as fact, unless someone can present anything else. In positive law, we call this tacit admission, where you're quiet and you agree. Tacit acquiescence, tacit agreement, all that stuff. It dawned on me the other day that globe defenders actually don't make any claims. They defend claims made by other people, or they're highly scrupulous of any other claim that might be made. Um, so I guess I will just leave it up to the globe believer to make the claims from now on, and then I'll wait for them to back it up. I mean, the flat earther has gone to the effort to dig through the annals of the internet and find out that, oh shit, everybody references and measures the earth flat. And the Glober is just kind of defending this idea without any evidence whatsoever to back up their claim, except for affirming the consequent fallacies or begging the question. It's really pathetic.
I love how disgusted you sound when you say that. Are you insane? That is pathetic. It's like you are so
It
disgusted by
is.
their claims. Oh, it's the
It
best.
is.
You know what's funny though? Whenever we post the PDF to, back up our claims, they don't read it. When they post the fucking 64 pages long PDF, we're all sitting there reading through everything, trying to, figure it out because we're interested in studying, the topic. But they're not. They're not interested at all. Like I can't be bothered
Nope.
to watch a 10-minute video or read your 3 pages PDF. But we're reading all of their shit every single time. It is weird.
Yeah, the best they can do is restate the baseless assertion. But it does. But it does. But it is. But it is. Okay, where? But it does. But what about? Pathetic.
There it is again.
All right, I'll play something because this is like this is a physics teacher, right? Goes against what they say.
And by the way, we were talking about gravity before. It's not a pull according to mainstream anymore, isn't it? Isn't it the push at least?
So
It well, it it really isn't either one. To be honest with you,
It's a
it's your
pseudo
ass
pull.
meeting the seat. They're both going. One's going up, one's going down, but they actually don't claim a force.
Right.
It's the tallest glass of horseshit I've ever heard in my life.
I mean, wasn't it Michio Kaku who said, like, we've been lying to you? We've been telling you that
Yeah,
gravity pulls, but it doesn't pull. The best we can do is say maybe it pushes or it's a pseudo force, but it's absolutely not a force. We lied, we lied, we lied. That was him, right? I like that
yeah,
quote.
we lied to you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and they still push it. The Globers in here, pun intended. They were like, "Yeah, it's a poll. It's a poll." No, not even in your own paradigm is a poll. It's that stopped 110 years ago.
yeah. Logical observations. I'm going to call you LO or Low from now on because it's a long screen name. I like it, but it's a lot to say. But he went ahead and just posted the Michukako himself saying, we lied to your dumbasses. And then people are in here repeating the lie.
We should play that one. How long is it? Let's do it. It's only a couple of minutes, right? It's only a minute. I'm gonna play it if nobody minds.
Do it.
you go for it, man. I'm still looking for this other thing.
First of all, we have the theory of gravity. Gravity keeps you on this floor. Gravity attracts everything around its vicinity to create gravity around the Earth. Or, as we say in our astronomy courses when we teach our kids, gravity sucks. Gravity sucks evenly. It pulls everything to the center. But then Einstein gave us a different picture. Gravity doesn't suck at all. We tell our students, we lied to you. Gravity does not pull you to the floor. Space pushes you down. Why are you sitting in your chair today? Does gravity pull
I'm not
you to
hearing
the
it.
floor? No, there is no such thing as gravitational pull. We lied to you.
I
The
hear it.
space around you is warped,
Oh, well, that's me
and
then.
space itself is pushing you down into your chair, and that's why you're sitting in your chair today.
Why are you sitting in your chair today? Does gravity pull you to the floor? No, there is no such thing as gravitational pull. We lied to you. There is no such thing as gravitational pull. We lied to you.
Awesome, man. I don't know, Cesar, if you've got the bot turned down, possibly? Something like that.
I don't know how to change the volume for the play bot either. Maybe it was the video itself, but I did
It's
hear
just
it.
dash volume, then hit the option thing, and then just type in the amount of like 180. 150 is too loud. I turned it up to 150 the other day, and it was like blasting my eardrums. I was like, oh shit. I'll play this other one, which is complement like to that as well. Like these are what the experts are actually saying, right? And the physics teachers.
The final thing I want to talk about before we get into the overview is that we don't have all the answers. We're going to present all of this stuff as if humanity has figured everything out. But I want you to know that we haven't figured it all out. I'm telling you right now, people are doing research in advanced physics trying to figure out what mass is. You know, this marker has some mass, right? We say it has mass. You all have an idea about what mass is, but people are doing research today trying to figure out what really is mass. Right? Why is it harder to push something that has a lot of mass? Why does that happen? How does the universe know to kind of resist your pushing whenever it's a big heavy ball or a boulder? And I can push something that has less mass. I mean, we take those things for granted, but the physical mechanisms that underlie all of this stuff in reality is not trivial. It's not something we all know the answers to. So as you learn on this stuff, learn it, but keep in mind that as you kind of get older and you study more, there's always going to be more stuff to learn and more stuff to contribute.
Yeah, that came through great for me. Someone must have messed with the volume before.
That's a hell of an admission, isn't it? The weird thing is he's like, the universe is doing something. Like, what? Now the universe is doing shit? Oh my gosh.
I mean, these brainiacs, they have theories.
Yeah. Somebody in here the other day said something, and I think it was Indio, and he said that forces are not real or forces don't exist. And I don't want to quote him, but I kind of want to pick his brain next time I talk to him
Yeah,
and say, what do you mean by that? Right. But,
they don't.
and I think I agree, but we've always had this idea of forces, right? And it can be either a push or a pull. It can actually be kind of used for all kinds of things, this idea of a force, even if you really love Star Wars. But so when I was growing up, they talked about this thing called a normal force in science, right? Science class, they were telling us about this normal force. And my teacher was telling me, okay, so the table in front of you, there's the table is actually pushing up. And I'm like, huh? That don't make no damn sense. I know that the legs of the table have rigidity. I know that the surface of the table has rigidity, right? But why are you guys trying to conceptualize this as if the table is pushing up on something? It's not doing any of that. What
Right.
they're doing is they're saying that they're begging the question already that there's this constant downward, and anything that would be standing upright or erect or holding something up is pushing a force against it. I'm like, you sons of bitches. You called rigidity a
Right.
normal force. That's such bullshit.
Yeah, it's a way to think about something that's like it's a way to think about a change or a result.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we got stuff laying on the floor around here, right? Everybody's got stuff on their floor, on the ground. You're trying to tell me that the ground is pushing up against those things? You've got to be kidding me. I'm shocked that I fell for it at all. But even then, I was like, I don't think that the table is pushing up. I think that just steel has a certain amount of strength, rigidity to it, and it does what it does. It's not pushing. It's just there. It's like, come on.
The funny thing is, they're saying it's being pulled down, but pushing up on something else at the same time.
Yep. Exactly.
Because where do you go with that? Is that like the babushka dolls, the Russian dolls? I mean, like, okay, so you've got the cup on the table, right? The cup's pushing down, the table's pushing up. Okay, you got the table on the floor. The table's pushing down, the floor's pushing up, right? But the table's pushing up while the cup pushes down. The cup's also pushing up.
Yeah.
Okay, now you've got the ground. What the heck,
Yeah.
bro? What is this stuff?
How convoluted and ridiculous is it that all these things that we would call physics or whatever, how difficult or ridiculous have they made everything where you can't just say this thing has a certain amount of rigidity or strength to it, and it's not pushing, it just holds a certain amount of, if you want to call it, weight in air. This is how much it will hold. And we all sort of understand this. It's like, oh, well, if you build a house and you have a span of a floor, there's certain widths of a board that you would need, for a floor joist to support the amount of weight along that span that's good enough for a good solid feeling floor. And it could be a 2x6, a 2x8, a 2x10. And we all just understand that those structures, and the more width that you have, the more rigidity that it has. We all understand this instinctually. You don't have to use the word force ever.
Right. Even weight is kind of a reification. Like, I mean, it's because like you hear these guys in here all the time bringing up that it's just this is kinematic modeling. This is not dynamic modeling. Weight is the same thing. Like, because unless you want to call, instead of saying weight, you say spring compression, right? Or
Yep.
string length, right? Like spring length. Because that's what you're going to. Would be a method by which you would attempt to measure something's weight. This thing here pushes the spring down and shorten its length less than this other thing, right? That's what you're calling weight, essentially. Or like with your balance scales, right? I've got this rock on here, but this rock brings them to this level, right? But if I take that off and put this other, they at an equal level, right? Like, and then you could call that a weight of some kind. You could like quantify it to some degree. You started off like just calling one something like one, right?
Yeah, it's arbitrary. You could give any value that you wanted to as a baseline.
Yeah.
So Brian's logic a couple of years ago, maybe more than that, but he said something and I was like, I think this guy's freaking right. He said, weight doesn't exist. And I'm like, what do you even mean by that? And what he's saying is like, once again, it's all medium dependent, right? So a rock weighs a certain amount in the air. So you're going to have a scale. 0 is going to be whatever 0 is, and then that spring and everything that's involved with that, it's going to compress the spring in air at a certain amount, right? And I'm like, yeah, that's weight. But then if you change the medium, if you take a bathroom scale, let's just say it's simple because we all know what a bathroom scale is, and we weigh ourselves if we're real conscious about our fat asses. And we take that bathroom scale and put it at the bottom of a pool, is that spring going to compress the same amount? No, it's not. You're going to be quote unquote lighter in the pool than you are in the air. Like, in fact, you're going to have to kind of evacuate most of the air in your lungs to even drop down far enough and put your little, tippy toes on the scale to get a quote unquote weight. I'm like, holy cow, weight does not exist. But since we do everything that we live our lives in air, we're just going to say, all right, well, whatever has a downward quote unquote acceleration in the air is going to be what weight is. That's it.
Yeah, I hate this idea that like people say like that something's accelerating while it's not moving.
Right.
Like, I don't even like that. Like, to me, that's just like counterintuitive. Acceleration means like increasing in speed. Whatever. You know what I mean? Like that's how I experience that. Like it's not just me standing still on something. They're saying that I'm accelerating down still. Like,
right.
No, I'm not. Stop.
Yeah, I'm not moving.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't moved. However, if you were to quantify, what kind of pressure I put while I'm in air on the ground, if you were to try to quantify that amount of pressure, then you would call it weight. But I haven't moved.
Right. Exactly. I mean, if I'm accelerating at a certain rate, then I'm going in a direction. I'm moving.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm going anywhere. I'm standing on a set of scales.
Hey, listen up. If you're a fat chick and you're trying to lose pounds, do you go on the scale and ask your friends to pick you up a little bit so the scale reads less?
You just do it in water, right?
Yeah.
Right, but we know she's still fat, right? So clearly, weight is one thing, and the actual amount of fat ass you are is another thing, right? Like you said, if
100%.
you weigh yourself to different things, your weight is dependent on where you're at. But really, all you're doing is just changing from your friends holding you up to water holding you. So you're being supported, basically. So it's a supported weight versus an unsupported weight. But this is all to skirt around the word mass, right? Because we know a fat chick has a lot more mass than a skinny chick, right? And you don't need to define mass to know that's the case. That's why Lizzo and all these other fat chicks, they were like, oh, it's totally okay to be fat. You should love me for who I am. But then when they found out Ozempic was a diet pill, all of a sudden they all took it and got thin.
Yeah.
So listen, all the higher physics problems can always be solved with talking about chicks. All right, it's that simple.
Fair enough. But you're talking, when we say like mass, like when we're talking about like someone's physical, their physique, we're talking about like they say body mass, right? They're just saying body substance, right? Just more stuff.
Yeah. Muscle tissue compared to fat.
Depends on how you define stuff, though, right? So if you say you have 197 stuff units and I have 200 stuff units, so we're 3 stuff units separated. Well, what if that's just a quantification in the metric that we're measuring? Because technically you have more particles, but they weighed differently.
Yep.
So the stuff isn't exactly the same as the mass. And that's possible.
Yep.
What? Because of atomic weight?
Well, for whatever reason. The point is that
right.
We operate in our world in a coherent manner. Like nobody walks around acting like weight doesn't exist. I mean, they would be retarded to do that, right? They'd be hurting themselves all the time. They'd be dropping heavy objects on their feet like a moron.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we give these experiences word, like we term them, right? Like it.
Yeah.
But we also imagine something else about it, like invisible forces and things like that, right?
Well, that's the power of language, right? Language
Yeah.
brings forth concepts in your mind without you even being aware of it, without your participation.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, when I lift a bag of concrete, right, and it's heavy, lifting it up, and then I try to move left and right, it's also heavy going left and right. So it's just heavy all the time. It's heavy when I'm lifting it. It's heavy when I'm moving it around. Yeah, would it be less heavy if it was floating? Sure. But it would probably still have the same type of effect, where it's still, to turn it
Ah.
left and right would be harder than to turn something that's lighter left and right.
Jesse said he's figured out a way to he's figured that out. And he can mitigate that. Just balance out. Just have an equal weight on the other side. Yeah, just have an equal weight on the other side, and you're good. Then you've eliminated that downness.
Oh, so if I take 2 concrete bags and put them at the end of a stick and then mark the center of the stick, if I lift the center, it's just going to lift up like nothing?
Yeah, it's basically weightless.
Yeah, right.
Wow.
Well, that's it. That seems to be his logic behind him removing the variable of the Earth's gravitational pull on the lead balls or whatever that's being used within the Cavendish experiment.
Well,
So
there
there's
is
no
a way to
downward
lift things.
potential.
There is a way to lift things easily. Is you, like, normally, like, let's say you put a dumbbell on the end of a bar or whatever it is, a plate, a weight plate, lifting plate. And if you put it on one end of the bar and you tried to lift the bar, like, you'd never be able to lift it, even if it was a weight you could normally lift because of the leverage. But if you spin that weight like really fast, then all of a sudden you can lift it.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, I've seen those videos. That's pretty cool.
Do we know Johnny Law? Johnny Law, welcome. I feel like I recognize that name.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, I think he's. Yeah, I was talking to Johnny the other day. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in here quite a bit. Well, I haven't been in the last month and a half, but things slowed down in life, so I'm back here every night.
Well, welcome back, dude.
Thank you, sir.
Also, if you put different things in the same medium, which one has more weight becomes evident, right? Because their buoyancy properties are determined by their whatever weight is void from the medium, right? But again, if you want to call that mass, if that's what you mean by it. And I mean, that's a decent definition, I guess. since they really don't have a physics definition of mass that works. For the same problem, the amount of substance doesn't necessarily mean the amount of weight, and the amount of substance doesn't necessarily mean the amount of mass, because it could be different. It could be different values with the different substances. But it's pretty crazy to think, like, these guys want to tell you that they know everything, but they can't even explain what weight and mass are, really. They can't tell you what gravity is, really.
No. See, this is the thing. Like I was asking, what does G represent within your experiment, your big G? And it goes back to what you were saying about the theodolite, right? What is it measuring, right? Right. What's the angle of, right? It's the angle of the instrument itself, right? Is with regards to its own components, right?
Yeah.
And
What does the
that's all
Cavendish
they've
actually measure?
done. The torsion balance difference, isn't it?
I thought it was the oscillations.
Well, is it
So
oscillation?
the torsion bar, like, goes back and forth, and then they get
Yeah,
I
the
guess they get
differences.
the left and right, or let's just call it left and right for lack of a better term. It gets the left and right, and then it does something with that.
Yeah. So it's a change in the instrumentation itself that occurs. That's what it's measuring. A change within the physical setup, the device's setup. Like it's got components which start off as in one with a certain, like, a baseline. Like, we're going to say the way it's oriented right now, it's 0, right? And then we wait for the change, and then see how much change, whether it's in like millimeters or kilojoules or spring tension, like spring length, like bar length, rotation, degrees, right?
Right. So they say it moves in a particular way, and they say this motion is caused by a force, because when you see motion where it's not previously moving, that's acceleration, and so that means a force, right? That's what they say.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah,
So if
because
there's an acceleration, there's a force, right? So what's the definition of acceleration?
It's stop it. You want the equation? You want the
No, I want the definition.
definition? God damn, man. I don't know how to put it into words.
How about a rate of change of speed over time?
Right. That's good. Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. We know what time is. We know what rate is. We know what change is. What's speed?
The distance that something's moved.
Distance
Over
in
time.
an amount of time.
In an amount of time, yeah.
Moving a distance in an amount of time. Okay, so you have to move a distance to have speed. And since acceleration requires a change in the rate of speed, something that's not moving can't possibly be accelerated. So it's an incoherent definition. So to say that your cup is resting on a table, which is pushing up on it with an acceleration, while the cup is being accelerated downward, even though both of them are not moving. So they're both traveling in opposite directions, supposedly, while standing still. The whole idea is retarded.
Right. That's what we were saying earlier. Just not expressed so eloquently.
Now, why do they elicit the reverse accelerations? Well, it's just to balance a math equation, basically. Because if something is resting on something, that thing is supporting its weight, right? And if weight is a function of acceleration, and if the thing still maintains its weight, then it has to be still accelerating. That don't make sense because it's clearly standing still. So in order to square that circle, they just make a math equation that says it's accelerating downwards at 9.8 meters per second squared, and the table is accelerating upwards at 9.8 meters squared to cancel it out. Wow. Hey, in a video game, how come you can't walk through a wall?
Coding expresses those variables in which your environment, is your environment dictates what you can and
Right.
can't
So
do as an operator.
right. So the wall. Right in the game, the wall doesn't push back on you. It just is coded that when you reach the wall, you can't pass through.
Right, exactly. You can interpret it that way, though.
Is everyone sleeping or something?
Now, if we just were doing some profound philosophy, dropped some truth bombs, so we're taking some pause moments to soak it in. They didn't even wait for a response. They're just like, is everyone sleeping? I'm out of here. Cheetah, that is TikTok brain to the max.
Yeah, they're like death scrollers. They just scroll up, scroll up, scroll up, scroll up, scroll up, scroll up.
Yeah, you join a room, nobody's speaking, so you say, what, did everyone go to sleep? You don't hear anyone within 1/trillionth of a nanosecond, so you're like, I'm bored, I'm out of here.
You see, and in your game, Doug came to a realization, right? And he thought, what if I think about it this way, right? And he proposed it to the rest of the game world, and they went, oh, yeah, that sounds pretty cool. But then, like these other NPCs went, but hang on, said something like you said, and they were like, okay, then we'll set up a institution. We're going to try and study this, right? And we're going to try and learn what's going on. And that's who that guy in the clip I played was referring to. Quantum physicists are still trying to figure this stuff out. Why exactly? There's people out there trying to understand what mass really is. Like, why is there this resistance against something, a big object? Why is it resisting my push? Right? They're still trying to figure that out.
Bro, it's because it's in a viscous fluid. Maybe. The cosmic applesauce. So the more mass you have, the harder it is for the fluid to pass through the micropores. So that's why it resists. There you go. And if my theory was correct, then it would be hard to move things that are heavier than other things. And it is hard to move things that are heavier than other things. Therefore, I'm correct. Man, that was easy. Man, this affirming the consequent is great. I can just do anything now. With affirming the consequent and the Mandela effect, I'm like the king of the world. Yeah, like your boss says, hey, you're late for work last week. I'll be like, Mandela effect.
Yeah, sounds good to me. There you go, AI, peer reviewed.
That's right, bro. We only do thought experiments. That way it's easy to reproduce.
Hello.
Hello.
Was up? Anybody watch any McToon lately? Wow. All right, who joined? What's up? What's happening?
How's it going, AI?
Jesse, why'd you scare away all the people?
I didn't. It was quiet when I got in here.
Right. If you come in the room, everyone leaves right before you get here. You came and nobody's talking, therefore it happened.
Or maybe it's the other way. I had to come because nobody was talking.
It's retroactive causality.
It's something strange.
It's like a record. Record spins in a circle, right? All the information is already on the record, but you can only experience the present moment at the needle. From the needle's perspective, the previous part of the song is going away from it, and the new part of the song is coming towards it. But looking down at the top of the record, all the times are now. Just food for thought, thinking about eternal being as the source of reality, and temporal beings as being subordinate. We were talking about weight earlier, weight and mass, and how they really don't have any coherency except conventions. Especially when it comes to something falling down, which is supposedly accelerated by gravity, but it's on a table, right? So the people will tell you when your cup is on the table, it's still falling at 9.8 meters per second squared, or accelerating, but not falling anymore. It's not moving, but it's still being accelerated, which makes no sense. Because the definition, Jesse, of acceleration is a change rate of speed over time, and the definition of speed is distance traveled in an amount of time. So if the object's not moving, it can't be accelerating. You need a different definition. Now, you can't solve that problem except with math when it comes to assuming that naturalistic forces are the cause of all things. But if you understand, just like I told you in the record player example, that reality is actually subordinate to an eternal entity that holds all dimensions simultaneously, then these types of things are no big deal. You don't need to explain it with naturalistic forces. The naturalistic forces is just the needle experiencing the record at a moment in time. Where the creator of the record, he sees the whole record. You know what I'm talking about here, Jesse?
I'm not certain I'm following exactly. We have a record player and... Yeah.
Holy crap, Jesse! Sorry, Jesse. I thought you were like super intelligent, capable of keeping up. So, sorry, my
boy,
bad.
you gotta be careful what you hear. I certainly never, ever claimed to be super intelligent. Not even halfway there.
So that story, Jesse, was a lot of things we experience seem to be existing only in the present moment of the naturalistic forces and the previous naturalistic forces that deterministically led to the outcome at this point in time. But that's a user-centered, personal-centered interpretation of the events. On a grand scale, all those events could have been happening in a much different way.
Hold on, I got a pot boiling on the stove.
Damn, dude, I didn't know your stove went up to 3,000 degrees. You're only supposed to boil the water, Jesse, not the pot. Holy crap.
It's not quite done yet.
Jesse, what physical mechanism is the cause of your mind making your hands move?
I mean, I would have to. I don't know. I don't know anything, right? Nobody knows anything with absolute certainty, right?
Holy crap, dude. Come on.
I mean, I could tell you. I could go look up.
I'm gonna pretend you didn't say that.
I mean, I could go look up what the mainstream claim is, but you wouldn't believe that anyway. And I've got no experience,
What?
firsthand experience anyway.
Why wouldn't I believe the causal mechanism for how your mind? You see, it's a trick question because most people would say, "Oh, well, your brain has electrical impulses, which sends a signal to your muscles, and then your muscles receive the signal, and it causes contractions based on the amount of, signal, and you have neuromuscular contractions, which then causes your tendons to pull against your bones, and then that causes lever action of your hand to grasp around a ball and throw it." But see, that's just at the brain. I said, how does your mind? Because remember, you have to decide, right? Or at least seemingly decide to have an action. Because there is an experiment which supposedly logs the time of action initiation in the electrochemical sphere as preceding your decisions, which is
Let me
very weird.
guess. Let me guess. It's some omnipotent, coherent first cause force, or something like that, right?
Well, it'd have to be. Look, if you're listen, it's like this. If your mind and your soul are not a physical object, then that means that non-physical objects cause things in the physical world. It's that simple. So there is no mechanical cause. It's a transcendent cause. Your mind decides, I want to grab that ball, you grab it. The decision exists entirely within the mind, which is non-physical. Now, there are some retards out there who think the brain is the mind, but, if that's you, then, well, I just consider you a NPC. If you're not intelligent enough to know that the mind is its own thing, then I just think you don't have a mind. Because anyone who has a mind, when reflecting upon the mind, recognizes that it's not physical. Right, Jesse. So the ultimate cause of all things is mind, right?
I'm really not into that kind of philosophy. I don't know what we're talking
Well,
about here.
why not, dude? Well, you're a Christian, aren't you?
I'm a Christian, but
Right. So
I don't know
so when
what weirdness
God
you got
when
going on.
God made all things, He decided to do it first, right?
I'll have to ask him later.
Well, usually you don't do things without deciding to do it, especially when you talk about it. Like if you just have like a knee-jerk reaction to something, that's different than actually having a plan and saying, "Let's do this." All right, I'll be out of signal for like 10 minutes, so pontificate while I'm gone, Jesse.
Okay. So all of you really believe that Earth is flat?
Do you really believe that the Earth is a ball, Todd? Like, seriously, how did you come to that conclusion?
Yeah, I think it's ball.
Why do you think it's ball?
Mm, I don't know, maybe because the moon is also ball and the sun and everything.
So please enlighten me. How is staring up at the sky, looking at the sun and the moon, for example, like you just stated, how does that prove the shape of what's underneath your feet?
Like they are in the same place, in the same orbit, or
No, they're
I don't
not.
know.
They're up in the
They are
sky.
the same
We're not.
creatures.
They're not in the same place, bro. They're up in the sky. We're on the ground. And we're trying to work out what shape the ground is. You're saying, hey, look at the moon, look at the sun. We're the same as them.
Mm, but I don't know. Actually, I didn't get deep into that. But tell me, why do you
You
think
never
that
thought that
the
far ahead, did you? I
the
love it.
Earth is flat? That's crazy. Actually, I don't think that.
Okay. So tell me,
Conv- you
aside from
can
your
convince me.
computer, your television, and your mobile phone, where have you ever seen the curvature?
In the real life also?
Is it just me or did he go super quiet?
Your flatness was just too powerful for him.
Zip it.
What
So
the
yes,
fuck?
where have you seen the curvature, mate? Outside of the mobile phone, the computer, and the television.
Nah, I told you in the real life also.
That's what I'm trying to get out of you. Where in the real life have you seen it?
Where? In
Yeah,
Egypt?
in
Cause I'm
Egypt.
from Egypt.
So I've got to travel all the way to Egypt, and I can see where this curvature is.
Nah, it's all over the world. What the fuck are you saying, man?
That's what we're trying to get out of you, bruv. Where do I have to go to see this curvature?
Go in the street, man. Look from your window. Simple as fuck.
Really?
Yeah.
Let me see.
I've just
Let me see. You mind if I say something, Matrix?
get him.
Um. So you're saying that if you look like in any direction, you see like where the Earth curves over is where your vision stops, right?
Yeah, because it's a ball,
What? Okay. Okay. So the reason you think your vision drops off there is because we live on a ball.
Can you come again, please?
I said the reason that you think your vision drops off there is because we live on a ball, right?
Um,
You're saying
no.
that our vision drops off because we're on a globe. That's what you just said. I'm asking you if you think that's where your vision drops off because it's the curve of the Earth.
Yeah, maybe there's another reasons for that, but yeah, one of them that the Earth is a ball. Yeah.
Yeah, see, the problem is where you started. You started in your mind that Earth is a ball, and then you go looking for things, and the moment you just look at something, you attribute to that, oh, that's a ball. And then that's where we stop. And we're all there at one point. That's where you stop. But that's where we do here is we have all kinds of examples, personal examples. You can grab a good camera even and zoom in on where you think the edge of the earth is, and you can see way past where they tell us it is and way past where the math says it could be. And so that's just, we're just on a flat plane, man. But you just have to look past it, because what you see is the horizon is the limits of how far just your naked eye can see, which is about 3 miles on a good day. But you can see farther if you zoom in on it and see that it's not the Earth's curvature. It keeps going. It's flat.
So you guys trying to make me believe that there's something wrong in
We don't want you to
my
believe
thought.
anything. We don't believe anything. We know things. We don't sit here and pontificate about believing. We know it
Yeah,
is.
just
It's
convince
there in
me
front of us. We don't believe. We don't want you to
if you
believe.
have
We
a
just want you to
strong.
look and see. That's it. We want you to. We want you to see. I mean, we want this. This is supposed to be a good thing for you to know. It's not a bad thing. We aren't trying to like bad stuff happen to you. It's a good thing that you know where you are and stuff. And we just want you to know that.
Nah, actually, it's more big than that. Actually, I believe that the God or the Earth is flat because you know uh, my
We're
God
not asking
telling
you to
me
believe us. Don't believe us, dude. Go out there. Go
something
out there
different
and
about that.
go out there and look for yourself, bro. Don't believe us at all. Please. There's lots of tests you can do. You can look up online. There's tons of tests you can do by yourself for free or with very little money and very little things to do. Tons of tests you can do. Go do them yourself and just look with eyes that don't automatically assume that we live on a ball. Try to look and see what you see, and then look at what you were taught and what you think you know and what you've been told, and see if what you see and what you were told match up. We have all found that they don't. So that's why we're here.
Yeah, yeah, I'm sure that since you are here, so you have a point or a proof that the Earth is flat. But do you really believe on that 100% that the Earth is flat? That's my question.
Well, yeah,
100%.
that's why we say knowing versus believing. We know. We don't believe that particular part.
Mm, okay. Nice to meet you guys.
Well, hopefully he might start thinking about some stuff.
That's the idea. Go find it for yourself, bro. You'll see.
Hello, 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 hello.
Yeah.
Oh, Fred.
You're good now?
This call is boring, bro. There's nobody here. Get the fuck out of here, bro.
There is people here. Thought it was boring and you didn't want to hang about.
Yeah.
So tell me, do you
Tell
think
you
you
what?
live on a ball?
I think I live on a planet.
On a plant? Like a
Planet,
choco vine?
planet.
What, 3 of them?
Planet.
4 of them?
1. What?
So why do you think you live on a planet? How did you get to that?
I don't know. I've been told my whole life.
All right. So, anything else we should know about this planet? Like its diameter, circumference, that kind of thing?
No, I don't know.
So, it's just a planet.
Why are you suggesting that we do not live on a planet?
I'm suggesting that I'd like to have a bit more information about your so-called planet so we could go and test to see if this is true, false, or otherwise.
Well, what I've been told all my life is that the planet we live on is round like a ball.
Excellent. So that means we should be able to measure some kind of curvature.
I suppose so.
Yeah. Well, that's a bummer because when we go out to measure for this curvature, we don't find any. So I'm thinking that whoever told you you live on a planet is either lying, or they're just passing on misinformation, or they just don't know.
Why would they do that? Why would they lie and pass on misinformation?
Well, they might be just passing on misinformation. These are all 3 separate things. They might know that it's wrong because they've never gone out and checked it.
But what I've heard is that people have gone up to space, and what they said is that it is round, like a ball.
More cool stories.
So you're suggesting they're lying?
I'm suggesting I'd like you to go to the exact spots where they've been to validate their claims.
Yes, but I
And
do not have the
verify their
means to do
claims.
that. I don't
Interesting
have the
how
means.
we can't do that, isn't it? So all we've
Yeah,
got
it's
is
interesting.
a belief.
Let's say they are liars. Why would they
Okay.
do that?
People lie for all sorts of twisted reasons, mate. Some people are just sick in the head and they get off on it. Other people are trying to hide from something. Other people are using lies to exercise some kind of authority over others. There's many a reason why one would tell lies. Some people are just telling lies to not be in trouble.
Interesting,
Trouble
interesting,
of what?
interesting. Yeah, trouble like what?
Yeah.
Trouble like you knocking off things from school. So you told a lie so the teachers wouldn't get you in trouble.
So it doesn't make sense of flat Earth, bro.
So is what you are suggesting that we are living on a flat plane?
Well, we know it's flat because that's how it's measured. When they
We
go
know
out and
it's flat.
when they go out and measure it, that's the resulted answer. Whether you like it or not, that's how the results came back.
So you are 100% certain it's flat?
Fucking oath.
Bro,
How?
are you really
Okay.
believing the Earth is flat?
I have a question. I have a question. Can you explain me
So
this
why we
model
have
of the Earth
gravity?
you have a little bit further?
Socks, hold up, Festum. Socks, just hold on a second, because yeah, you asking half a question through the other fella is not really useful. Just hold back and you can ask as many questions as you like, bro. But sorry, Best MC, go again.
Yeah. Could you explain to me this flat Earth model you know is true a little bit better? Like where does the
I didn't
sun?
claim a model. I just said it was measured flat. I made no such reference to a model. I was
What do you
actually
also know?
referencing. I was referencing reality because that's what they measure. They don't measure any model that's made up.
Hmm. What do you also know that is wrong as the public knows it?
Do I also know it's wrong as the public knows it? I don't
No,
understand that.
I meant, is there anything else that you know which a normal individual might not know? Such as an individual which went to school and learned that the Earth is round.
Nothing that they can't relearn themselves now.
Tell me.
Okay. So you've mentioned the curvature.
Or lack thereof.
Yeah, lack thereof. Is there any other evidence that it's flat?
Well, the physical properties of water alone, we don't even have to measure anything. Water.
What about the physical properties?
Well, it takes the shape of its container and has a flat level surface. So if you've got a known lands and they claim that of our known lands, 73% of it is water. So if water takes the shape of its container and has a flat level surface, and 73% of this is water, how can you have a sphere if 73% of it is flat and level?
Mhm. Have you ever considered gravity into that?
Yeah.
Well, if gravity makes things flat and level and that's how you want to view it, you're more than welcome to do so.
What the fuck, bro?
Flat and
Okay.
level. No
Flat and
area
level.
higher
So when you
than
look at other
another.
planets, but when you look at other planets, do you see flat pieces of?
Why would I
No.
look to other planets to identify what I'm standing on? That's really weird.
So we are. Huh? Why? Why does it? Why
What
is
is
it weird?
so
Yeah, one
another
at a time,
question.
guys. Yep.
Another question. If the Earth is a flat plane, as you suggested, or as you claim is, what surrounds it?
What's around it?
Yes,
People,
because
buildings, just the usual stuff. That you and
Other
me go for a
planets.
walk around, have a look.
no, I mean like what actually is around this flat plane? Because if water takes the shape of its container, wouldn't the water just fall off the edge?
What edge? I never made any claim to an edge. Only what we've measured as flat. We know water is flat, so.
So if you
So the
begin,
Earth,
let me.
so
Oh,
the
and
Earth is
again.
flat, but it has no end.
Well, I didn't make a claim to an end.
There one.
You want me to make a claim to an end?
No, I just want to know if the Earth is flat. And it
We've
has some
established that
points.
it's flat. You seem
Okay.
to be under the misguided idea that flat most definitely means it has an edge, like your kitchen
No.
table, for example.
So I don't
So let's
understand
just
what you're
try
saying.
something. If you get a small straight edge, like a 1 foot rule, and you place it in the center of your kitchen table, that would
Yes.
confirm that your kitchen table is flat. Now, if you slide that rule along, say 1 more foot, that section would be considered flat. You still haven't come across an edge, but you've measured that section as flat. See, no edge required. I haven't come across an edge yet, but I can assure you, if I ever do, I'm going to whip out my trusty camera and I'm going to take a gazillion photos and I'm going to bring them all back, and every time someone goes, "Where's the edge?" I can show photos and go, "Check it out, bro." Yeah. How's that sound? So just so you know, if I do ever find an edge, I will document it just so everyone can see and they'll all feel better about it.
What shape does this plane have?
What shape does this plane have? Earth
Yes.
shaped? I don't know.
Is it a circle? Is it a square? Is it a triangle?
I don't know. If I've never found an edge or never come across an edge, how can I make a claim to what shape this edge is?
But you
So
do
I'm going to
seem to be
leave.
very confident that it is a plane.
I don't know. Well, it's actually easy to measure for the flatness. I don't make a claim. This is why would I make a claim to an edge when I've never come across one? As I just demonstrated with your kitchen table, you can confirm the center of it's flat, and then the next bit out's flat, but you still haven't come across an edge yet. So, do you need to have an edge to prove something's flat? No, you do not.
Do you subscribe to any flat Earth models?
Do I subscribe to any? What? So it's like a book subscription where I get a new one each week.
Let's stop with this. Let's stop with this, brother. I'm asking you directly. There's a lot of flat Earth models. Yeah, a lot
No,
of
there's
people make a
not.
lot of claims about them.
It is.
Yep.
No, there
People
is, there
make
is.
lots of claims. That's great.
Yes,
If people, yep, that's great. If people want to make claims, go and
I speak
attack
my
them.
mind and then you can answer?
Yeah, if people wish to make claims about it, go and attack them. Don't bring someone else's stupid claims and dump them on me. That's what's called a straw man, and yeah, that's probably not going to get you real far.
Yeah, well then can you explain your version of Earth a bit more deeper so that I may understand more? What
Yeah, it's
role
measured
does
as
it-
flat. It's
Yes,
planar with topography.
So that's it. You just think the Earth is flat and that is it.
What's wrong with that? Does this offend you that I say it's flat because we measure it as flat?
No, it does not offend you. You can believe
Sounds
whatever you want,
like it.
but I think it just does not suffice as an answer.
Because it's not the answer that you want to hear. That's all it is.
No, because I want to know a bit more.
Like
you
what?
You seem to know that it's a
What
plane.
do you want to know about it? We've already established I don't
I want to
know of the edge because everyone seems to want some kind of edge.
But since you seem to be so knowledgeable, I want to know about the sun. I want to know about the moon. What role do they have in this plane?
Well, the sun illuminates us at daytime, and the moon is for seasons. It's actually written down in the
Okay.
Bible, that bit. That's pretty easy to follow.
Oh, all right. So is the moon bigger or smaller than the Earth?
Well, when I look up, it looks smaller than the ground, so I'm going to say it's smaller. Just from what
What about the sun?
it appears smaller than me. And
What
the
about
sun
the
also.
sun?
The sun looks like it's about the same size as the moon, which also appears smaller.
So is it or not?
It appears smaller. To my eye, it appears smaller than the ground.
But it can also be bigger.
Well, if you want it to be bigger, I've got no problem with that.
Now, can it be bigger?
I don't know. Can it be?
Well, you answer me. I'm asking about your flat Earth.
To my eye, the sun appears to be smaller than the ground.
Yes, but
And then you
your version of Earth, can it be bigger?
then you ask me, can it be bigger? Well,
Yes, in your version, which you have about Earth,
listen.
that it is a
Stop.
plane,
Why would I say can it be bigger after I've just said it appears to me smaller than the Earth? When I look at the sun, it does not. Socks?
Yes,
No.
I understand. When you
Stop
look into
raising
the
your
sun,
voice.
All
I
right, we're just
understand.
gonna
When
zip
you
you
look,
up for a second.
I understand. When you look into the sun, it appears to be smaller. Yes, I understand
Excellent.
that.
So that's where we leave it.
So
Next
that's what
question.
we should just leave it. Okay, next question. All right.
Well, if you want the sun to be bigger, you can have it as bigger. I'm not going to run around and fight people. Like, seriously, if you think it looks bigger, then it looks bigger. That's it.
Let's say
To my eyes, when I walk outside right now, I can go outside and go, hey, look, the sun looks smaller than the ground.
All
I
right,
look at the sun, it looks about that big. I look at the ground, it looks a lot bigger. So
Yeah, I
the ground
understand.
looks bigger than the sun.
Okay, I understand. What role does the moon have in this version of the flat Earth that you are saying is true?
What role does it have?
Yes, the moon.
It distracts globetrotters from the ground. Sorry, that's the funny answer. Signs and seasons, mate.
Okay. Okay. Anything else?
Um,
Right, I've gotten a message from Flat Earth Judge. You've been told the Earth radius is 3,959 miles, so we can use simple math to figure out how much water needs to curve over distance. The method: find a friend and a 10-mile wide lake. Have your friend flash a mirror from the other side. If you see the flash, either your friend is over 30 feet tall or water doesn't curve. If water doesn't curve and Earth is covered by 71% water, it cannot possibly be a sphere. Or place a laser 1 foot over the water on beach A, shoot it 10 miles over to beach B. If you're living on a globe of radius 3,959 miles, the laser has to end up about 50 foot over the beach on the other side. But guess what? It will end up 1 foot over the water on the other side, because water doesn't curve. It's flat. Sounds reasonable. Ought to check that out. Can you tell me more?
Well, you already know what the physical properties of water are. Or
Yes,
is.
I do know.
Yeah. Takes the shape of its container, flat and level on the surface.
Okay. Interesting. And another question, just so I can understand better. If the Earth is flat, it sounds like a rage-bait question, but it's an honest question, because I really want to know. If the Earth is a plane as you claim it to be, how come the shadow which we see on the moon at night is a half circle? Or a full circle in that case.
It's not always, it changes. Sometimes it's a crescent.
Yes. How can that be if the Earth is a flat plane?
The question you should be asking yourself is how can that be with your claim that it is a sphere? Because when you cast a shadow onto a non-flat surface, the shadow gets warped and twisted as that non-flat surface would be. Now I'll give you an example. A flight of stairs with a handrail on one side. The light shines through the handrail casts a shadow on the stairs, and the shadow is a zigzag shape up the stairs. But yet we know the handrail is smooth and straight. So we fully understand that shadows take the shape of whatever they, well, not take the shape of, they are affected by the shape of whatever they land upon. So the problem with your wear on a sphere, casting a shadow onto a sphere, it will leave a sinusoidal wave or sinusoidal pattern. You don't get a half sphere. You get these other weird shapes as the shadow casts across if it's a sphere.
Okay.
That's how we know it's not. And there's also other problems. There's a thing called the Selenelion eclipse or the impossible eclipse, and the shadow is actually upside down. So in order for us to have an eclipse, there's supposed to be, syzygy, sun, earth, moon, all in a line, and it's the earth casting the shadow onto the moon. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Now the issue is with this impossible eclipse is the three of them are not in alignment, they're offset. So the earth is out of alignment and this shadow happens upside down. Really weird stuff. But yeah, this is globe law. No globers seem to like talking about this. I don't know why. Maybe it's not the flat earth stuff you should be putting into question. Maybe it's some of the globe claims you should be questioning.
Okay. Do you have any people who talk about this? Like some scientific documents which I could read?
See, and that's where your problem's going to start, right there. This is not a question of science. It's just a question of geometry.
Geometry is a science in a way.
No.
So math is not?
No. Math is a tool used witin science.
Like,
And
there's got to be
geometry is
someone
just
of
a...
credibility. Do you have someone of
There's,
credibility who I can read
so
something?
so why do I need to appeal to an authority to go and measure something? So you're telling me every time a carpenter comes around to do some work at your house, he has to hire the local scientist to come and stand there in his white coat to approve of him using a tape measure?
No, just like someone who has more.
Like, how much credibility or authority do you need?
I just need someone who has debunked anything that the globalists say.
You're in a whole room full of it, mate.
Yes, but I'd like to read
So far you haven't provided anything that the globalists say that is worthy of even considering, actually. But what do the globalists say that makes it a globe that hasn't been debunked?
Yes, but I'm saying I would like something to read. Somebody must have put all of those evidences you have into a document, but I can be
You want
able to
something to
read
read?
them and challenge the positions.
Let's see what we can find for you. Something simple, one of those. I'll just post up a PDF for you now. That's about 120 pages long.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be sure to check that out.
And we'll grab the associated test when it loads up. That's what I'm after.
What is the associated test?
That one right there. So that's a laser test where they measure for curvature.
Okay.
And the documentation with it. So FE core, Field Engineer Core. They get high-powered lasers and go and shoot them across large distances. So the basic idea behind this is the laser acts as a tangent to a circle, in which case you can measure the deviation as you move along said tangent. As you get further from the tangent point, the deviation would increase. Something along those lines when that picture loads up. That white image there is technically what should happen. Overly exaggerated, of course, but that's the basics behind it. One end nice and close, the other end further away. And that's what we should expect to see when we do one of these laser tests.
And you're saying that the test shows that it's still plain.
The test shows this one.
That there is technically a curvature happening, but it could not happen.
No, there's no technically curvature happening at all. That's the problem.
Yes, that is what I mean.
That
there is
last
no
image is
curvature
what we
happening,
get.
and that the laser is not going all the way through. And
no, the laser's going right through. That's the issue. The laser shouldn't be. The laser should be 270 feet in the air in some of those tests. It is not.
So there's no deviation at all?
No.
Okay. That sounds interesting. I'll be sure to check that out. Is there anything else?
Oh, there's quite a few of those laser tests if you want to sit and go through hours and hours of those.
Now, but if the laser tests are roughly all the same, no?
They're just all different areas, done by different people, different distances.
Okay. Well, sounds interesting. So you're saying that with this, all the year-long indoctrination can be gone?
No.
No?
Some people takes them years for everything to click together. Other people a couple of weeks. Some people flip out for months and months on end, fighting themselves. The best way to fix this problem is to go out and check it for yourself. Don't just believe me. Don't just believe the stupid videos that I put up. Go and check it for yourself.
Okay, I'll check it out for myself. See what it says. What is this? Earth's water curvature. Okay, I understand. I'll check this out. Alright then, thank you. Good day.
Oh, good man. I notice they don't like being given the answer, I don't know. Quite a few of them get very uncomfortable when you say that. It's very interesting.
Is anybody here?
We're hiding. Shh.
Okay. I am. Okay, so earlier they were talking about the Cavendish experiment, and I knew somebody who's actually done it, who like studies and teaches engineering at the college level, and he's my really good friend named Andrew. And he told me he was banned from here. I was like, "What? Who the heck would ban you from there?" So, do y'all know what I'm talking about?
The amount of people that have been banned from 24/7, I probably wouldn't be able to count. And they get chucked out for all sorts of different reasons. Sometimes they just have absolute meltdowns because they get told something they don't want to hear. So they'll flip out and they normally get put on mute first so they can cool off. Then when they go to the side chat and go absolutely ballistic and spam that, they'll get a warning and then they get kicked out. But that's just assuming it was something as simple as that. Normally after
He's
a
usually
week,
really calm. I've never seen him
we
squirt or he's
really
never really chat. No, never.
you,
That's why I'm so shocked.
you've been around flat Earth stuff long enough, and you know how much it triggers them. So they might be the world's
What?
most calm person in reality, but you say the word flat Earth in front of some people, they flip their shit.
He's a flat earther. And he's
And he's
very
banned.
nice.
And he's banned from in
Yes.
here, and he's FE.
Yes, he's Effie and he's contributed. He's literally like helped me do experiments. He gave me a P900 to do, and I'm gonna do an experiment with it coming up. Like he's a super nice guy. I've never seen him splurg ever.
I find that interesting that he's FE and he's been removed from here. That's not right.
Yeah, me too. I found that very interesting. That's what I was wondering. Like I can get it for some people totally, but I don't know why he'd be banned from here.
Well, if you can send me a DM with his details, I might be able to pass it on to the right people, and we'll see what happened.
All right, yeah, definitely. Because I can't imagine he would do anything. I've known him for years, and he's never acted crazy.
No, that's all right. I'll grab hold of that name, and we'll find out what happened. It might be something simple, or it might be a mistake. I know it's easy to click the wrong person, especially when there's people coming and going, and the names jump up. I grabbed one of our lads the other day and chucked him out by mistake.
Mhm. Okay, yeah, I'll because yeah, he actually reproduced the Cavendish experiment and couldn't get the same results as they got. Like he got no results basically.
Yep.
And I wanted him to come share, but he said it was banned. Anyway, thank you.
No, that's all right.
So this was 3 years ago. Andrew was talking about Jaren. This was whenever Jaren was still a flat earther. He was talking about some of the experiments. Hold on, let me plug in my
3
head.
years ago.
3 years ago. 3 years ago, they were talking. He was talking about some of the experiments that him and Jaren were gonna do, like the mirror experiment. And then this guy says, "Oh, you talked to Jaren?" And then Andrew was like, "Yeah, I talked to Jaren. Like we go back and
Guilty by
we're gonna do this
association.
experiment."
Yeah.
Okay, and then the guy said, "Oh," the guy said, "All right." The guy said, "All right, I'm banning you," and he just banned him, and that's it. 3 years ago, and he said it was a black guy. It sounded like a black guy, but he didn't know his name.
Sounded like a black
That's what he
guy.
said. Yeah, I'm just passing on the message. He said it sounded like a
20
black
cups
guy.
got
He didn't know.
got accused of being a black guy, so that really doesn't
Well,
help.
maybe it was him, but he just said he knew
No,
Jaren.
he hasn't been around that
And
long.
okay, well, whoever was there 3 years ago, he was just talking about whoever didn't like Jaren that was around 3 years ago, maybe sounds like a black guy.
So
That's
this is
probably who did it.
before me, right?
Yeah. Okay, so then he said, "All right, I'm banning you," and then just banned him. And he said he's like out of nowhere, like he was calm and cordial and everything. So that's what happened. That's messed up,
Interesting.
dude.
I'd have to find someone like Indio or someone that's been around a long time. Maybe Jedi.
Yeah, can you do that? Because dude, that's really messed up. Like he's contributed a lot to the flat Earth experiments and stuff. Like I've done them, and he's helped me out without me even asking. Like, and he's just I was like looking for somebody's P900 to use for an experiment, and I was obviously gonna return it or whatever. But he just told me I can keep it. I was like, dude, no way. Like I don't even want to keep it. I don't want to keep your stuff. He's like, no, I'm about to give me there's like a P1000 that just came out, so I'm gonna get the P1000. You can keep it. And I was like, oh my gosh, because I went to Salt Flats and spent a lot of time and resources doing experiments, and yeah, I ran out of resources to buy like a good camera. So I was asking if anybody had one I could use. And yeah, he totally just let me keep his camera. But yeah, I did like 3 different tests of Salt Flats. I added everything up. It was over $12,000 worth of equipment easy. And maybe 20,000 for the whole trip, like in total. Of like the drone. I have like I think I wrote it down. It's like the drone's like 2,000, the theodolites about 1,500. The stand for theodolite, those were like I think 300. Dude, survey equipment's expensive, and then
Yeah.
the way up there, the hotel cost. It might have been around 12,000 now that I think about it. Yeah, for all, and then the cameras and the equipment that we were using, everything added up to be super expensive. The lasers, the levelers, the drone sensors, the research grade thermometers. It was a lot of stuff, and I was willing to do it. I was happy to go do the experiments, but yeah, at a certain point, I just couldn't get anything else, and I was like, I just need a camera," and he just let me have it. And so he's
That's
super
alright.
cool. He's a super chill guy. I can't believe he's banned from here.
Yeah, something that's 3 years old. Who knows? He might have just. I've seen it before where we'll get a clown come in. There'll be a big, reasonable sized panel like this. 2 people will be having a talk, and next thing, your typical Globo will have a meltdown. Someone else will come in and say something, and just because they've spoken at the wrong time or said the wrong thing at the wrong time, telling others how to moderate channels, especially when they tell admin or owners how to moderate channels. They've just been, yep, wrong place, wrong time, click, click, is it both gone? So
All
it could
he
have been
said was
something
he
as
knew
simple as
Jaren.
that.
He knew Jaren. The guy didn't like Jaren. Whoever it was didn't like Jaren, and just banned Andrew.
I'm
Poor
not a Jaren
Andrew.
fan, but I'm not going to ban someone for saying that they do like him.
Yeah, yeah. So anyway, maybe you can talk to somebody and figure out maybe what happened if we can
Yeah.
get it reversed. But I think he's upset about it. I would like for him to come back because he actually teaches college engineering, and he
So
promotes
is he
FA.
banned from this channel?
Yes, he's banned from this channel.
If he's been banned from this server, we're in English Hub at the moment.
Oh, I told him to come to 24/7.
Yeah,
He
he
said
can
he's
come to
banned from
this
there.
channel, and we might be able to have a chat to him and find out. If he knows who banned him, it makes it easier to go through and find out who, when, where, how, why, all the usual questions.
Okay, I'll ask him.
But yeah, if he's only been banned from the 24/7 server, then we just need his name or ID, and we can go back through and see when it was done, check who done it, that kind of stuff. But yeah, if he wants to pop in here, he's more than welcome to do so.
Okay, let me send. Yeah, he's really chill. All right, 24.
Well, if he's smashing Globetard experiments and showing that they're not working, yeah, he's more than welcome to
Yeah,
come in here.
I tried to get him to come share because they were talking about people repeating the Cavendish and it not being repeatable, and I said I know the perfect guy who's literally tried to repeat it. But yeah, he's said he couldn't come.
The only two experiments I want to see done side by side, Foucault's pendulum and Cavendish. And I just want to sit there and wait and see how long it takes the Globers to put 2 and 2 together.
You know that the pendulums can be affected by magnetic fields.
Well, if Earth's rotation is causing one of them to spin, surely it'd cause the other one to spin.
Mm-hmm.
Cavendish out the way. Yeah, right. It just clicked.
Yeah, that's funny. But they don't move the Cavendish ones. They don't move them. They keep them still, huh? That's funny.
Cavendish is an interesting thing. Whenever you have a suspended load on a wire, rope, rod, anything, if that suspended load is out of balance, it will oscillate, rotate. If you get it perfect, it won't move. So the reason they've set them up and they haven't worked is because they've got it right. They've got the thing suspended properly, well balanced.
I think I can send him I don't think I can send him an invite. Look, I'll send you his name. Maybe you can invite him. Because I don't think I have the permissions to invite anybody. Oh, my phone's about to die. 1 second. Who should I send his name to?
Oh, you can send it to me if you want.
Make
You're
Have you
getting
ever
old,
had? I've read a
flat
bunch
load,
of
right?
papers on trying to figure out what's going on with the gyroscopes. And have you heard about the Burnett effect?
No.
Let me see. Oh, here we go. The Burnett effect is whenever rotating things create a magnetic field. And they've actually they create a magnetic field, and then they can actually like repel current existing magnetic fields, which causes the precession.
Right, so
They
that would
rotate on a small
explain why the big gyroscopes that
Sorry.
they use for shipping auto track north and south because of that effect. But yet they're also shielded to minimize that effect.
You can't shield from the Earth's magnetic field.
No, but you can shield a device that's rotating. Because I questioned this once before.
What if it's
about gyroscopes when they're spooled up? Do they create some kind of magnetic field or something like that? And a few
That's what
people
I'm
sort of
saying.
scratched their head and sort of went, don't know. Some things do, depending on the composition of the flywheel. All sorts of random answers. But if they do generate a magnetic field, then it would make sense that it's just trying to behave like a compass.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, yeah, that's makes sense to me.
Yeah, I spent countless hours doing research and found this out. The Burnett effect. Rotating objects can create a magnetic field. And then they say, the ring laser gyro, that's not a rotating object. But guess what? Look up the Faraday effect. Guess what? Polarized light is affected by magnetic fields. And What do they say happens with a polarized light? Okay, so ring laser gyro, polarized light is spinning around, going in a circle, and they say that there will be like a deviation, and that's from rotation. But guess what? The Faraday effect, magnetic fields affect polarized light. And they acknowledge ring laser gyros are affected by magnetic fields. And they say, oh, we can shield for it, but guess what? You can't shield from the magnetic field of the Earth, even in a Faraday cage. You still can use a compass. Yeah, I spent a lot of time researching these things that they use as evidence. What do y'all think about that? I don't know if anybody heard me or not, but
I was listening. Don't stress. A lot of them listen. They just sort of sit back and because they're reading their newspaper or doing what else they do in their spare time. Quite a few of the guys actually are listening. Just they're not sitting on top of the microphone. Oh, not that I have to sit on top of the microphone, but yeah, they are listening. So don't stress.
the Glovers?
No, us.
Okay. Yeah, I want to talk to some Glovers and have them refute what I'm saying.
You just want to make them cry, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Excellent.
Well, because McToon called me like he said I'm like I don't even know. I don't compliments from McToon. I honestly are kind of like insults, but he said I'm like the highest level flat earther because I'm using papers, so it really gives them a run for their money. Because I love reading research articles, and so whenever you
Yeah.
bring papers, because that's like their gold standard, it's like the worst thing to them, which is what I like doing.
Isn't that interesting? You're bringing papers in, which is what the majority of FE guys have been doing since well before me, and I've only been here a couple of years. And yet McToon won't acknowledge them.
Yeah.
Which is really odd. He's a clown, so I wouldn't trust him as far
Well,
as I
he
could
will.
drop kick him.
He'll tell me like, "Oh, I'm gonna read it and get back to you," and then like we never really hear a follow
You
up.
won't.
Like,
He'll just tell you
yeah,
that to make you feel warm and fuzzy, and then a week
yeah.
later he'll do a typical global reset, and he'll forgotten you've even spoke about it until you bring back the recorded clip of him saying, "Oh, I'll look into it," and you dump it in his face on one of his shows. Yeah.
He tries to give like some minute response. Like, there's been this whole like series of events, like with the refraction and the theodolites, like debunking their theodolite measurements because they're not accounting for atmospheric conditions. Whenever you do account for them, like what I did, it's closer to the FE prediction, and that's just what it is. All right. So then they say they acknowledge that, right? They can't deny it. It's peer reviewed, like where temperature gradients near the surface would produce things. You can reproduce it. It's expectable and predictable and measurable. You would expect for things to appear to drop over distance, and this is why as the day goes on, things progressively appear shorter and shorter. But at nighttime, they appear taller and taller. Why is this a dineural effect where things get shorter throughout the day? Well, it's because the temperature gradients that are changing. That's one of the reasons, and there could be other underlying causes. But either way, things are appearing shorter during the daytime, taller at night, and it's like this is from peer reviewed studies at universities measuring this. Okay, so it's like, well, that was very peculiar to me. And then so I'm like, okay, whatever's causing this could be causing why things appear to drop over distance. So then I kept looking into it, and then I read that practical temperature gradients that were measured near the ground, at like eye level height, would yield upward refraction, like a coefficient of negative 2.3 or so, a negative refractive coefficient rather than a positive one, which is what they claim is always present. All right, these people found this to be true, and it's pretty much accepted science now. Like even the Journal of Surveying and Engineering acknowledges this, that you can't assume standard refraction. All right, so they can't they can't like debunk what I'm saying, but then they'll say, okay, well maybe on top of a mountain it'll be different. And then I found another paper where they did mountain peak to mountain peak of the Swiss Alps, and they found vertical deviation of 32 centimeters over 2 kilometers. Well, guess how much curvature is over 2 kilometers? 30 centimeters. It's almost identical. So the amount of drop they see this mountain appear to have are vertical deviation. And in the other paper, it gets shorter throughout the day. The amount of deviation this has is it literally almost down to a centimeter, the exact amount of Earth curvature present. But not at nighttime. Not at nighttime. It doesn't appear like that at nighttime. This is only midday. And I asked Shoebill, who was a surveyor who promotes the globe, I said, Shoebill, what time do you go do your measurements? He's like, 3 p.m. I said, why do you do them at 3 p.m.? He says, because it matches the globe prediction the best. And I say, Shoebill, that's kind of circular. Then you can't use that as evidence for the globe if you're using the evidence that produces the globe the most. If you're going to like do an experiment to like show one or the other, you have to neither assume one or the other from the start, because that would be biased. You'd be inserting bias in the beginning and just nulling and voiding the whole thing. He says, well, we've established that it's a globe from other experiments, so I can assume it's a globe. So therefore, I'm going to go do the theodolite measurements at the time that matches the best with the globe. And I've talked to other surveyors who say the same thing, literally. Because they say, we know it's a globe. We go do it. They say they know how much refraction is present by how much it deviates from the globe expectation. But the Journal of Surveying and Engineering says you only are going to know the amount of refraction present if you measure the atmospheric conditions. But I never see them measuring the atmospheric conditions. They literally say, do not assume standard refraction. We've already shown standard refraction does not apply to near ground sightings and near ground surveying experiments. Like if you're going to be like doing surveying, like actually like our line of sight's very close to the surface, and the gradients here, the temperature gradients here are not reflective of the temperature gradients they use for standard refraction. And that's why like they're now telling people not to use it, but the Globers still think standard refraction is the gold standard or whatever. But it's already been debunked multiple times in peer-reviewed studies at the highest level. But they might not go read them. That's fine. But I'm just letting them know, don't do that. But anyway, so honestly, I haven't really heard much from them since then. They never use that evidence to me. But people that don't know this argument, they'll still use evidence for that evidence for the globe. That's why I'm trying to get everybody familiar with it.
So you good now? You got it all off your chest?
Yeah,
you
I'm
sound a
just trying
little
to make it a little quick. Oh, I sound quiet? Oh no.
wired.
Sorry.
Like you've just
Oh,
had a coffee
wired?
and it's like, yep, I've got to get this out of me.
Well, I'm trying to leave the lab, so I'm like walking around kind of quick, trying to leave because my husband wants me to come home.
Fair enough.
So I'm also like frantically trying to finish up here. Sorry.
You're all right.
Well, did anybody have questions before I head out?
Lamlight posted up in the side chat. What about Fata Morgana Mirage?
What about them? Like when they're floating in midair?
Don't know. That's all I've got.
I think that's what he's talking about.
Yes, when things are floating in the air. Yep.
Yeah, so the boat Like, okay, so they're appearing higher. So that would happen like on a cold day, I think, like when the water's colder than the air. And then okay, so my question is, you might have to use surveying equipment, but you need to see whether the horizon is lower than it actually is or the boat's higher than it's supposed to be. That's the real question. Is the horizon, because that could also happen if you have like it's very windy and like a, there's a lot of mixing occur at the lower level, so there's no gradient there. But then the water's like super hot, and then like it would make it look like the boat's floating in midair. Or you can have like maybe the water's cold and there's a strong temperature gradient near the surface. And then the boat's being like, I don't know if, yeah, but maybe being projected up. I don't know. But I want to see them demonstrate like things that would be hidden over a curve, like projected over a curve and visible due to refraction that would be hidden by curvature. Like, I want to see that actually demonstrated. Because they say refraction can make things like visible that aren't normally seen and blocked from curvature. I want to see that happen on a small scale. Something blocked from curvature that's now being hidden. Because I've seen like the experiments like with the laser where they're showing it like pointing down, but and which would make it appear taller, but that's not something that would normally be blocked. It's still present. Like, okay, you wouldn't let's see. So it has to be something where, it's over a curve, you wouldn't normally see it. Now you can see it. Not just like, oh, it's higher or lower than it should be. Because actually you need downward curving light to make things appear higher. And you can look up, they have like demonstrations on how this works and stuff, but so it's crazy because it has to go over the curve, but the light has to go down. And like, how does it get over the curve if it's going down? Like, it's just kind of counterintuitive. So I'd like to just see it happen. Have you looked at the atmospheric conditions they say you need for the black swan to be like visible from refraction? Like, okay, it's the craziest thing. It like gets warmer with elevation, which is like the opposite of what it normally is in the
We
atmosphere.
know.
And then at 50 feet, it just steeply starts getting colder with elevation. I'm like, how would this ever happen? What reasonable day or conditions would give you this circumstance? Like, I'm telling you, when
Oh
you actually
no.
look into it, refraction is not on their side.
Some of the claims that I've heard, the guy went down there something like 60 days in a row. He actually lives nearby. He went down there 60 days in a row, taking multiple of hundreds of photos and whatnot just to get those conditions. This is the levels of stories we get about those black swan events. It's crazy. When you just grab yourself some popcorn, put your comfy slippers on, put your feet up, and have a listen to some of the stories. Like, seriously,
That's
it's
so
crazy
funny.
funny.
I promise you, I'm have to do like a presentation or something, but I promise you, refraction is not on the Glober's side. They can
Well,
say and spout it, but at the fundamental mechanics of it, like the conditions you need to have what they're saying and the dynamics and reproducibility
a
of what they're
complete
saying is
opposite.
happening, like refraction is not on their side. Please believe me. Okay. You can't just run away from it because they just try to like hand wave stuff with it. I have a simple method, and anybody, that we can simply do to where any long distance observation, they can't just say, oh, that's just refraction. Does anybody remember? Because I think I shared it in here the other day. Does anybody remember what simple thing you can do with long distance observations where they can't claim refraction?
I wasn't here. Sorry.
I don't think anybody, like, I want y'all to listen to me. I put a lot of like work effort into this, please, because I
It's
want.
their
I want
claim.
y'all
If
to
I put a
understand.
photo up or an image up and I say this is the elevation that it was taken from, this is the distance to where the horizon should be, this is the distance to a particular subject, like in the black swan, for example, and they turn around and go, refraction, that's not my claim. That is up to them now to justify their refraction in my image to make it worse for them.
There's a way
What?
that you can now, they can never, like, that can take away their ability to say that.
Oh, no,
Very
they'll still
simple.
say it.
No, they won't. They won't be able to. They haven't, like, yeah, let me tell you what it is. Okay, please remember this. All you have to do next time you do a long distance observation is grab a thermometer. Grab a thermometer.
No,
You
it
because they
doesn't work, and
acknowledge.
I'll tell you why. And this is super simple. One of the FE core tests, they had a thermometer at one end, thermometer at the other end, and yes, they based it off of Snell's law at each end. So fair enough, they were making an attempt to apply some kind of refractive index to their laser
No,
test.
you need to get a
Now,
gradient, not just a thermometer. You need to get the gradient of the
yeah,
temperature, not just
this
the
is what
temperature.
that's what I'm getting to. Okay, so let's say you've got your gradient where you're standing now. You're shooting your laser 10 miles away. You get your gradient where you are. Let's say we get 2 lots of readings, one at the start, one at the end. The very next globe tide that comes in here, how come you didn't do 3? The one that comes after that, when we do go and do 3, how come you didn't do 5? Okay, so we'll go and do 5. How come you didn't do 7? Where does it stop?
Look, according to the Journal of Surveying and Engineering, they're God, right? In surveying, the surveying God is the surveying journals, right? That do the latest research. They say get a temperature gradient of the line of in the line of sight, within the line of sight, get a gradient. Because usually the vertical gradient will be the same throughout. Okay. From here to there, like you're gonna have generally the same gradient along the line of sight. They say just take a thermometer and look at the temperature below your eye level and above your eye level. Then you can put it in the Snell's law. All you have to see is if the gradient exceeds or does not exceed negative 0.2 Celsius per meter. If it does, then they cannot claim refraction because there's no way the light could be bending that way, the way that they are saying would need to bend for refraction. So easy. It's so simple. And I can cite all this. If they don't like the method, they can go argue with the scientists and the researchers who make the surveying and engineering journal.
I've got no problem with the method. It's just that when they're screaming out the problem and it's their claim, I think it should be up to them to back it. It's nothing to do with me. If you want to claim refraction, go right ahead. I'm not stopping you. But now I'd like to see how, why, where, when, where are you getting this refraction from when the image is as clear as crystal? If there was a distorted band or something across the image showing some kind of miraging effect, I'd go, yeah, maybe you've got me on something there. But when some of these images are crystal clear and there's absolutely nothing wrong with them, and we get these numpties coming in going, refraction, it's like, well, your turn to cough up, kid. You're making the claim. I want to know how much refraction there is in that so we can account for it. Oh, refraction. No. I want to know how much so we can account for it. Yeah, refraction. Standard refraction. How much do you want? How about we give you 10%? We'll be super fair.
You don't have to guess. We can know the refractive index now just by taking a thermometer above your eye and below your eye. I promise you. That's what they say to do. You can know which way the light's bending.
How far above and below?
Honestly, it doesn't matter. If you get a general gradient, you're fine.
I'll tell you what I'd rather like to do.
1 foot above and below, like that's fine.
You know your survey chain, your stick with all the notches up it?
Yeah.
They're plastic and lightweight. I'd like to get one of those and just have a sensor on it at every foot. So to extend the thing out, it goes to 8 foot or whatever it goes up to. Just to have every foot a sensor on it. Stand it next to you and go, right, you're covered then.
Yeah. Did you see my data yet? I think I sent it to you.
No, I wasn't in here
You
the other
haven't
day when
seen
you were
it?
in. No, I haven't. Others may have, but I
You
haven't.
weren't here? Okay, you
No.
weren't here the other day? Did you hear about it?
No. Which channel
fine,
was it
fine.
in? This one or?
I thought so. Okay, let me send it to you. I never know because a lot of y'all, it's a lot of Australians in here, right?
Yeah, there's a few floating about.
I'm
But
gonna
it's
do
just
some more
where,
experiments too. I have some more experiments coming up, but I'm
well,
gonna
my
do
thing
more
is, I've just
gradients.
snagged myself an infrared camera. So I've got 2 cameras the same. One's been converted, and so I can mount them on the same tripod and go and get standard shots and IR shots. So whenever someone squawks refraction now, I'm just going to look at the IR and go, oh, look at that. I can still see further with the IR than I can with the standard one. Here's your refraction, out the window. I don't care what their numbers are.
I've read like so many papers though, and like seriously, they say like that good practice is to take a temperature gradient. Like, and then so you don't have to guess because so many people have already like debunked standard refraction. Like I started to put together a PowerPoint and I have like 10 sources of different papers saying standard refraction shouldn't be assumed because the conditions they were using don't reflect the lower troposphere where we reside. Like this is not flexing and people still act like it's like I'm like, dude, y'all gotta go read the papers. Y'all gotta keep reading. Yeah, I gotta keep reading papers, because you wouldn't assume that. That's not a good assumption. So yeah. Hold on, let me drop you this data. And I have more experiments that I'm planning, and I also did on the soft flats. One thing I haven't published yet is like I made a video. I put a survey stick at like 2 feet, or maybe I can't remember if it was all. It's all recorded and documented. But it's like 2 or 4 feet, and I drove like 2 miles, and it was supposed to be disappeared. But I was able to drive over 3 miles and still see the flashing light, like, it was supposed to be hidden behind the curve. And, um and yeah, and I got the gradient and everything. I haven't done the math for it, but, like, that light was supposed to disappear, like, way a long time ago, and I have, like, consistent videos showing at the salt flats, the light doesn't disappear, and the gradient was pretty much even, like, I don't even remember there being a sharp one at this time because it's, like, right before the sun came up. It's just, like, a 12-hour video, it's hard to go through.
Oh,
I
well.
haven't had time. Yeah. Okay, so here you go. I've been consistently asking people how I can better my methods, if they have any suggestions, any criticisms, anything. So like whenever I go do experiments or whatever, I can be as thorough and efficient as possible. So feel free, anybody, to give me criticisms, feedback, whatever. I want to do the most accurate data as I possibly can.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you get it?
Yep.
Did I say anything? I walked away for a minute. I'm still at work. I'm trying to leave. I'm very proud of time and effort and data that I've gotten. I plan on doing more too, but I just love doing research. And I feel like I haven't got any real refutations to what I put forward. Like, I want to get some debunks. Oh my gosh, how did it shut? My whole voice closed out for some reason.
You're still there. Or you're still
Oh,
here.
well,
It's
no,
just
just a
no.
minute ago, it said open voice like it left. I
I
said
was
I'm
just
open
saying.
to any debunks and stuff like and criticism, so I can do better next time.
Yeah, we heard.
What'd you say?
Yes, we heard
Oh, okay.
everything you said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Discord
Yeah.
is just weird.
I love doing research. I'm at the lab right now. Like, so yeah, it's like I kind of do it for a living.
Is it top secret, or can you tell us what you're researching?
Yeah, I'm researching like I'm seeing how the cytoskeleton is affected by aluminum, like the microtubules in particular. And because I'm trying to figure out like you know, aluminum has been associated with neurodegeneration, but they don't have like a mechanism of action really. And so I think it directly acts on the cytoskeleton, and it's not like a downstream effect that aluminum is causing the problem. So I think it's like a primary cause. And so I'm using Chlamydomonas as a research model organism because it has like very similar cytoskeletons structures as humans. They're very homologous. And so I'm introducing aluminum to the cytoskeleton, to the Chlamydomonas, and seeing how the cytoskeleton is affected. And then I've already done that. So now I'm just seeing like, does it affect the growth rate? Like, is it killing them or is it just messing with their cytoskeleton?
Very cool.
I enjoy it. Golly, y'all are quiet tonight.
It is Friday night after all.
Oh, let me go check on Fire Friday. Go on.
Welcome. You don't have to be afraid. You can put your name down there. You don't have to put anonymous.
What's good, everybody? Couple people coming in. Good evening to you.
Anyone is here actually talking? Hi, Scuttle. Scuttle, how are you? Effie Badman. Hello, Mygon. Oh, hello.
You guys talking?
D-Town, how are you, bro?
I'm good. I'm playing video games, chilling.
Oh, your voice is great, bro.
If there is anybody listening right now, it's 1:58 on the East Coast, and it's partly cloudy here, so I was able to look up in the sky and see a satellite transversing across the sky, and just made me, just appreciate that they're lying about space and the Earth is flat, because if the satellite was actually where they say it is, orbiting the spherical Earth, then I wouldn't be able to see them like that. It'd be too far away. So that's pretty awesome.
Hello.
Bro, guys, do you think our art is really flat?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Wild Bill.
So, tell me, why do you think art is flat? I think that it is spherical in shape.
I think it's flat because of how flat it is.
No, I think it's a spherical shape because I have seen photos from International Space Station, and it
How do you
seems
know? How do you know that's where they were from?
because there's literally a NASA live of International Space Station on
How do
YouTube.
you know that? How do you know that's what it is?
Because it is.
Well, that's not very good. That's just telling me it is because it is. I did the same to you with flat, I guess.
Bro, let
It's flat
me
because of
tell
how
you
flat it is.
every
But how do
every
you know? How do you know that? How do you know it's what they say it is?
I will tell you. I will tell you because looking around, everything I see, it seems to be working with the idea that art is spherical in shape. For example,
Really?
the physics and the satellite, and when I see the stars at night, it seems that our art is flat, and you can see our art is not flat. You can see the sun coming out at in the morning, and it's spherical
Really?
in shape.
So you think the sun is moving?
The sun is moving. It's a spherical in shape, and likewise, art is also spherical in shape. So that's what I
So
think.
you think the sun's the thing moving, not the Earth?
No, the sun is not moving. The art is circling around the sun.
But you just described it as moving. You said it's coming up.
It's yeah, it's relative to us. It seems that it's moving around us,
Well, how do you
but
know that? How do you know that?
because I study physics, and physics is applied
That's not an
for
answer. That's not an answer.
because the laws of physics teach me.
That's not an answer. Tell
It's
me
an
about
answer.
these. Tell me how. Tell me how it tells you that.
Just study Newton's gravitational law, bro. Then you'll
Yeah,
understand.
that's still not an answer. Like, tell me how that lets you know that the sun is the thing that's not moving and the Earth is, when you clearly observe the sun moving.
Yeah, relative to us, it's moving around us. But when you see as a third person, when you are not in the sun as well as you are
Who
not
did
in,
that? Who did that?
nobody does that before. But it's how the physics.
Okay, so it's not observed, right? So science starts with observation. So nobody's
Then
observed
why?
that.
Okay. Then why are you using a smartphone, aeroplane, and all the things that physics provide, and you are not able to accept the fact that physics
What?
teaches us how art is.
How do those things operate? Like, how is it that those things only operate with
Yeah,
the
yeah.
Earth being
If you
a
want to
globe?
know, if you want to know how, then you should go to
Well,
the
you're
lab. And
telling me. You're the one telling me these things, right? You
I
should
don't
be
need
able to
to.
explain it.
I don't
You
need
should
to.
be able to
I
explain
don't.
it.
Yeah, yeah. I will explain to you, but you are. I think you don't get the point.
No, you've just said you use telephones and aeroplanes and physics. Like, okay, yeah, and
And I'm not saying that you when you see a train and then it seems the trees are moving backward. Relative to you, the trees are. It seems the trees are moving, but it's not how it works. Okay, it's likewise in the sun scenario. The sun is not moving. Our planet is moving. That's why it
okay,
seems
so
that. Yeah,
yeah,
that's how
all
it
right,
works.
yeah, but you know the train's moving. How do you know the Earth is moving?
I know the Earth is moving because it's moving.
That's circular. Do
How
you know
do
what
you
Ipsy Dixit means?
how do you know the train is moving? Prove me to me.
Because you get on it when it's not moving, and you feel it starting to, to
Okay.
accelerate.
Okay,
Yeah.
let me tell you something. Why why does when you see a ship in the sea, why it disappears instead of making smaller, becoming smaller and smaller when you use binocular to watch it? Why it disappears
But
in the horizon?
are you saying that ships don't get smaller and smaller?
It's getting smaller and smaller, but why it
Right.
disappears instead of
Because it gets too far away to see.
No. We have better instrument that can see it much farther than that, but still it disappears. It's out of
Yeah,
sight.
yeah. And then when we use instrumentation to help us see further than our eyes can see, we see that that thing is still there.
Prove me, bro. I want proof, not just. I don't think that you understand that. You don't have proof. You don't have proof that art is flat. If you give me proof, then I will believe, bro. But according to the world we're living in, it's all physics that makes the plane fly, and so I believe physics. So I don't need to see. I believe them. Whatever they say, I believe it.
Well, that's naive, isn't it? Just because they say science, you believe it, right? You don't test it to see if it is actually science or not. There's an example in the side chat. Zoomed
Let
out,
me.
can't see them. Zoomed
Yeah,
in, can see them.
it's not too far away. It's just one
That's not
example.
far. How far away does it have to be?
It has to be very far away, far enough to
How far?
make.
How far? How
How
far?
far? Have to go infinitely, and then you. It's supposed to not. It's supposed to.
Infinitely?
Yeah.
Do you know the claimed curvature rate? Do you know the claimed size of the Earth?
I do not. I do not know that.
No, it's claimed to be a sphere with a radius value of 3,959 miles, 6,371 kilometers, if you like metric. That would result in a curvature rate of around about 8 inches per mile squared, right? And a horizon distance of 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Now, is that ever measured? So if you're at 5 foot, it's about 6 foot observer height. It's about 3 miles distance to your alleged curvature, right? Where the horizon's going to be. Beyond that point, a ship will begin to become obstructed from view bottom up, right? Do we see? Is that what we see, or do we see further than that?
I don't understand what you are talking about. I'm not good at that, but what I see.
I know, yeah. You just believe the scientists, right? They just go on TV and say something and you believe it because they said they're a scientist.
No, why do you?
You declare. No, bro, listen, this is the thing. You declare all the maths and the physics checks out, right? But you haven't looked into it to see if it actually does or not.
It does. But I don't have to know every.
No, you're just saying it does. You don't know if it does or not. You're just saying it does. You're just saying it does because the scientists said so, right?
No, when you, for example, if you see something precise all the time, you're gonna believe it's precise the next time. It works like that. I don't have to know everything.
Yeah, just because I saw it on TV once and then I saw it again, so it must be true.
Bro, let me tell you something. Do you check every single thing that in order to believe something? At the end of the day, information comes from somewhere else.
Bro, you can believe whatever you want, right, without checking it. If you see a scientist on TV tell you a thing, right, and you choose to believe it just because the person is a scientist and they said so, you can go away and believe that all you like, right? But you can't say that you know that what that scientist said is true. You can't, because you haven't checked. You don't know.
Yeah. Let me tell you one thing, bro. What makes you think that Earth is flat?
Because we see in orders of magnitude further. We see much more of the surface than we would be allowed to if the Earth was a sphere. We observe the Earth to be flat. We measure it as flat. We use it as if it's flat.
Okay. Buy a soccer ball and then try to go down to the surface and watch. It seems flat to you. In our
Yeah,
perspective,
you could say that about the Earth, right? You could say that about the Earth if you had observed it you can observe the soccer ball. But you haven't, so
Yeah,
you
if
can't
you
say that that's analogous, because a flat thing looks flat too, right? So you're saying a big thing compared to a tiny thing, it's going to look flat, but so would a flat thing also look flat.
then why do we have a different time zone? Why do we have different sunrise? In Japan, it's already night, and here it's daytime. So if it's flat, then the
Because,
sun will. If it's flat, the sun should come out at the same time and set at the same time
well,
for all the people.
why?
Bro, let me tell you something, bro. Do this experiment, okay? In the table, just draw a circle and then try to mimic a sun with a torchlight, and it will the sun
Yeah,
the time
I
zone.
get a tiny little light above the table, and I shine it over one area, and it lights that area up, but not the rest of it. Next,
No, that doesn't. But that doesn't how it works.
why? How do you know?
And then explain to me how
You
all
just said
the
explain. I explained it. So go on.
explain
Yeah, what's
to
your next question?
yeah explain to me why everything seems to be working. The physics that you don't believe in, it's all working.
You
The science.
what physics? Tell me about the physics. Tell me.
Tell me the physics laws and
Yeah.
theories. Everything seems to be working
Tell
fine.
me. Tell me about it. Tell me how it works.
I don't know how it works, but I believe
Then you can't say it seems to work if you don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, bro, tell me how a steering wheel works in a car. Tell me the science.
Steering wheel. How does a
Yeah,
steering wheel work in a car?
yeah. You have to.
Yeah, it's got a shaft. It's got a shaft mechanism connected
No, no.
to an axle, right? And
Yeah.
when it turns the axle, which steers the tires in a certain direction. Bro, that is just that's like, haven't you built a go-kart before?
No, that's not enough. That's not enough. Your explanation is not enough to make a Formula One car. Your explanation is not enough to turn
Formula One car. It's gonna be
turn
the
the ball.
same principle, bro.
Yeah, apply that to the suns and the earth. It's the same. It works like that. You don't have to prove it. You just know it.
What? What are you talking about, bro? So what physics seems to check out?
Because there's a gravitational law.
What's that?
Newton's gravitational law. It says that two
Yeah, what is
mass attract each other. If you take two
it?
mass and it attracts each other. Yeah.
Yeah, how does it do that?
It attracts it there. So the best shape that a gravity system that is have enough gravitational pull will be spherical. So it proves that.
How do you know that?
How do I know? Because I can feel the gravitational pull.
You can feel it, so it must be turning things into spheres.
Yeah. Why? For example, when you make a tiny droplet in a lips or in a table, it will try to go to a spherical shape. It has a cohesive. I forgot the full name of the force, but it has some force,
That's
cohesive force, and
surface tension.
yeah. It attracts each other. Okay, and the best position,
Yeah,
the most
it's not gravity.
equilibrium. Yeah, it same as a gravity.
No, it's not gravity. That's not gravity. That's
It
intermolecular
same
forces.
gravity.
Listen, bro. What about a large body of water, like a bathtub? What's the surface? What can you describe the surface
Because
of the
I will tell
bathtub?
you, the surface tension it is a force, but the gravitational force is stronger, so it is destroyed. But in the case of the small bubbles, the surface tensions remains the same relative to the gravitational, but the mass is decreased lot by a lot, so the gravitational pull decreases in that system.
Do you have a bottle of water there, or a glass of water, or a drink?
Yeah, I have.
Can you describe the surface to me?
I don't know the surface, bro.
Is the surface of your drink flat?
I don't get your question, bro.
Yeah, your drink. If you've got a drink there, is the top of the drink, the surface, right? Is it flat?
No, it's yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's flat. Yeah. Right.
Yeah,
So
it is. It is flat.
what if we scale it up to bathtub size and we fill the bathtub up with water? Is the surface flat?
Is the surface flat? Yeah.
Yeah. What about in a pond? You know, go to the park and there's a pond.
Yeah, it is flat.
It's flat. What about a lake? Go to a lake. Is the surface flat?
Yeah, it is flat.
Yeah. What about the ocean?
But it depends on the where you are.
So, how come all these bodies of water have a flat surface if the Earth's a sphere?
No, no, no. You're wrong.
I'm wrong or you're wrong?
Have you seen the labs coming from Artemis? Artemis 2?
Yeah, they were a joke. There were so many mistakes and glitches and obvious fakery.
How do you know there is a glitch? Prove me.
Well, I'll show you
Yeah.
one.
Give
Post
me
you
the
one.
proof, bro. Give me the proof.
I'll show you this fakery.
Being curious about it, but I've never looked at
Find it. There we go. That one there. I think that's it.
Bro, where's the fake thing? It's just a loss of some signals, bro. It happens all the time, even on Earth. They are like far away from us, so of course they're gonna face some issues.
No, why does the Earth shift like that?
When you watch a football in from 2 dimensional, your eyes can only see 2 dimensional. It's gonna look like a circle. It's what happening with the Earth.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about that part. I'm talking about how it seems to tilt and shift. That would be catastrophic for the Earth if it actually did that in real life. Like if we were living on a globe in space and the globe moved like that, there'd be people dead everywhere.
No, we have a gravitational pull.
Look at what I posted again. Watch it. Watch what I posted. Watch what the Earth does.
What it does, tell me, bro. I cannot see it. To be honest, I cannot see what it does.
It's in the side chat. Why can't you see the side chat?
Yeah, I can see it, but I don't get the point where you think that is a fake. It's just on Earth.
Look what the Earth does. Look, you're seeing it. Watch. See it? Oh, I'm watching it. Yeah, nice and still. Oh, it just moved.
Oh, okay. This is what you're saying.
Yeah, the whole Earth just shifted, and then shifted back again.
Maybe because the spacecraft is moving, so it seems the Earth
No,
is
it doesn't.
moving. But
Nothing in the else in the field of view is affected. Just the Earth.
because everything around in the background it's all black, so you don't have any relative position to compare. And the spacecraft
Yeah,
is the observer, so the observer you cannot see an observer moving like you when you
spacecraft
see.
isn't going to shift like that, bro.
Of course, it's rotating all the time. Sometimes it's moving. It's moving in the space. It's
Yeah,
gonna move.
it's not gonna move like that.
The Earth is not gonna move like that. The spacecraft is moving. So I
No,
think you're
spacecraft
confused.
is not going to move like that either.
The Earth is not gonna move like that either.
Yeah, but exactly. That's how you know that's fake, right?
That's not fake. I believe.
You believe, yeah, you believe, but you got no knowledge of it. You don't know how that's been produced. You just saw it on TV or on the internet, and you went, "Good enough for me." Even people from the globe side are like looking at the Artemis footage and laughing, saying that's not real. That's pathetic. They were so hoping for better. It was a
No,
disappointment.
no, bro. I think you are wrong.
Yeah, I know you do.
Yeah,
Meanwhile,
yeah.
here on Earth, you're experiencing the surface of all the water being flat, like you described. So it can't be a ball.
It's because we are very small, so it seems flat. But if you go up and up, then the Earth will looks like it's in.
But you haven't done that. You just rely on other
Hey,
people's word. You rely on strangers' words and videos and pictures, right?
hey, bro. You are also relying on others people. Have you seen and go up?
No, I'm appealing to your own experience of water. You described it as flat. I'm appealing to your experience of water, which is also my experience of water. It's also the experience of everybody.
Yeah, I get your point, but just launch a rocket.
So
You,
what is better? What you saw on TV or the internet, or what you see in reality? What's
I
better?
believe
What's
the,
a better
I believe
gauge?
I believe the expert.
You believe the experts over your own experience
Yeah,
and
sometimes
everybody
you
else's shared experience.
sometimes you have to drop your arrogance. If you can think like them, you can build a rocket. Okay, they can do shit. They know
Right,
how
right.
they know how the worlds work. They can invent vaccine. They can do so much like submarine. They can build all this. It all follows the same rule. Like they study the Newton laws and all things. So I believe that because
Okay. Right.
they seem to
Sounds
be knowing.
religious.
Yeah, they seems to be knowing the world better than me.
Yeah, they seem to, because they sound smart, right?
No, no, they prove me. They prove by building laptops. They prove by building airplane. I cannot prove that. I can if I know them more than me. If I know more than them, I should be able to build what they are
But they
building.
didn't. They didn't invent airplanes. The Wright brothers were like school dropouts, bro. They just fixed bicycles for a living.
Yeah. They were engineers, not scientists. So, but they build it right. But you cannot. So whatever they say, there's
Yeah.
something
So
they know.
two bicycle mechanics got us in the air, but the scientists couldn't because they said it was impossible.
Yeah, and not everything is correct. But the art is very this thing about the spiritual. It's very all, and it's everybody except it's not a new theory or it's a very all everybody except. But when we were in the old times, everybody believes that art were flat. Art was flat.
No,
But
they didn't believe it. They experienced it.
everybody, yeah, they experience it. They experience it. That's true. That's true. But
Yeah,
in
it's
reality,
not a belief.
in yeah, that's not a belief. But in reality, that's not the case. The person who
No,
came
that
up,
is reality. That is the reality they're experiencing. That is in reality. In reality, you don't experience the globe. So that's the belief, right? That's the thing that doesn't exist in reality, the globe.
no, that's not how it works,
That's exactly how it works.
bro. Do you believe the height of the Mount Everest is exactly around 8 kilometers?
I don't know, probably. Maybe. It's pretty high.
You cannot say that if you think you cannot say that because you haven't measured it by
I know.
yourself. For your
That's right.
perspective,
Well,
for your perspective, you cannot say that this one is true and that. You cannot do that because for your the way of your thinking is you have to know like you have to measure and prove it yourself. You have to see it
that's right.
to know
Exactly.
about the world.
Yes.
But so if that's
That's
the case,
exactly right.
yeah, if that's the case, then you should apply to everything around your life. You cannot say that the Mount Everest is this. You cannot say that the surface area of your country is this because you don't know you have never measured it by yourself.
That's correct.
And I don't have any problem with you living like that, to be honest. But But
I don't have any
when
problem you believing in the globe either, but you just
yeah,
have a belief. You do. It's not knowledge.
but I have problem when you start to speak only for the earth and start to do other stuff that seems pretty similar. Uh, like when I say, do you believe the height of Mount Everest is 8 kilometers, and you say, yeah, I kind of believe it. No, you should say I don't believe it because you never
Why
measured
not?
it.
Why not? I admit when I have to believe something. When I don't have direct
Yeah,
knowledge of
I
something,
think
I
that
admit that I have a belief.
I
I got
think
no
that's
problem
a
with you believing in the globe, bro. You just have a belief. That's cool. That's all right. You can
yeah,
have your
yeah,
belief.
that's cool. That's cool, but I think you're a hypocrites, bro. You
Why?
on the earth, you say it's flat, and that's how you experience. But on other stuff like the height of the Mount Everest, you say even if you don't measure it, you say that you believe it. You have to measure it, bro. For that's how your life works.
Yeah, that's how it works. Like, okay, I experience the surface of water as flat. I can measure it. Yep, still flat. I use it to establish horizontal planes of reference. So I'm using it as flat. Now, I know that. Now that's knowledge. First-hand direct knowledge, right? When it comes to Mount Everest, I don't have direct knowledge about its height. I don't. I
So
have to rely on someone else's word of it. So
no. You cannot rely.
I don't think it's a stretch, right? That people have done some calculations, right, and used things like theodolites to measure its height, right?
No. For you, you have to
To
measure it.
calculate its height. No, I don't have to. I can choose to believe it. You can choose to believe whatever you want, and I can choose to believe what I want. And I choose to believe that
Yeah.
the height of Mount Everest is roughly about uh, what is it? Eight. Did you say 8 kilometers? Is that how high it is?
Yeah, 8 kilometers.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I can go with that. It's pretty high. It'd have to
So
be pretty
so
high like that. Yeah.
so when I say I believe the
Bro,
artist,
I have to believe it even exists. I've not seen it. I've only ever seen it on in pictures. I've never seen it with my own eyes.
bro, to be honest, that's goes same with the art being spherical in shape, bro. Just
No,
how
because that's beyond the natural experience of that's beyond the normal human experience, right? It's not abnormal for me to observe very high mountains, right? I can go to places. I've seen high mountains, so that's not beyond. It's not an extraordinary claim that there's this other high mountain somewhere else. Yeah, I can go with that. There's probably lots of very high mountains, K2 and all that. Big Ben. There's lots of high mountains, right? That's not unusual to experience those things, right?
yeah,
It's quite within the realm of the normal human experience.
but there's lots of unusual, but you have to know that there's lots of unusual things that exist. For example, nobody thought that we can fly in the air, but we're flying in the air right now. Like we have a fighter jet, everything.
Yeah,
So
I've been in the
it
air.
is
That's
yeah,
okay.
it's unusual stuff. Nobody will believe the smartphone will work. There's wireless. There's no connection between the smartphone and one smartphone. It's very unusual, but you have to accept that there's unusual things that are true.
Yeah, we understand those things. We operate with them. It's something that the average person now even has experience with. So that's not outside the normal human experience either.
Yeah, that thing that you accept, it works under the laws of physics, which is art is spherical instead. So you have to accept that too.
No. Phone communication doesn't work off a principle of the Earth being a globe. That's incorrect.
Okay, bro. I gotta go.
Okay. Talk to you next time.
See you, bro.
Suppose, but yeah. What's up? What's up, Hung Like Tic Tacs? How's everyone else doing too?
Pretty good. How are you?
Oh, good. Thanks, mate. Cheers, AJ. We're starting to enter the cold season. You won't get to experience that. It'll get down to like 20, for you. Oh no, you poor thing, having to like not wear a jumper still.
Yeah, I know it's actually getting quite nice at the moment. Especially at night, it's cooled down a little bit. But yeah, you're right. I'm not really going to experience winter.
Yeah, yeah. Like you guys up there, you can probably grow tomatoes all year round, right?
Don't know. I've never tried. Actually, I'm going to though. That was one of my plans. I got a good lemon tree and I got a lemonade. I've never had that actually. Lemonade tree, and you just squeeze them and drink them. It's like awesome.
Nice.
A couple of mangoes. So yeah, I need to do some more. But it's hard,
Oh
man.
man.
I don't know. By the time you finish work at the end of the week, and I got 2 acres to mow and whippersnip, that takes about fucking 6-8 hours, depending on how bad it is. Like the whole weekends are just taken up, and I want to go and party on the weekends.
Right.
Yeah, my priorities are all a bit backwards at the moment. Trying to party, binge drinking every weekend. I was just saying to my wife, I got to stop this. It's every Friday and Saturday night. I'm like, yes, let's go.
YOLO, right?
And we get looked after because the company we work for owns all these restaurants. So,
Oh, you get free tucker?
not free, but I get drinks and that, and yeah, we get a good discount.
Right. Nice. What about work expenses? You get a work expense allowance, like lunch and shit.
Nah, but I can get free shit for lunch and that. I was working last Friday and I had to fix a pasta cooker out the back. It's almost like a deep fryer. They'd pulled the drain off the bottom of it. So I said, I think it was 2:00. I said, it's 2:00. While I'm fixing the pasta cooker, I want cocktails. So I had 3 or 4 cocktails while I fixed their pasta cooker, but then I had to drive back to the office.
Yeah, I've actually like heard from people that like I know live up around Brisbane way, even like that, that far down or up, whatever, or north or south, whatever. That even there, right, like in summer, that they report that if they don't shade their tomatoes, they die. It gets that hot in their summer. Can't even grow tomatoes directly in the sun.
Yeah, probably the same up here as well. There's more the humidity up here than anything, to tell you the truth. The sun's not as hot, yeah, but it's very humid.
Right.
Like you go sit on the beach for a couple of hours here in the middle of summer and it's fucking hot, yeah. But you go sit on the beach for a couple of hours in Sydney or Melbourne in the middle of summer and you just get roasted by that sun.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, yep.
And the only problem with the humidity is it doesn't matter if you get in the shade, it's still the same temperature because it's just humid and hot. Yeah.
You're right. Yep. 38 in the shade. Yeah.
But it's been all right. It was hot over summer, but we had a couple of hot days, but it wasn't killer. Yeah, like it's the rest of the year is just going to be nice weather now. So 3 months of a bit of heat and humidity for the rest of the year being pretty cool that's not bad.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You'll have mild weather now into winter, and then like it. Yeah, like I don't know. What sort of low do you get up there in the winter? Do you know, or you haven't experienced it yet?
Yeah, overnight you'll still some nights get down to like around the 10, maybe the 6 would be the coldest. But that's
right.
Only a few nights here and there. And then the rest during the day it's like 26 every day.
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's good in winter. You can just, turn your fan on, open your windows in your bedroom and still lay under your blanket, but you're warm, but you're not cold, or like it's pretty comfortable having that nice fresh.
Yeah.
I don't swim in winter. A lot of people come up here from Melbourne and Sydney and swim in winter. They say it's beautiful weather for swimming, but I don't like cold water. So, but when I was down in New South Wales, I didn't swim much at all. But
yeah,
summer's like getting into a warm bath.
Right. Yeah, yeah. Have you done much fishing there?
No, my son goes all the time. I've been really slack, to tell you the truth. Hey, I haven't done really much at all except for work. I was like, when I first started working, I was working like 80 hours a week, and I'm back to about 50. But like I said, on the weekends, I've just been going out for dinner, going out and having drinks, going to the casino, like just hanging out with my wife. And other than that, I haven't been doing too much.
No worries. What's he catching? What's your son catching?
Oh, he's heaps of barramundi. He's caught quite a few barramundis. And then he generally goes shark fishing. So he's caught a couple of big sharks, and I'll send you a picture of it.
Wow. Did he eat them? He's cook it up or what?
Too big.
Too big, right.
Last one was on the news here. The news called him.
I think I do remember you posting a picture of, yeah, right.
Yeah, you got to watch the video. It's Aussie as hell. He's got his durry hanging out of his mouth while he's winding this big shark in.
Yeah, ocean fishing is fun, but depending where you go, it can be freaking dangerous. I tell you, I'd like to go in a boat one day and do that, like do a bit of deep sea. Yeah, that'd be fun one day.
Prior, because I lived here prior, like before we moved to New South Wales, and like before I had a 22-foot offshore boat. I had a little flat deck, fucking tabs 4.8 for up the creeks and that, and we'd go crabbing, we'd go out the reef, we'd do like weekend trips out the reef, all that stuff over to the islands. But yeah, I don't know, man. I'm just not feeling motivated for it. I'm just chilling out. A lot of work. And I've got a few mates that got boats say, "Oh,
Yeah,
come out the reef," and I'm like, "Fuck, do I really want to go? Really want to go and sit there in all that choppy water all night, fucking feeling sick? Not my boat. Can't go home when I want to. Like, yeah, nah, fuck it. I'll go."
Yeah.
I dropped
Big
a link.
trawling. Sorry, go on.
I dropped a link in the chat. Hey, watch that one. An Instagram link.
All right, no worries. Yeah, all right. But yeah, there's a big trawling industry up there, isn't there?
Yeah, there is. I did one trip on a trawler when I was a kid, man. That was fucking horrendous. That was terrible. And we got paid peanuts. We got promised all this money, me and me mate. We're
Oh,
only
really?
young.
They did. Yeah, because they say it's pretty good money for you to stick it out with them, like 3 months out or a couple of a few weeks out there.
Yeah, it was me mate's dad. He owned a trawler, and he's like, "Come on, boys, I'll pay you this much, this, that," and then we get back on shore, and he tells us to fuck off.
Dang. So you just kept it all, bastard.
Yeah, he was an ass. I should have known that was going to happen, but yeah, we're only young, man. So, and then we did scallops, yeah, and then we got back and we had to unload the freezers. It was a whole day with buckets unloading the freezers of scallops, and you're just laying in scallop juice. We're like we're down there getting these scallops out, and we're just talking about how much money we're going to have and what we're going to spend it on, and we're going to go and find girlfriends or whatever our plans were, and then we got told to fuck off. We had nothing. Had to walk home covered in scallop juice.
Bloody heck, that sounds awful. That would turn you off wanting to, pursue that as a career.
Oh no, it was just, man, it was rough, yeah. And you're just sick for like a week before you. Probably takes nearly a week to really get your sea legs where you're not feeling sick all the time and you're just sitting on the front fucking throwing up. It's just terrible.
Right.
And all the
Man,
hookers get on the boat. They drop them from boat to boat out at sea. One boat finishes with them, and then they drop them off at the next boat, and then the next boat. And
Oh
then
god.
Down.
Yeah, no, that's the beauty of a shark that he caught there. So he just catches them and lets them go.
Yeah, the sharks. Yeah, I'll see if I can find his barras.
Does he ever head up into the rivers and catch the barracudas?
No, when we were in Jindabyne, he used to do a lot of fly fishing. In the
Get your
like
spotted trout there.
Yeah, you get brown trout, rainbow trout, all that shit. So he'd do a bit of that, and he'd enter the like the fishing competitions and stuff there.
Nice. Just not allowed to do it in the winter, right?
No, man, you go down there and try and fish in streams and that in winter though, and it's just horrendous. Anyway, all your eyes on your fishing rod clog up with ice because your line freezes, and then you're winding ice back in.
Right.
He used to go down because we had a trout river that ran through our property, so he'd go all the time, regardless, and he'd be freezing down there like -7 or 8 or some bullshit, and he'd be down there, come fishing. I'm like, yeah, you're joking. Ain't happening.
Yeah. Too cold. Oh yeah, that area though, it's beautiful country, and just pristine waters in the rivers and the creeks, and abundant fish. It probably would be one of the most untouched areas, considering the urbanism that's taking place there. Still, all the natural areas are like really preserved well. Beautiful country.
Yeah. Yeah, national parks are still a bit of a pain in the butt though. They take a bit of a far, right?
Yeah, I lived down that way, and I could see Kosciuszko from where I was. Wasn't that far from? Yeah, it wasn't that far from Jindabyne.
Yep.
You could see Kosciuszko in the distance, but I wasn't even thinking of flat Earth then or anything like that. But yeah, I never went there. I was looking at imagery taken from top of Mount Kosciuszko today, and I was just like, oh man, why didn't I ever go there? I would have loved to have gone there and climbed it.
Yeah, I got photos on the top of Mount Kosciuszko.
Yeah, nice, man. That scene must be breathtaking when you actually are actually there.
Oh, yeah, it is 100%. But then some of the mountains we did in Canada, in Colorado, they were just insane. Yeah, like you're above the tree line. There's no oxygen. The trees are dead.
Wow.
And just see forever, man. It's fucking, yeah, on a good day. It's insane, the views.
Yeah, because their average elevation over there is way higher than ours, right?
Oh, yeah, just the town that we were staying in was higher than Mount Kosciuszko.
God dang, man.
And then the mountains
Wow,
are
I
on
can imagine being there.
like, yeah, or like from where we were, you could see like on the mountains where the trees stop. It's just a dead straight line around the top of the hill because the oxygen stops for them. Like a fucking bald dude with
Wow.
sides, you know what I mean? Just fucking
Yeah, he's got the hairline happening, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, receding hairline.
Yeah. When I first
Man, that's
came back,
amazing.
when we first got back to Australia, the first year back at Mount Kosciuszko up at Perisher and Thredbo, we were driving up and we were looking at it, and my wife saying to me, "Oh, this is a joke. This isn't even a mountain; it's a hill. We're going to a hill." And it does look like, especially Perisher, Mount Perisher, just which is some of their big black runs. It just looks like this little tiny hill.
Wow.
Driving through over there, like we did, we went out to Aspen as well. Went to X Games and all that, and that's almost like driving through a cartoon, yeah, like Roadrunner or something through those big cliffs and that through the roads cut through the big cliffs. Fucking insane.
Man, wow, I'd love to experience that.
Yeah, no, everything we
And
did was crazy.
yeah. And I'm scared of going up and down ranges like that, man. Like if there's like a sheer drop next to us, I'm freaking.
Oh, really? No.
If you want to go do it in between, then you can come over to the Blue Ridge Mountains in Western Virginia, and it's kind of like you would say, they're kind of hills, but they're pretty, and you don't have to look down more than like 4,000 feet at the highest.
Yeah, it was cool living down near the snowies. I mean, like winter came and it snowed, right? And I'd never experienced snow laying around, in the shade for like 2 weeks. It was like, I can't believe this. Yeah, I'd be driving to work and just seeing all this snow still piled up on the sides of the road where there was no sun. It was like, wow, I'd never experienced that before. And thick, deep snow too. So it was good enough to make snowmen and
Yeah.
mess around with it.
I put a couple of pictures in the chat for you. That's the main street of the town that Colorado we stayed in. That was I was going to buy a business in this main street actually, and we were looking at when we're trying to move over there.
Oh, that looks beautiful, man. That looks beautiful.
Yeah, it was crazy.
What a quaint setting.
Oh yeah, and just everything's old school. Like it's, I don't know. It's a lot of character. Yeah.
Yeah, you took those photos?
No, I just snapped some shots off of
Right.
Google. Yeah, but no, I got
Yes.
photos. They're all on my. They're all in my, what do you call it? Premiere Pro account that I need to renew.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's picturesque. Picturesque.
Yeah, it is.
Look how patriotic it is too with the American flag. I think there are a few different flags there.
Yeah, but they also their fire trucks are like the really old school. Like everything just looks like it's back in the 60s or something. They still got the old, like they're driving the fire truck and someone's cranking the siren with the handle.
What? That's amazing. That's
Yeah, but that
cool.
even happens around Denver and stuff as well. It's funny as hell. But yeah, that's just that the town there is 9,000 feet above sea level, or 2,752 meters.
That's like nearly triple what I'm at now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like 1,030 meters.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's wow.
Mount Kosciuszko is 2,200, and this is 2,700. So it's higher than Mount Kosciuszko, where the town is. I wonder what the top of Breckenridge is.
So you should be able to climb one of them mountains and see Mount Kosciuszko, flat earther, right?
Yeah, yeah. I'm just looking what the highest lifted point is over there, which is Breckenridge. So the highest ski lift is 12,840 above sea level. So it's nearly 4,000 meters, which is peak 8,
Oh,
Breckenridge.
that's amazing. Yeah.
And then you go higher than that again on like the Snowcats. And it's, yeah, as I said, looking out those mountains, it's crazy.
Could you feel the difference in the air, like the pressure, like breathing, like was it different?
Oh, yeah.
'Cause you,
Yeah, 100%, man. So you go to Denver, you should go to Denver for a few days or a week first to try and acclimatize a bit to the elevation.
Right.
I didn't have any problem in Denver. But like we were on a second story unit, so we had one staircase to go up, and you get to the top of the staircase with your groceries and you like have to stop and you're buckled trying to get your breath like you've just run 5Ks or something.
Wow.
And they sell cans of oxygen in the supermarkets and at all the like service stations and all that. So when the kids were going backcountry and training up high in the snow, they'd take the cans of oxygen with them. So they'd hike and then they'd sit at the top and get their oxygen and then they'd go again.
Right.
And like minus 30 sort of range temperature.
Minus 30
Celsius.
Not Celsius. Jeez, really?
Yeah, man.
Minus 30 Celsius.
Yeah.
I complain when it gets to minus 2, man.
When you're skiing, though, you got to cover everything up on those cold days, or you'll get like frostbite on your nose. And
And looking at those pictures like that you posted there, those mountains look like pyramids.
yeah, they're only small in the background too. Like you drive sort of through the roads at the base of those mountains, and you drive through all these mountains to get to the ski resorts, and then like that have big avalanches on the roads. Like that whole one of the roads off, you go to the end of that main street and turn left, and that'll go to a place called Copper Mountain. And yeah, one day just behind us, big avalanche took out all these cars on the highway.
Bloody heck! What?
When you go to the ski resorts early, so they open up early, like the actual lifts and stuff. But then before they can open the backcountry, they go out with helicopters and they throw fucking dynamite or bombs of some sort out of the helicopters, and they blow up all the top of the mountain and create all these avalanches. And then they open up the backcountry so you can go and snowboard or ski or whatever. But it's pretty cool too, standing up on the mountain and like you're fairly close and just watching them drop that shit out of the helicopters and blowing up the mountains.
Wow.
I loved it there. I was moving there. I loved it there. It was great. Really good community. Really like outdoor community as well, especially in summer, well, in winter because of the skiing and that. But it was just not about an hour out of Denver. So yeah, it was a great place.
Yeah, they were pretty welcoming. Not too, like.
Man, it was awesome. Like the most welcome I've ever felt, apart from maybe Hawaii. Hawaii is very welcoming. Like everywhere you go, every shop, every doorway, someone's saying aloha to you. But no, very good, really welcoming, really good people, like really good community. When I was looking at buying a house there, we found it works a little bit different over there to here. Like any real estate agent can sell any house that's listed, and they have a key box. So you just find a good agent and they can take you to any listing and sell it. So we had a really good agent, went out to dinner with the husband and like with her and her husband, and met her family. Like just everyone was really good, man. I don't have a bad thing to say about even Denver. Everyone was really helpful, really good. Yeah, nothing bad I could say. In the town of 2000, they got 3 weed shops within walking distance.
Where's that?
In Colorado, in that town I was in, Frisco.
Holy shit, really? Free.
There's tumbleweed. There was what were the other ones now? I can't even remember. But there was 3 in the one town. And then the next town over is only 20 minutes away, and there's another one. And then there's one on the highway as you drive it. Denver. Like, there's one at Red Rocks as you come out of Denver, and then halfway up the mountain. I forget the names, man, but you're halfway up, and then there's another one. So you can stop and grab a joint on the way out of Denver and smoke it up the hill.
Wow.
But everywhere was different. I blew out the first time I walked into one of those weed shops there in Denver. It's like a mobile phone store. They've just got all these counters, and every counter's got like, I don't know, all these jars on it that are on one of those strings like you see the mobile phones in the shop. And you can pop the top, smell it. And there's an iPad behind it that tells you what it is, what strain, what it does, blah, blah, blah. And it's just benches of it all lined up, and you just go through and browse it and sniff it and read the iPad, and then you just go to the counter and say, yeah, I'll have a quarter of that and half of that and whatever, and you can buy an ounce a day, yeah? But then you go to LA.
Wow.
And when you go to LA, you walk into like a solid brick room with nothing in there. There's a menu stuck to the wall, bulletproof glass. You make your order, and this big steel drum spins around, and it comes out through the solid brick wall.
What the heck? They're like protecting that shit.
Hey?
They're like protecting that shit, you know? Yeah.
They must get robbed there. Must have been a bad area I was in or something. But yeah, completely different scenario. One's like a Telstra shop, and one's like a prison.
No try before you buy.
No, man, but they had like crazy, like Easter specials, like $40 ounces and all this sort of stuff.
Oh yeah.
You can buy like packets of 10 joints, like a packet of cigarettes. You can get oil. You can get like everything, man. It's crazy, yeah. Like coming from Australia and then going there, you're like, fuck, like, yeah.
But what are they like? Like, so after you purchase, what's like their laws on like consumption, you know, and like in public and driving and that sort of thing? Like, they're still pretty strict, or what?
No, I think, well, the rules were that you were supposed to be at home, and you can't, like, if you're in Vegas, there's shops there, but like the casinos and hotels don't want you to take it into the rooms and all that sort of stuff. Like, they see you coming in with a bag from there, they'll pull you up. But I just smoked out on the street, man. Just walked around, like, no one said nothing to me. Or if I was at a hotel, we'd go for a walk outside, you know what I mean? But like, there was no dramas, that's for sure.
They're not gonna like bust your chops as long as you're not like bothering somebody else with it, in all honesty. Like, that's what they care about more than anything. Just keep it to yourself and like keep the peace, and they're cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, and I didn't go waving the bag around from the Reef Weed store in Vegas when I was going to my hotel. I just stick it in another shopping bag, and I just go up to my room and roll one, and then go for a walk in one of the back streets where there's no one there, and just or out the back car park or whatever. Like, yeah. But just going there and being able to buy it and see it like it legal compared to Australia, like and the shit that we go through over here, it was just a bit of an eye opener. You know what I mean?
I do, man, because I'm in a legal state now, but I got busted, I guess it was 20 years ago now, for possession. And all I had was an old broken dugout that somebody left in my car. It wasn't even mine, but the cops pulled me over. They smelled weed, which allowed them to, search my car at the time. And I was like, I don't give a shit. And then he found out. I was like, the fuck is that in there? It didn't even have any weed in it. It just had resin from being smoked in it. And that guy made a possession charge, and I had to do all kinds of dumb shit and drug tests and like a seminar type therapy about being a drug offender, and it cost me a shitload of money, and it was all
You're
going through all
rehabilitated
that,
now, though,
and
so that's
like
good, right?
now I'm glad you're rehabilitated. Yeah, I haven't. It's been a long time since I haven't had marijuana system and for an entire day. Like I just but I like it that way. I'm not like I don't smoke all day and blast it. I do smoke every day for at least a little bit. But like I don't know, like I'm glad things are better now. Like I don't sit here and bitch about it. I had to go through all that, and it's just silly in the end for like somebody to have to go through that anywhere for that. It's just it's it's just so it's honest to God the most harmless thing you can do. Is doing something that feels good as far as like imbibing.
Yes, I will say when I was in Colorado, I partook quite a bit. Oh well, when in Rome.
Yeah, it's a good time, man. Like I said, I don't I smoke every day, but it's like I'll come home after I bust a mass for like 10, 11 hours all day. I come home and I used to like drink beers, but it fucks you up. And so I cut that out completely. I just smoke every day and I don't know. I get to relax and stuff and not have my body be fucked up and it's a lot less expensive. I grow mine in a tent in my closet, a little small tent.
So over there, it's different to like here, isn't it? Like with income, you have high income tax but low. Well, going back a bit, we're all experiencing an economical crisis at the moment. But like, so isn't it in the States? You've got high income tax, low, lower food costs, lower
Yeah.
rents, that sort of thing.
It depends on the state you live in because we were looking to move to Colorado and the tax rates were like under half of what I'd be paying in Australia in Colorado. But then what happens
That's
is,
very true. You also have the local taxes too.
yeah. So if you added all that up, it was probably still under half of what we pay in Australia. It was something like 12 or 15% maybe in total. And running a business because your business was paying tax and you weren't taxed on your wage because the business was taxed, whereas Australia, you pay tax on both. So it does depend on the state you're in, though. But yeah, it was pretty good there. But yes, cost of living's low. Like, man, I was bad. I was going down like to the shop. There's a place called Come and Go. I don't know. Some Americans might know it, but they was selling like you go down there and get like a hot dog and a liter of post mix for like $1.90. It was 90 cents for the drink and $1 for the hot dog, or vice versa, man. I go out for a really nice meal with the whole family and tip, and it'd probably cost me 80, 90 bucks American. Like, I couldn't even take all my kids to McDonald's for that in Australia. So, no, it was much better that way. I don't know
To
about
be
now, though.
fair, your burgers don't have humans in them, as far as we know.
Like
Yeah,
They
they're
put it,
definitely worth more money
a kangaroo or something.
for not having anything but babies like ours do. That'd be really anything's better than that.
but if I got 4 kids, so if the 6 of us go to McDonald's here, it costs me 80 bucks, 100 bucks when they're all nearly adults.
Yeah. Especially if they want to make their own burger.
Yeah. Well, I could go to a restaurant there for that and get drinks and tip someone. Like, it was, yeah, that was good.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Like even the fastest of fast food is super expensive. Like I mean, now you say the combos, you get a combo at any fast food restaurant, you're paying like $15 to $17, and then you got to pay tax. It ends up being like $18 for just fries, a drink, and a entree.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, I mean, even my wife and son and I going out, it's $60. If we want to sit here and DoorDash instead of going out to get it, then it's like $80 for 3 of us. It's gotten
Jesus.
prohibitively expensive to
That's
a
gone up a
terrible
bit.
point.
But it was at 2017 I was last there. So, yeah, it's probably changed drastically.
It only feels like yesterday that Macca's had the dollar menu, man.
Yeah, I know. Or you could go out on a Thursday night and get dollar drinks at the nightclubs.
Right? Happy hours and shit like that, yeah. Like now
Yeah,
it's
they're
like
like,
happy hour, $8 a schooner. It's like, what? Are you kidding me? What?
Gas was $1.
that or mine's $3.20 right now.
That's a lower gauge right now.
No, he means for 1 liter.
Yeah, that's 1
That's a
liter,
liter,
bro.
yeah.
Not 4 liters.
Fuck, never mind. Fuck. I'm thinking in my way. I'm thinking like a Glober over here, like he's gallons, this guy obviously he's talking about a gallon because it's gallons. My bad. But do you have a lot better public transportation?
Not where
It
I
used
am.
to be. Used to
Yeah,
be good.
and not in the town that I live in, no. And I live out of town as well. I'm about 20 minutes out of town, 30 minutes out of town. So
Government screwed
Yeah.
us over, man. Privatized everything, sold out, like to all the utilities, right? It's all this contracted out or sold to private companies, national corps, and all that, international corporations.
I
Did you
think that
see?
at least half of our electricity grid, I think, is owned by China. Yeah, if I'm not wrong.
Probably.
Do you know they've been hosing us on oil this whole time though? Have you seen the new stuff coming out about the turbines on that run our fucking jets in the air? They barely use any fuel at all.
I have seen that, and I have seen the images of the tanks and the literage and all that sort of stuff. But I actually was gonna. I haven't done it. I sort of started, but I haven't got to the end of it. I was going to try and find out the wing dimensions of, say, like an Airbus A380 or something like that, and what they claim they use in fuel. If you have the wing dimensions, you should be able to work out how many liters you could fit within those wings with the dimensions, because I haven't seen anyone do that. I've seen people show pictures of tanks next to planes and trucks next to planes saying, this is how many liters and how does that fit in this. So I suppose that'd be the next step, yeah.
You're assuming those wings are hollow.
Well,
Well,
see, that's actually what the girl Stacy at Flat Earth Davis was talking to. She talks to ChatGPT and gets it to take off its censorship, and she asked it if the wings hold as much fuel as they're saying, and the bot was like, "No, there's all kind. It's just what you said. He said there's all sorts of structural issues on the insides of the wings. The wings themselves do not hold enough volume for that. That much fuel in the wings would cause a major imbalance that would tear the wings off. If you just tried to make a bank, it would be sloshing around in there when you turned at such force that it would literally either break the paint or throw it off course all the time." Um, it doesn't make any sense at all. That's what the bot was saying. Like it's that amount of fuel in the wings doesn't happen. And then it went through the turbine, how it works, how it fires up. The gas is used to spin the turbine, and it uses electromagnetic propulsion and a vortex technology to use the energy in the air propelled through it to drive the plane. That's what the Chat GPT told her. So that's just
Yeah,
saying.
I won't say I'm in disagreement as such, but I want to look into it myself, because I know even my own Chat GPT, I use a paid version for work as well, because I've got to service all this different fucking crap like fridges and air cons and all that. So I find it easier with that. I can just take a screenshot of the model number and it tells me what all the codes mean and et cetera, without having to go through a manual. But I know with like my flat earth stuff or Bible stuff, etc. now when I ask it questions, it's remembered what I've told it. And sometimes it will say, well, you believe this as per our previous discussions. However, this is what this says. Or sometimes it'll just give my belief on it. Yeah, it doesn't even give me that sort of option. So I think that it's not 100% reliable when you're feeding it the information all the time and it starts to answer the way that it knows you want it to answer. That makes sense?
Yeah, it's just giving you
Yeah, I
your
know what
answer
you mean.
just to
I've heard
keep the
about that. Yeah.
conversation going.
Yeah, it'll take what we've been talking about, which is she explains how it doesn't do that, and she doesn't coach it, and she didn't even ask it that question ever before. Stuff like that. I'm just saying, go say definitely go look into it. Do like we do here, man. Don't believe anything I say. I say this is going on. Go look for yourself, man. That's the
No,
fun
I've been
part, is
here
going
for
to
a
find
while.
out and researching it and being like, hey, what's up?
Yeah, well, I've been seeing this for a while, and like I said, I started sort of doing some Googling on these wings the other night, and every time you ask for wing dimensions, it gives you the overall wingspan of the plane, but it doesn't give you the actual individual wing dimensions. I couldn't find it, just the span of both wings. Then it also doesn't give you a thickness of the wing, and obviously the wing's an odd shape too. It's not just square or whatever, but
Right.
even if you were to get the surface area, it'll give you the surface area of the entire wingspan. It'll give you the entire wingspan, but nowhere can I find a thickness of the wing. So that was where I gave up the other night, and I haven't had a chance to
Right.
look again. But yeah,
Yeah, because I mean, if
Like
you
the
ever looked at a cross
thickness of
section
the
of wing, you got
material, you mean?
no, the depth of the wing. So what would be
The
the
depth.
height of the hollow void inside? Would it be half a foot? So then, if you had the individual wing dimension with the depth, and you could work out the overall surface area, you could then work out, or if you had the surface area,
Get a rough volume.
you could get a rough volume, yeah. But nowhere in any of the dimensions or drawings that I was looking at for all these planes could I actually find that depth of the wing.
And plus, you gotta think like the AI was saying. There's gotta, and, you know, because you've seen the cross section of wing just by through looking at planes through history. You got the big brackets in there. You got hydraulics. You got wiring. Any other
Oh,
brackets and stuff that are all structural issues.
even
Especially
if
if there's, you know,
in there, they'd have to
there's
have massive baffles in there, like you're saying. Otherwise, it's going
yeah.
to slot down. There'd have to be a shit ton of baffles. But I was just saying, if it's even possible, you know, just forget all that stuff. I just wanted to see whether it was even possible or even close to fitting in that size or that dimension of.
That's what we
Yeah.
do.
Hey,
That's
check
what
it
we
out,
do here,
AJ.
though. We go measure shit.
Check it out. I just chucked into DeepSeek. Do you know the volume of the wings on a Boeing 747? And it found 24 web pages. And out of that, that's a great question. The volume of the wing isn't a standard published specification. It is a complex shape. However, the practical way to answer this by looking at its fuel capacity. So they're just going off inferred numbers. So the total internal volume of both wings on a 747 is roughly 110 tons of jet fuel. To put that in perspective, let's look at the numbers. Boeing 747-100, 183,380 litres, or in gallons, 48,445 gallons. So these are the claimed numbers of fuel that are getting tipped into them. 747-200,
Can't they just say to
52,000.
you, this is the surface area of one wing and this is the depth, and then we could just work it out ourselves?
Yeah, well, I was just after the volume of it, and yeah, not given numbers. So if it was legit, they'd just throw the numbers out there and go, "Yep, these are the baffles that are in the wings. This is how much they hold. Be on your way. See yous."
Yeah, I mean, trade secrets, right? It wouldn't surprise me, like if they lie, right? These huge ass multi-billion-dollar companies lie about exactly how much stuff costs them, right? In order to be able to justify why you pay as much as you do, right?
Oh yeah. Imagine that if we found out tomorrow that those planes are only burning, say, Sydney to LAX, they're only dropping, say, 1,000 litres of fuel in them instead of what was that number again? 183,380 litres. All of a sudden, their excuse of, Mr. AJ, your ticket costs $15,000 because fuel is this bullshit expensive. That would that'd be a shitstorm.
And to be honest, I have flown overseas many times and around the different places, and I've never really seen them put any more than 1,000 litres in a fucking plane wing. When you're sitting there and they're fueling up before you go, or you're watching them through the window, you got a little fuel truck roll up, give them some fuel, and off they
Which
go.
holds 15,000 litres.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the interesting bit. If they're pumping 100,000 litres in there, there would be a lineup of those little fuel trucks, each one of them taking 10 minutes to fuel up.
Dude did the math. It actually would take a lot longer than that. They said if they were actually filling the fuel at the supposed rate, filling that entire plane, it would at a rate that would not break the insides of the plane. Using it filling an Olympic swimming pool for reference in math and size and volume, it would take them like 4 days to fill the wings of that plane with as much fuel as they're saying. And they go out there for 10 minutes, and yes, every single time it's like a 10,000 gallon fuel truck that rolls out there and is like, and then they sit there for like 15 minutes and then they leave.
What about looking at it the other way? Hang on a second. What would be the dry weight of the? Wonder if you can find matrix, the dry weight of the plane, like unloaded weight, and then the weight of the plane fully loaded with fuel.
Yeah. I'll have a look. But fully loaded with fuel, it'll also be fully loaded with bags and shit too.
Yeah, so you could, I suppose, you could have a look at how many passengers are on there, come up with an average weight of passengers and an average weight of baggage at what, 20 kilos a bag or something like that. It wouldn't be exact, but it'd be close.
Considering how deep statistics is, getting those stats maybe out there already, like they, you never know.
What'd you say? What was the capacity? 24,000 litres.
Litres for a 747-100, 183,380.
How many tons is that in the wing?
That's both wings, so you're looking at 90,000. So, 90 ton each side. Yeah, enough said. Right, good. So I just asked it. So, what is the dry versus wet weight of a Boeing 747? Here we go. Dry weights. The dry and wet weight of a Boeing 747 are not a single number, but a family of figures that change significantly as the aircraft evolves. Simply put, the dry weight is the empty aircraft weight, while the wet weight is the maximum potential heft at takeoff. So, dry weight of a 747-100 is 162,000 kilograms versus 357,000 pound versus a wet weight of 333,390 kilograms, which is 735,000 pounds. So she can nearly carry her own weight.
Dang.
How many passengers go on one of them? Each with a 15 kilo bag?
What, like 300 or something? Or is it more than that? What is the capacity?
It's somewhere around 300. I mean, it's somewhere around there.
But it lists all the Boeings.
Go
100,
300.
200, 300, 400, 800, or 8.
300 times 20 for the carry-on. So we've got to include the carry-on. So at least 20 kilos of weight. Average everyone out at 80 kilos. How much is left for fuel?
How many peeps we got?
What's it say?
Hold on, I missed that. I was doing other stuff at the same time.
When calculating the average weight of the person, you should probably use a country that's not America, just to go ahead and give it to them. Give them an advantage. Give them that little bit of refraction.
Oh, shit. That's funny. So 80 kilos a person. How much weight you giving them?
I'll give them 20 kilos each. I suppose
So
carry on 15 kilos in a bag or something.
Yep, so 100 kilos per person, including the human. How many seats?
Oh, what did it say? What did you say? 300. Let me have a look. See if I can look it up. What is it? A Boeing what?
Well, I've just typed in Boeing 747. So whether you want to go the Boeing 747-100.
Oh, whichever one we were looking at the weight of.
Oh, that was the first one I read out was the 747-100.
Says Boeing 366 passengers.
Times 366.
That's on a good
36.
flight. You could have anything up to 400 to 550 on a tight flight. So 366 is when you got 3-class configuration. But if it's all just a 2-class or single class, it's up to 550 passengers.
You know what, dude? I think you know what you might want to just try giving it to them that too.
Give them the 400. Go to the middle range.
So
Yeah.
40,000. So 40 ton worth of man meat. Awesome.
So now what do we got
all
left?
the checked baggage.
Yeah, we added 20 kilos for that.
Oh yeah, nice.
So we gave it 100 kilos per passenger. We'll be nice to them. So the passenger plus at 80 kilos plus 20 kilos of baggage.
So you've still got 293, 390.
And what would the fuel weigh?
So let's go minus 162. 1, 2, 3 equals. So at the moment, fuel wise, 131, 390.
So it's still within.
And when we scroll back to the top, fuel capacity, they're saying 183, 380. So depending on what flight they'd be, how far they're flying.
I suppose that'd be the other claim that they don't always fill the tanks either.
Correct.
So what was I'm sure there was room for fuel. Yeah, there was an extra ton left over, wasn't there?
Well,
no, it's more than that.
The other way around.
Other way around.
Fuel capacity, they're saying they've got 183,380 that they can fill in it, and I've got 131 tons of available space.
And they need 180 for the fuel.
Correct. And that was based on the 400 load, so.
The 550 would be even worse.
Correct. But in saying that, that's probably how they get around their little number shift is by, oh, this is a long range flight, so we've got to fuel it up. Therefore, less weight to put on there. So that's probably where they break it down into their tiers and go, oh, look, we've got more first class guys. That's how we knock our weights down because these suckers want to pay more. I mean, they want to be more comfortable.
The maths still don't math, so.
Yeah.
$80 out. if I can find the dimensions D-Town eventually, I'll let you know how I go.
Yeah, dude, it'd be a fun result to let me know for sure. Because it's cool though, because like a lot of things like you said we don't critically look into, that we've been like we're looking at things, everybody not just us, but like everybody is looking at things like more critically and like analyzing them, because everybody's like everything is bullshit, instead of everybody is looking at everything and calling it into question, and they're finding so many things that are like complete bullshit, and that's good because they're gaining a sense, and that's a good thing because like you just guys did that. Well, that doesn't make sense to me, and so you go and do the math like you guys just did, and sure enough it doesn't fit at all, and you guys are playing like in the median area, the middle of everything. The far numbers go, they could go higher like you said, but the median even doesn't work. So doesn't fucking make sense. So it's nice to have the senses pay off, and it's good to see people doing that.
Where it comes good, especially for other people that aren't interested in different subjects, is people seem to go in bursts when they're looking stuff up. So they won't just look one thing up, they'll be like, oh shit, while I'm looking that up, I might as well find out about something else. So hopefully, some other annoying little subject that we keep telling people to go and check out for themselves.
Did anyone see the critique from Mick Toon of QE's book?
Well, it doesn't really help that I haven't read QE's book, but I haven't listened to McToon either, and I'm not really going out of my way to. But yeah, I think I'd rather read the book for myself.
Yeah, no, it was in another server, and
Q up
Toon
server, yeah.
McToon jumped in there, and I don't know. I seen it. It popped up on YouTube for me for some reason. No, I know why. I was looking in the chat here, and it popped up. So I jumped over and had a look. So did anyone purchase the book?
Not yet.
Nope.
Yeah, 20 was over there having a listen, and that's what I jumped onto YouTube, and I did it in bursts. I jumped on, listened for about 5 minutes. It's like, yeah, I can't do this. Wait about 10 minutes, jump back on, listen for 5 minutes. Yeah, I can't do this. And I did that about 3 or 4 times. And that's what I sent a message to 20. How are you still in there? And he goes, no, come in. It's not too bad. And it's like, bro, I'd rather do unsavory things to a cheese grater than go and listen to that shit full on.
I stopped listening live because I just couldn't do it anymore, and I rewatched it today, and I could just skip through and fast forward little bits and pieces and get through it quicker.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to buy it. I'll give it a read, see what it says. It's going to be interesting. Afternoon, Professor Triangle.
Yeah. Okay. So I can actually post now. Finally, I'm going to share some images in the side chat of a wind tracking site that I got their fucking Photoshop ass bullshit to break.
I think you're posting in the wrong chat, unless I'm looking in the wrong chat. I know, I got it. Sorry.
Yeah, so I was I just uploaded them. I'm on an old ass iPhone and I was on LTE because I don't use 5G because I know I shouldn't. And so I was looking at seeing a couple of guys do the whole thing where they went on those wind tracker sites to like the North Pole and they saw the wind like whipping around something at the North Pole that was so tall that it was actually hitting the tracker, while even huge mountains like the Himalayas don't do that. And I looked up on the globe when I saw it. I was, dude, it was like a wind distortion up there, even though the wind was originating from there in some points. It was crazy. And so then I went to another site to verify it wasn't just like a one site thing. I came to this and it was a flat one, but I still started to scroll and then I saw that anomaly when because it wasn't loading the graphics. And then it swallowed it up and then I moved around a little more and got a break. And I did that 2 nights in a row. I got some pretty interesting images. Yeah, I love the little cosmology of that area. And it's nice to see like some actual, even if it's just data, those are not, they're not showing us that, they don't want to show us that data. And they tried to hide it. I just got their little screen break there. So it lends some credence to the, that same stuff you were showing in the chat that I'll have to watch that, dude. Um, it lends some credence to what we've heard about being up there. So it's really interesting stuff. You know the crazy thing? You see the first 2 pictures, you see all that spiky stuff on the right? Am I there? Am I here? Did I just rejoin? Am I there?
Yeah, we're still listening. Don't stress.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear
Okay.
you. Yeah. What do
But
you
I
got
think
for
the
us?
stuff on the first 2 pictures, I think the stuff on the right, from what I know about what I've read about, now everything's fucking up.
So, what am I looking at? Oh, I'll definitely be watching that one, DJ. But what are we looking at here? What you've posted, D-Town?
Well, damn app froze. But yeah, okay, so in the first 2 pictures, um in the first 2 pictures, all that spiky stuff on the right of the whirlpool, I think, is a tree. That's what I think it is. Because in the first picture, it's 9:49, and there's like it looks like there's snowed on, which would make sense if it's one of these big ass trees that they're tall enough to be covered in snow all the time. Um, but to see they're all the same shape in the first two pictures, you see all the same shapes of the branch, like what I call branches and stuff, whatever you call it. Look at the shapes; they're all very similar in both pictures, except in the top one. The first one looks like they're kind of going up. They're up, like they're being blown up. And in the bottom, the second picture, the whirlpool has changed to being vertical instead of horizontal, and all of these same things look like they're being pulled down, like they're going down. And if you know, like the mythology up there is that those big whirlpools control the tides, and they suck in. That's low tide, and 6 hours later they blow out, and it's high tide. And the history written by all those guys who explored back then said that it literally blew like massive amounts of air out. It would like blow ships out of them and shit like that. So it would make sense if there was a big ass tree near it, the branches would be getting sucked down and blown up by those forces. And because the tree's so damn tall, it looks that way because it's those branches on the right are up close to whatever they're using to get the data up there, which is most likely some kind of satellite on a weather balloon. So that's what I'm thinking it is. The placement might not even be really correct because, of course, those flat maps are distorted anyway. But that data is there. And that one picture, did I show it? Yeah, the last picture is what it looked like when without the graphics breaking. That's what it looked like normally, or what they wanted it to look like. I just broke the graphics 2 nights in a row. Yeah, well, it's just interesting because there's no empirical evidence. No, but we've been told what's up there in the past, and this looks like what we've been told. So, make that make sense. Yeah, I'm super sus about myself. Damn super sus.
DJ, I just chucked 8 photos in. Your server, that is.
Awesome. I'll check them out.
And for anyone that's got access to DJ's server, which is like everybody, if you do go to the photography section and you just want to print my photos out, please go and do it. I'm not one of these greedy people that hoards them or puts prints and shit across them so others can't steal them. They're great shots. Go on, if you just want to use them for backdrops on your computer screens, or if you think they're worthy enough of printing out and putting up on your wall, please go for it. That'd be like just awesome. Especially if you just turn around and come back and say to me, hey, I did, and this looks freaking spectacular. Because I have printed a couple out and they are pretty tidy of my first ones. I'm pretty sure you don't want to see them with Matrix was here across them anyways, like other artists do. The river ones you can see there, DJ, I will be going back and hopefully lining up a day when it's not windy. And today there's only just enough of a breeze there just to ripple the water on me. And I'll post up in here which one I think's probably the pick of them. I don't know. Everyone looks at things differently. Nearly looks like it's fake. In all honesty, if someone else had showed me that, I'd just go, yeah, nice AI created image. If it wasn't for the fact that I walked me sorry ass about a kilometre down to take it. But as those images stand there, DJ, what I'll be doing for work is getting them printed out as A3s, so they can put them on a thin piece of perspex and use them as placemats.
Yeah, they're pretty pictures.
Maybe it's just the novelty of a new toy. It'll wear off. No, I've always been into photography and stuff for a long time. Never been able to afford really high-end gear, but I've never considered myself good enough to warrant owning a $10,000 camera strapped to a $20,000 lens, that kind of stuff. I've always been of the opinion it's just about having your camera in the right place at the right time. Even average camera can take beautiful photos.
Did we get somewhere with the mysterious phantom event stealer or closer?
No, I'm not sure who was doing that.
Did we check someone's roles when they came in and we muted them or something? They were like a server mod or something.
No, I'm not sure. Yeah, maybe, but it could be the case. But they could probably just unmute themselves. But yeah, I don't know. A lot of people are butthurt that our channel crushes all the other channels, and
A young fella was in here before, was upset that I believe in Mount Everest, its height, right? Even its existence, right? But I don't I don't choose to believe in the globe because of my experience of water. Yeah. And his experience too, which he admitted, like he was describing, water in a cup, water in a bath, water in a pond, water in a lake. We got to the ocean, he was like, well,
yeah.
Oh, I love when they do that. That is crazy funny. They're so confident on all the other ones too. Flat and level, flat and level, flat. Oh shit! I don't like what I'm going to have to say next.
you know, something I think needs to be investigated is these claims of elevation profiles, and this mountain's x height above sea level, this other mountain's x height above sea level. Like, how do we know that's correct? I mean, I was on Google Earth yesterday, and I put the check the elevation right at the shoreline of the water, and it says 5 meters, all up and down the entire beach. And then you go up the beach a bit, it says 8 meters, when it's just a couple of feet above the water. So I don't know. And then I started looking it up on AI, and it's like, yeah, it could be all over the place. Some stuff could be up by 10 or more meters. Like, well, how do we know it's even that accurate? So when the globe earthers are like, oh, this, or Google Maps is like, this mountain's X height above sea level, it's like, well, how sure are we of that? And if you look into how did they attain that data, it's like satellites and shit like that. So
how'd they do it before satellites? They've had elevation profiles and whatnot of hills and mountains and shit for since before satellites were ever invented.
Right. So how do we know that they're accurate?
Well, that's the thing. Here we have, and I'm not picking on Jesse. He's going out with his theodolite. Fair enough. And my question to him the other day: how do you know you're aiming at what you believe you're aiming at? So let's just say we go to a spot that we know is most definitely verified and proven 10 meters above sea level. We park our theodolite there and we tick the box. Yep, 10 meters above sea level. We then take a shot to a hill or a mountain that's only 2 kilometers away, which you're probably halfway up the hill or mountain if it's that close anyways, and we get our angle. Now, Picard refraction, how do you know you're aiming at what you're aiming at? So when these initial readings were done, was it a nasty day? Was it a nice clean day? Was it, oh, well, she'll be right, mate, type day? Hey, look, it's 8 minutes before beer time. Let's get it on. What was going down?
Yeah. Well, how do we even know
Yeah.
the elevation is what they're even telling us anyway?
Correct. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, his argument is that isn't it a coincidence that it always matches up with the globe predictions? That's his argument.
But they're not globe predictions. They're just angle measurements.
Right.
And I don't think that's true. I'm not convinced that is even true.
Yeah, I'm not convinced that's true either. I think it's some hardcore cherry picking going on, to be honest.
Like if he was serious about it, he'd go, right, I'm going to set my theodolite up at the beach or over a lake like we do our long-range tests, and we're going to float sticks of very specific height across there. So make them all a foot high, just picking a random number, and they get floated out. They're all a foot high, so as long as that water stays still, the sticks stay still. And we get them to float out to 1 mile, 2 miles, all the way up to 10 miles. So they're all spaced out 1 mile evenly. And then he takes angle measurements to each one. And they should all slowly drop down to a 66 foot.
Right, but they handwave dismiss any low altitude observations because they say that the refraction can be crazy at low altitude. So they just handwave dismiss it. They
so can be or is be?
7/6R. That's ironic because 7/6R is supposed to apply under conditions, at general conditions, average conditions at sea level, right? Not for high altitude, right? So now he's saying no, they apply at high altitude, whereas you have greater down lower, right? And it's not true.
Yeah,
Where I've got an island 10 kilometres off the beach here, and you can actually go out further and take it out to 20 kilometres in some locations. But because of where I live, we've got many, many days throughout the year where the water temperature and air temperature, surface temperature are all the same. So I might have to invest in a camera and go and take some.
Come for a drive.
Yeah, I'll have a look. There'll be many days of that, I reckon, here.
If you do something, AJ, super handy if you can get a temperature reading of what the water temperature is and just what the air temperature is.
Yeah, I can do that, and I can actually do it across the whole distance. I'll just jump in a boat and I can do the whole 10 Ks.
Yeah, man, that's the ultimate. If you can get a few different readings of the air temperature and the water temperature along the range of the observation, that will give us a very good indication of what's going on or what couldn't be possibly going on, right? If it's like way off what the globe predicts and you've got pretty uniform water and air temperatures across, they can't claim that it's refraction, that it's some crazy level of divine refraction that would be needed for it to work on the globe.
Well, I've done observations in this location before, but I've never recorded anything or done anything serious. I just go down the beach with my camera or whatever years ago, but I will definitely have a look into it.
Yeah, that definitely shouldn't be applying 7/6R at the altitudes that he claims, right? Because the conditions that claim to produce 7/6R results at sea level don't exist at those altitudes. Well, they can, right? But I don't think any meteorologist or geographer or a geodetic surveyor would say that it's like that's the general rule of thumb for that altitude. Because it's because you're differing densities.
Waiting to have a chat with a surveyor. So my son's girlfriend's brother came over the other night and wanted to discuss flat Earth, and apparently my son's girlfriend's dad is a surveyor. So he was running back to his dad saying, "Oh, I've been told this and that." So I'm waiting to meet this bloke. Good way to meet the in-laws, brawling over flat Earth.
If he's like a property surveyor or whatever, like he'll tell you straight off the bat, yeah, we just use planar geometry. It's like we're just treating it as flat.
This guy apparently works out the mines out here, so I'm not quite sure what he does, but
okay, that might be a different story if they're hiring him. Depends what they're hiring him for. Like if they're hiring him for mineral deposit predictions, or whether they're he's just like like for excavation and things like that, like just like the general like survey of the topography, like of the topography, Because if they're using him for mineral deposit predictions, then he might be into the whole geodetic surveying, or geodesic surveying, however you say it.
that'll be interesting. I'm waiting. I'm out, guys. Catch you later. I got to get ready to go out for dinner.
Catch you, mate.
See ya.
Assad, there's vegans that play cricket. There's vegans that like watching movies. There's vegans that are flat earthers. There's vegans that are not flat earthers. There's vegans that drive Chevs, much to their disgust. Mate, you dropping into any channel asking, are there any vegans? We really don't care. So how about you go to the vegan channel and talk about vegans, or you can join us in discussing flat Earth.
Do you believe Earth is flat?
We know it's flat.
You are dumb.
Why you laugh? We know it's flat. You're dumb. Oh, you returned. Excellent. Why did you laugh?
Sorry for being rude.
Why did you laugh? You thought something was funny. What was funny?
Yeah, that opinion is ridiculous, bro. I don't believe.
Why's that?
How on earth do you believe Earth is flat?
I can ask you the same question. How on earth can you believe it's a ball?
It's not perfectly ball.
How do you know?
Because there are things, if you don't hurt, like mountains, so it cannot be counted as a perfect ball. And we are living
we're
in
not counting those anyways.
When technology,
and same for us. When we say flat, we don't mean perfectly flat either, because of mountains. That's a very good example.
Yeah.
So why do you think you live on a sphere or a ball?
Because of, for example, several reasons. First of all, being we are living in a modern technology era, so it's a pretty obvious that they also.
So just one at a time. We don't want to overload me. Flat Earthers are dumb, remember? So we live in a technology era. So what technology has the necessity to operate because it's on a ball? Like if it's not on a ball, it won't work.
Didn't you heard of experiments being on even Mars? And for example,
No, we're on Earth.
Yeah, of course.
So we're talking about
If they-
technology having the necessity
Can you
of
shut the
being
fuck up for
on
a
a
second?
ball. So yeah, I don't want you to bounce all over the place. I'd like you just to well, run away. I'm good with that. Hey, swag boy.
Hello.
What's today's conundrum? Swag boy, are you a flat earther or are you a ball believer?
I'm like in the middle, somewhere
You're
in the middle. Yeah.
What's in the middle?
Is like I don't care if it's flat or like a globe.
Really? Do you know how I know that you're not telling the truth? Because if you didn't care, you would not have come into this room.
Dude, I'm just here to like, you know, see some debates and things, you know.
Well, if you were like
Came here
20 seconds
yesterday and there
quicker,
was a debate.
if you were 20 seconds quicker, you'd have just heard one of them having a meltdown.
Oh.
You dropped in, he dropped out. So you're a fence sitter. So the only reason you're a fence sitter is because you're too scared that you might get asked questions that you can't answer. Well, how's this? If I hit you with a question that you can't answer, you are allowed to say, I don't know.
Oh. Dude,
You did
don't
you didn't know
question
that?
me. No, don't question me, man.
No one questioned you?
No,
So,
no. Don't question me, dude. I'm just here to have fun, you know.
you're here to have fun, so am I. So when did you
Here to
realise the
see some
Earth wasn't a
debates.
sphere? Yesterday when you came in
Sphere.
here? Yeah, ball.
A ball. I don't know, man. I don't care.
You
If it's
do care.
like a flat, nope,
You
I
care.
don't.
We can
Why would
tell
I
because
care
you're
the Earth
here.
being a flat or a sphere? Dude, let me live.
That's why you're here. Is because you care.
No, I'm just here to have fun. Or rather
Like
than
I said, so am I.
to care. You're here to like debate, and I'm
No,
here to like
there's no
see
debate.
someone debating.
See, that's the silly thing. You don't understand. How can you debate measurements?
Yeah.
Right. So there's no debate. So next time someone comes in here and they're telling us all about science and Mars and the moon and the sun and all these other random things, you can turn around and go, hang on a minute, these guys have measured it. How can you debate that? Unless they're going to turn up with other measurements that we can have a look at. There's not really much they can put forward, is there?
Interesting.
Welcome. But other than you being in here, Swag Boy, there's not really much going on. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
So boring. Oh.
Hey, so you guys remember that young fella that did the video where he reckons he changed the flat earther's mind by showing him a boat going over the horizon, not a ship, a boat going over the horizon? Remember that?
Yeah, there's been a few random ones.
Okay, well there's this clip I just watched on TikTok, and apparently he's done something with Nathan Thompson. And he's apparently stuck Nathan Thompson and some like NASA worker or some shit in a room together till they work it out. I'm still watching it. I haven't watched it to the end yet.
So what did he do?
But
Locked the two of them in a room and chucked a knife in?
I posted it in the side chat anyway.
Oh, cool. I might have to have a look at that. Scientists on a flat earth for 24 hours. Holy shit.
Get this asshole in here now. This little redhead, curly head, freckled prick in here right Now, where is he? I want to find. I'll go to him. This little weasel, bro. I can't stand him.
All right, T-Dub, show us where the flat earthers hurt you. What's going on?
And Nathan, what are you doing, man? They're in the firmament. Come on, step up your game.
So what was the whole intent? Just to lock him in there, and so that the NASA scientist could convert him, or was this just a
There's obviously a full version. You probably find the full version on YouTube.
Yeah.
I can't stand that little pipsqueak.
The thing I like about him is the fact that he gets up into people's face about it and makes them squirm.
No,
Other than that, I'm
talking
not a
about
fan
that
of
little red-headed prick.
Oh, the other one. Sorry. The one who's running the show.
Yeah. How does Nathan Thompson end up in these things? Oh my god. Bro, you don't have to start talking about the firmament and shit, like when it comes to eclipses. Just make him prove his fucking claim, man. Just hold him to his claim. Let him make his claim and then say, prove it. Oh, but it's always round. It's always round. Oh, yeah, okay, and? Well, that's the Earth's shadow, or that's the Moon's shadow. You prove it. Prove it, bro. Prove the Earth's surface is curving in order for you to have this three-body alignment. Freaking hell.
Oh, what's this disabled clown typing up now for? He'll probably pick something that was posted 6 hours ago and expect to continue on a conversation. That's assuming it hasn't been cherry picked and some kind of random red herring used. But let's see what we get. I can see you rolling. So it's been a bit of a rough week at work. We've had two of our really nice residents pass away, as what does happen in an old people's home, so it's not something that's out of the ordinary. What was really sad was when the first one passed away, their family come up, basically raided his watch, his wallet, and that left everything else. And as you know, some poor bastard's got to clean up all the whatever's left. And it was actually quite depressing, chucking 4 miserable shopping bags full of rubbish out into the bin outside. To think that someone that's 80 years old, everything summed up to 4 bags full of just random shit. So anyways, I've done a song up, and I'll hit the play button and you can have a listen. If it's going to work. Probably not. Knowing my luck.
Morning sun came through the blinds. Another Tuesday blue. I poured the coffee, clocked right in, like I always do. Pop's old room was quiet. The bed was stripped and bare. Just the echo of his easy laugh still hanging in the air. They brought the boxes from the hall, a job that had to be done, to pack away the little things that made that man someone. A tarnished watch, a fishing hat, a photo of his bride, a deck of cards, a pair of shoes he'd set right by the side. And it all fit into 4 shopping bags tied up and set aside. 4 small bags for 80 plus years of laughter, tears, and pride. I carried them out to the dumpster, felt the rain on my face, and I thought, Lord, is that the sum of any man's time and space? Just 4 bags of rubbish thrown away without a trace. Then I stopped, I lit a smoke. The rain began to slow, 'cause 4 bags don't hold the seeds he planted long ago. They don't hold the fishing trips he took his grandson on, or the way he held that old lady's hand after his own was gone. 'Cause it all fit into 4 shopping bags, yeah, the things all fit inside. But 4 small bags can't hold the love he gave the man he was to ride. I threw the trash out in the rain, but the truth fell in its place. The sum of a man ain't what he leaves, it's the handshake and the face. Those 4 bags of rubbish, they just couldn't hold the grace. So don't you cry for the watch that stopped, or the shoes that wore right through. The only thing that matters is what you gave and who you knew.
Yep, I feel better now. Thanks, DJ. It was because I was the poor bastard chucking the rubbish in the bin. And that's exactly what I was thinking at the time. Is this all the man's life sums up to? 4 miserable bags of rubbish. It was actually quite depressing. And then 3 days later, we had another one pass away. At least he's the second one. His family actually said, please pack everything up into boxes so we can come and retrieve the lot. First guy that actually come up there whilst he was still breathing and collected his goods. Which was exceptionally depressing. I've got a sneaking suspicion I'm probably going to lose my job one day because of one of these parasitic persons that are supposed to be family members. And I'm going to grab him by the back of the strides and yoink him out the door, like your little gift that you post up when other people get thrown out. But no, it is pretty sad when you think about it. But anyways, such is life. This'll cheer you all up.
I see the tower standing tall across the sea. They say, bro, it's hiding geometry. Then they panic, twist in reaction, and whisper softly, divine refraction. Camera zoomed in, still clear view. They close their eyes, optics, dude. No math, no measure, surf assumption, globe theory, Kanu function, refraction junction, divine refraction, science fiction attraction. When logic fails, they change their section and chant the mantra, divine refraction. Where's the curve, my friend? He says light bends, depends on the trend. Kitna bend karega yaar 90 degrees. He smiles, hard, possible, please. No shimmer, no haze, and no distortion seen. Yet they claim a bending beam. I say measure it, they say trust the nation and summon once more. Divine refraction. Bro, when the photo's clean, when the line is flat, they shout refraction. Imagine that. Main bola thoda logical la, wo bola are yaar naisa bata. Divine refraction. Bas ek hi reaction. No proof, no data, pure abstraction. DJ Rakesh exposes divine refraction. Refraction, divine direction. Jab photo flat, they call it correction. DJ Rakesh bolta, san mere bhai. Refraction nahi hai, you just can't deny.
DJ
DJ Rakesh signing out. Next time, Globe Gang, bring equations, not excuses. Midnight lens and trembling hands. Each measurement shifts like desert sands. I watch the stars' eternal play, while questions deepen day by day. The ground beneath stays ever still, as theories crack and bend at will. What eyes perceive, what hands can hold, more precious than what we've been told. In silence now I calibrate the truth I cannot navigate. The weight of observation pulls against the stories taught in schools. I'm drowning in empirical seas, while stellar paths paint mysteries. No spinning dreams can verify what level waters testify. The night reveals its patient signs, a certainty slowly declines. Each instrument confirms my doubt, as calculations fade and flout. The readings stay consistent here, while textbook wisdom disappears. I trace the paths across dark skies, watch every model slow demise. In solitude I contemplate the patterns I cannot negate. Lost in waves of parallax dreams, nothing moves quite like it seems. Every measure strips away the foundations of yesterday. I'm drowning in empirical seas, while stellar paths paint mysteries. Each observation stands alone against the myths we've always known. The night reveals its patient signs, a certainty slowly declines. Through endless nights of measurement, each truth becomes more evident. The answers lie in what we see, not what I built a kingdom made of ink to quiet down the noise so I didn't have to think. I drew a line to stop the tide. I built a wall to stay inside. Every mountain was just a shape. Every exit was just an escape. I thought I held the world in a frame, but the wild wind doesn't know my name. The colors bleed, the edges fray, the perfect picture falls away. Tear the paper, touch the stone. We walk a world we cannot own. The map is not the land we see. It's just a cage for you and me. So let it break and let it rain. Let the wild world break the chain. Yeah, the map is not the land. It's just dust inside my hands. Path the paper showed. I found a river where the road ran out. The compass spins, the needle lies. There's a fire here that never dies. We chase the truth in black and white, but lose the colors in the night. The grid is gone, the ground is deep. I'm waking up from a paper sleep. The colors bleed, the edges fray, the perfect picture falls away. Tear the paper, touch the stone. We walk a world we cannot own. The map is not the land we see. It's just a cage for you and me. So let it break and let it rain. Let the wild world break the chain. Yeah, the map is not the land. It's just dust inside my head. Lines on a page, iron and rust. Whatever we build turns into dust. You can't draw the heat. You can't draw the cold. You can't draw the hunger. You can't draw the soul. So let it break and let it rain. Let the wild world break the chain. I feel the earth, I take my stand. Because the map is not the land. Fold it up, to the grave.
To the scholars on the globe side, I'm addressing you direct, not to challenge your conclusions, but to tighten the respect. In the field of observation, every model must align, not with faith in old assumptions, but the data we can find. This is not about conversion, not a battle to be won, but a method of inquiry grounded in what light has done. Before we set up any lake test, let the evidence decide. Walk with me through optics, let the wavelengths be our guide. Before you trust a model, take a moment, take a view. Let the cameras and the spectra tell you what the air can do. Infrared against the visible, to pass through the same sky. Show the bending and divergence, no equation can deny. Look at all the world-read images the internet has stored. Analyze the color drift before any test is scored. This is not about believing what another voice implies. This is just a simple call to open up your empirical eye. Every long distance photo, every skyline, every shore carries signatures of optics you might not have seen before. When the air is shifting density, when the ducts and layers rise, white light isn't uniform, it fractures subtle in disguise. Infrared may mark a boundary, visible may reach beyond, but the difference in their horizon shows the medium they respond. If a distance breaks the limits of the geometric sphere, check the wavelength separation, see what physics makes appear. Before you trust a model, take a moment, take a view. Let the cameras and the spectra tell you what the air can do. Infrared against the visible, to pass through the same sky. Show the bending and divergence, no equation can deny. Look at all the world-read images the internet has stored. Analyze the color drift before any test is scored. This is not about believing what another voice implies. This is just a simple call to open up your empirical eye. You don't need to change positions, don't need theories in advance. Only treat the data fairly, give the evidence a chance. Study how the lower edges shift their contour with the heat, how the waterline distorts when refractive gradients meet. This isn't globe or flat, it's the discipline of sight. Letting spectra write the narrative in the presence of the light. So before we build the setup, before we measure lake and sky, start with what already's captured, let the photographs reply. I'm not asking you for trust, I'm not asking you to bend, only asking you to question how the wavelengths comprehend. Let the optics speak their language, let the evidence extend. This is just the first foundation. You drag the spotlight off the point and toss it down the hole.
Start talking stick, shadow, stars, anything at all. A trail of shiny nonsense that you swear is relevant, but your detours only show you've got no evidence. I chase you once, I chase you twice, then I just stop the chase. Your breadcrumb trail's a map of how you run from what you face. You can't distract a mind that's built on measurable reality. Your tricks dissolve on contact with a little rationality. I'm a critical realist fortress, you're a whisper in the wind. Your weak manipulation never stood a chance to begin. Premise like evidence and deny conclusive proof, as if repeating something louder makes it any more true. Because it is, you chant a loop that never ends, a serpent swallowing its tail and thinking truth's a trend. If logic were a test, you'd fail the multiple choice, but somehow still declare yourself the loudest, highest voice. You can't distract a mind that's built on measurable reality. Your tricks dissolve on contact with a little rationality. I'm the last bastion of science where the data stands aligned. Your circular little dance can't penetrate this kind of mind. You had me cornered with that rhetorical parade. Cute, I've seen more solid reasoning, a late night lemonade debate. You juggle fallacies like fireworks, hoping I'd be impressed. But I read your moves like textbooks titled How to Fail a Test. You can't derail a truth that's grounded deep in observation. Your logic leaks like faulty pipes beneath a shaky foundation. I'm an empiricist logician, evidence is my domain, while you're red herring through the ruins of arguments you stain. And when your tactics crumble, don't look shocked they didn't land. You can't outwit the laws of thought with nothing but an empty hand. Step into the lab with the voltage steady. Fiber coils, wound calibration ready. The model says drift where mechanical says none. Change altitude slow, now the waveform's undone. What's that? If the metric is clean but the theory mispredicts, then the culprit ain't the sensor, it's the lens through which you fix. Every instrument speaks in the language of fact, but the narrative you force is the bias you attract. Check torque vectors, baseline exact. Earth spin constant, then why does height impact? That's off. I don't lean on a frame that collapses when probed. If the math starts bleeding, then the structure implodes. A theory survives only when every load is supported by data and reproducible code. If one small measure makes the scaffold corrode, then the model's just broken, the globe exposed.
No cosmic ladder stands when the base is eroded. Every rung in there its flaws from the radius encoded. Triangulate long line instruments, strict chain link surveys that refuse to contradict. Baselines hold flat where the curvatures pick to be meters on meters, but the numbers conflict. No bow. If the ground stays true far beyond the allowed, then the scale magnifies, blowing smoke in the cloud. Every cosmic unit's built on Earth's own shroud. Get the radius wrong, the universe is disavowed. Unstable. Not claiming the shape, I'm inspecting the drift. How assumptions cascade when foundations shift. You can keep your spin, but you first must live the circular chains that the models insist. No prior smuggled, no telegraph must. No earth spin certainty plastered and thrust. If the instrument contradicts, then the premise combusts. I don't worship equations, I interrogate trust. Checking the must. Local frame data, all relative dust. Mach and Einstein both show that's robust, but attributing the cause takes a leap to unjust. Don't crown the rotation when attribution's nonplussed. No, I don't lean on a frame that collapses when probed. If the math starts bleeding, then the structure implodes. A theory survives only when every load is supported by data and reproducible code. If one small measure makes the scaffold corrode, then the model's just broke and the globe exposed. No cosmic ladder stands when the base is eroded. Every rung inherits flaws from the radius encoded. I don't preach shape, I audit the claim. I test every link in the theoretical chain. If one weak point makes the whole shift strain, then the picture ain't settled, it's just framed in the brain. Empiricism first, everything else is refrain. Models only valid when the data sustain. No belief attached, no emotional gain. Just precision in the cut like a razor through grain. Come talk to me in mine, online or listen to us on YouTube. No fuss. Shout out Helio Skeptic. Thanks, bro.
Do you want to have a yap about that video, T-Buggy, or just keep playing songs? Your silence is a concession that the music's going all right.
Yeah, man. Pump up the volume.
Yeah, it's just been quieter now. I thought, you know what, I'm playing some tunes.
They told me light falls down like it's chained to the ground. Said the sky pulses softly, and that's why the ships go down. But I watch the shimmer dance, no curve in its romance. Just the air breathing slowly, not the earth taking stance. Pressure's not the story, it's optical density. Warm air, cold air, humidity. Oh, changing what we see. Light don't bend that way, not just cause we say it may. If the air stays still and true, it keeps a straight line view. You can twist your numbers, you can model the globe all day, but reality don't sway. No, light don't bend that way. They drew it all orthographic, forgot perspective display, turned a living sight into plastic, made the real fade away. Said standard refraction like gospel, but the test said no, my friend. If the gradients don't flip or topple, that line won't curve to mend. Humidity's lighter, heat makes the air thin, cold above, warm below, the curve bends up, not in. Light don't bend that way, not uniform, not all day. saw through that much haze, the world would warp and sway, but the skyline's steady, every color holds its place. Nature's got her say, light don't bend that way. You can't force the beam to follow faith, can't curve a truth, a chosen wraith. The lens remembers every lie we've spun, and straight lines tell what's really done. Pressure's up, temps down, humidity turns it around. No miracle curve today, just light doing what it does, straight and no matter what they say, when you measure, you see the line still walking free. You can model the heavens, but the air won't play pretend. Reality won't sway, light don't bend that way. So teach me what's real now, what to believe. Let the eye and the mind agree, 'cause the truth in the air we breathe ain't curved, it's clear to see.
I don't claim to shape the real. I strip illusion till the lines reveal. No need for faith, no need for fame. The truth existed before my name. They argue circles, I draw a line. Not to divide, to define. Every test a quiet vow to see what is not what we allow. The method's the mirror, the clearer you look, the clearer you cook, let truth cook. Ooh, I don't make it true. It speaks for itself. Unafraid, unmade, untouched by help. I don't make it true. Oh, it speaks for itself. Truth resolves and it resolves itself. Ooh. They bend their will to fit belief, patch the holes with borrowed grief. But data don't care who you are, it burns the false, sets the bar. Each era's a door we open wide, a path through pride to the other side. No prophets here, just those who learn to question first and never burn. The method's the mirror, the clearer you look, the clearer you cook, truth cook. Oh, yeah, I don't make it true. It speaks for itself. Unafraid, unmade, untouched by help. I don't make it true. Oh, it speaks for itself. Truth resolves and it resolves itself. Reality doesn't flinch when named. It doesn't care who's blamed. It waits, patient, unashamed, while we unlearn what we became. The method's the mirror, the clearer you look, the clearer you cook, truth cook. I don't
make it true. It speaks for itself. I'm bent down, no need for help. I don't make it true. Oh, it speaks for itself. Truth resolves and it resolves itself. Just let it cook.
Same script, different voice. They talk loud, I've got choice. Everyone a fool, every claim a deja vu. I've run this loop since the start. True facts line up, they don't flinch. The logic folds inch by inch. I don't push, I don't shout. Just let the data call them out. Every time, same sound. Every time they spin around. You keep running that same old line. I mapped the route 1,000 times while you believe I just checked the signs. Truth don't move, it's you that realigns. Yeah, same script, same show. I've seen it all before you know how you talk. I mark the lines. Truth don't move, it's you that realigns. They say prove me wrong, then close their eyes. Cherry pick dreams dressed up as wise. I bring evidence calm and clear. They dodge the mirror they fear. I don't rage, I take notes. Count the claims as the logic floats. Every fallacy's got a name. Every story ends the same. Every time, same sound. Every time they spin around. Every time, same sound. Every time they spin around. You keep running that same old line. I mapped the route 1,000 times while you believe I just checked the signs. Truth don't move, it's you that realigns. Yeah, same script, same show. I've seen it all before you know how you talk. I mark the lines. Truth don't move, it's you that realigns. It's not pride, it's pattern sense. I see the loops in every defense. No thrill, no spark, no book to write. Just the quiet glow for getting it right. Seen it rise, seen it fall. Nothing new at all. Time, same sound. Every time they spin around. You keep running that same old line. I mapped the route 1,000 times while you believe I just checked the signs. Truth don't move, it's you that realigns. Yeah, same script, same show. I've seen it all before you know.
You twist the edges of my words, fold shadows into shape, turn every point I'm making into something I didn't say. You build a fortress out of smoke and swear it's solid ground, but every time I lift the curtain you just spin it back around. And I'm left talking to a mirror wearing your disguise, a maze of empty echoes bending truth into a lie. I'm tired of arguing in your house of cards where reason falls apart. The moment it starts, you break the
pretend it's frayed. Blame the seam, blame the yarn. I'm done untangling your logic with bare and bleeding arms. With bare and bleeding arms. You keep the goalposts on wheels, sliding out of view, chasing some imagined version of the words I never used. You draw conclusions like constellations, random points in a night sky. Call the shapes you've invented fact, then ask me why I'm mine. But I'm not dancing in a circle just to prove what's already clear. Your puzzle pieces don't belong, and I'm done fitting them in here. I'm tired of arguing in your house of cards where reason falls apart. The moment it starts, you break the thread, pretend it's frayed. Blame the seam, blame the yarn. I'm done untangling your logic with bare and bleeding arms. Where truth can settle in, where thoughts don't twist like currents, pulling sanity thin. I'm stepping out of your weather, your storms that never rain. I won't keep feeding fires that burn without a flame. So keep your house of cards if it makes you feel tall. I'll be standing somewhere sturdy or far from the fall. You can keep your shifting stories, your illusion of control. I'm done arguing with echoes, hollow without a soul.
Step in the lab, I'm a falsification hunter. Models break fast when the numbers pull asunder. Optical G on the climb, altitude test. Signal shift sideways, put the theory under stress. Hold up. If Earth spins constant, drift should stay tight, but the waveform bends when I change the flight height. Why though? Empirical strike, I don't care who said what. If prediction don't match, then the premise gets caught. Snip, snip. Snip, snip. I don't claim what it is, I expose what it ain't. No data over doctrine, that's the realist saint. Facts hit harder than the models you paint. Boom, if the curve don't curve, then the scales feel faint. Too flat, no hypothesis flex, that's the stance I maintain. You can't crown a theory when the math shows strain. I'm the signal, the noise, king, clean domain. Empiricism only let the rest go drain. Pendulum swing, yeah, I clock that phase, but anomalies pop in eclipse time haze. Call it alleys, alias, whatever the craze, but the system misbehaves in repeatable ways. Accelerometers chill when the orbit should bite. No tangential pulse where the model needs might. You can't conjure motion from a theory and fry. You test it on the ground in the dark and the light. Let's go. Jealousy flatline, baseline too pure. Survey chains close with a radius unsure. What radius? If the ground stays level way beyond the brochure, then the comment stack cracks, no foundation true. I don't claim what it is, I expose what it ain't. Beta over doctrine, that's the realist saying. Facts hit harder than the models you paint. If the curve don't curve, then the scales feel faint. That's right. No hypothesis flex, that's the stance I maintain. You can't crown a theory when the math shows strain. Yup. I'm the signal, the noise, king, clean domain. Empiricism only let the rest go tame. Fall back. Gas slice through claims. If the premise loops back, then I torch those frames. No assume spit
win no narrative game. Show me raw data or retire your aim. Facts only. Framing varying truth, that's the path I chase. Rotation relative, not a trophy for the play. If the cause ain't fixed, don't force it to the gaze. We revise, refine, never fall from grace.
Keep sharp.
Belief it's epistemic discipline. Scrutinize the roots till the false breaks thin. Foundation cracked and the tower caves in. Cosmic scale trembles when the earth's not pinned. I'm a flat earth but the real definition. Empirical, bigger, not a faith-based mission. No belief, follow data, conviction. That's the one true position. I'm the falsifier general, science not tradition.
Every room, same noise, same claim. They quote their faith like it's their shot at fame. Fallacies dressed up in numbers and pride. They talk loud, but they never verify. I breathe facts, they breathe vibes. I measure, they memorize lies. Logic's not cruelty, it's clean incision. I'd rather cut lies than die in superstition. You say believe, I say replicate. We're not the same, my facts emancipate. This is my null hypothesis, prove me wrong. Show your work or move along. If your facts can't stand the heat, they melt like wax beneath a repeat. I've seen minds lock up like code loops, cognitive dissonance in tailored suits. They call it wisdom, I call it spin. A closed equation that traps them in. I'm not cruel, I'm just consistent. No claim exempt, no law persistent. I'll test gravity, I'll test grace. Everything falls when it's out of place. Truth's not yours, truth's not mine. It's the residue left when the facts align. Burn your dogma, keep the ash. That's the intellectual cash. Null hypothesis, prove me wrong. I don't need faith to keep me strong. Show the data, hold the line. Evidence first every time. Every time. Every time.
They said the rays all curved down low, 'cause the glow told them so. But I traced the lines, watched them stay straight as truth in broad day gray. They talk of air and magic bends, yet never test, just defend. I checked the temp, the humid sway, the light went straight, it stayed that way. Every claim, same tone. Every time it falls alone. You keep in that light in your mind. I run the math, your curves confined. While you preach, I watch the signs. Truth stays flat, belief declines. Yeah, same claim, same show. I've seen that script, you know. While you talk, I mark the lines. Truth stays flat, belief declines. They call it standard refraction fame, but no 2 days are ever the same. Humidity fights the heat below. Upward bends the normal flow. If light could grow around every mile, we'd see horizons twist in style, but it stands still calm and clean. No warping sky, no bending sea. Every climb it falls alone. You keep bending that light in your mind. I run the math, your curves confined. While you preach, I watch the signs. Truth stays flat, belief declines. Yeah, same claim, same show. I've seen that script, you know. While you talk, I mark the lines. Truth stays flat, belief declines. They draw with rulers, not with eyes. Forget the air, forget the skies. Perspective lost to orthograph. A perfect curve built from a draft. But the lens remembers what's real. The shimmer, the calm, the silence still. No need to fight, no need to rage. The data writes the final page. You keep bending that light in your mind. I run the math, your curves confined. While you preach, I watch the signs. Truth stays flat, belief declines. Yeah, same claim, same show. I've seen that script, you know. While you talk, I mark the lines. Truth stays flat, belief declines.
It's a fight, it's a struggle, it's a never-ending battle of attrition, a haunting apparition, hounding your every decision. Past diverting choices, compounding consequences astounding. Heart pounding, your soul needs grounding, senses confounded. Critical thoughts, but still caught. Slipping, the dam is dripping, and it's a slippery slope. So easy to grab the coke. It's a war with your own mind, fall with unknown landmines. Planet in your mindscape, and locked behind mental red tape. There's no escape. You can't run from yourself, not something you can shelve. The back burner will burn down everything around, but what's been lost can be found. Critical thoughts, but still caught. Slipping, the dam is dripping, and it's a slippery slope. So easy to grab the coke. It's an endless
quest. It's a fight to stay your best. It's the soul's journey to the west. There is no final test. It's a continuous forest. Even if you can't see the trees, doesn't mean the world is just what their mind sees. Your eyes perceive more than you believe, but your mind edits and deceives. Got my hopes up, but I'm tripping. Critical thoughts, but still caught. Slipping, the dam is dripping, and it's a slippery slope. So easy to grab the cold. Morality might, but you in mortal danger, and who you help might be a stranger. And I know your heart is bruised and bleeding, but the emotion is fleeting compared to the conscience of pathetic indifference, inactivity and jaded ignorance. Regret dragging you down. Is it too late now? Don't know how, but there's no steak without a cow. Do what must be done, or live with the doubt. It's a fight, it's a struggle, it's a never-ending battle of attrition, a haunting apparition, hounding your every decision. Past divergent choices compounding, consequences astounding. Heart pounding, your soul needs grounding, senses confounding.
Hey, shut up.
How's it going?
Good, good. I heard the boss is DJ. Is he available to speak? I'm
Is
like the
anyone
best
available?
What are you
debater.
talking about, man?
The best debater here. Like basically, I'm a NASA scientist and I'm a pilot as well.
So you're a NASA scientist and a pilot. Well, then you'd be able to understand something very simple. Can you move a little closer to your microphone, please, so we can hear you? You're really quiet. Sounds like you've got your phone sitting on the other side of the room.
No, I don't.
Well, it sounds like it. That's why I asked you nicely
That's
to move
only
closer
bit.
to your microphone.
I'm as close as possible. Anyway, I'd like you to tell me what how the Earth's flat. All right.
You're going to tell me how it's flat? That's awesome. Go for it, man.
No, I said you're gonna tell me how it's flat.
Well, it's measured flat. There you go. That was easy. Next conundrum.
It's measured flat, yeah. Who made that decision? Did you make that decision?
Say again. You're going to have to speak up, bruv.
I said, did you make that decision? Who did? Who made it and measured it? Like, who measured the Earth?
Who measured it? I'll post up some of the laser tests for you, bro.
It's a consequence of it being flat.
Over. T-Buggy. I was in it before you were ever in it. I'm an OG, alright? DJ would know me. I know DJ. I literally know DJ. Alright.
Okay. All right. Cool.
That's
It's
nice.
right. DJ's literally my brother. Like.
Check in the side chat, bruv. Whole heap of laser tests there for you.
Obviously, this. I say on, mate. Yeah, I say on. I trust that. Now, I'm never going to trust it if I don't see it with my own eyes. Do you know what I mean?
I'm feeling you.
You're going off these things that you're seeing on social media. You can't do that. It won't work.
That's why we
I
tell
can only
people
trust
to
certain
go and test it
sources.
for themselves.
Also, I could go test it and it'll be measured flat, yeah?
Well, it'll be measured however the numbers come out.
Oh my days. I know Yoda. I actually know the guy.
Really?
I know Yoda from like a long time ago. I don't think he likes me, but I know him. Yo, Yoda, what's up, bro? Yoda, don't goodbye now.
I think I remember you.
Oh, you do, yeah.
Recognize the name.
Oh, wow. Pick up my ticket, please. You reckon that? You recognise that? Oh, mate. My name DJ, mate. My name is flipping DJ.
So I'm suspecting there's two people using the same mic, sharing a mic.
Wait, what'd you say, mate?
So it sounds
I'm
like
sharing
two
a
people
mic.
sharing a mic. You brothers or friends or what?
You think I'm sharing a mic, someone? Why's that?
Because the pitch of your voice just changed.
No, we didn't. Alright, anyway, I want to prove these loads of things wrong, right? I'm just, how can I send something? I can't send something in the side chat. I'll just send like a
Yeah, someone that we've spoken to, right? Yoda, yeah. Is that his name, Drew? Is it?
who's Drew?
Are you Drew?
No, who is Drew?
You?
No, it ain't. Who's Drew? Is he not an admin here or what?
I know, right? I know. It's he's got a voice changer, haven't he? I don't know why.
No, I don't. No, I don't. How can I copy someone's thing? Shit. I'm a big fan of DJ, so I love DJ so much.
Who isn't?
Why he doesn't want? It's so wrong.
So what do you got to say about those videos?
Those videos, I need to watch this video. Which one's the best to watch? What's like the best video to watch? Like, which one?
I mean, take your pick. They all pretty much demonstrate the same thing.
How do I turn on developer mode on Discord? What's up, guys? What's up, guys? DJ here.
Change your name back, Clown Shoes. If he comes in with my name and my profile, I'm gonna ban him.
Matrix.
Get rid of the voice changer and be an
I ain't
adult.
got a voice changer on right now.
Doesn't sound like it.
No, I promise you I know. Look, I'll say this is the voice changer, you ready? That's with the voice changer on. This is with it off. I'm not using the voice changer, bro. Come on, speak to me.
You sound like you've just sucked a helium balloon in.
Oh, sucks something else, mate. Alright, come on. I want to debate. Oh my god, why is my name DJ?
You don't want to
Who's
debate,
put
you
my
want
name
a
as DJ?
circus.
I'm the real DJ, guys.
You're not even related to a DJ.
I literally know DJ, I reckon.
You literally know DJ. Tell me about him.
Pardon? Tell you about what? Like anything about him?
DJ, tell us about him.
Ah, I'll tell you about him, yeah. He's flat earth, yeah. Yeah.
Where's he from? That'd be an easy one.
Where's DJ from?
Yeah.
Flipping obvious one, mate. From flipping America, mate.
From America. Well, you failed instantly.
He's from America. How do you
No,
know
he's
he's
not.
from America? Yes, he is. Where's he from then?
Not the frickin' United States.
He's from the United States. Oh, no. But to be fair, we did move to Australia. Yeah, to be fair, we did move to Australia, to be fair, so.
You got no idea. Seriously.
Actually, no, I think he's located in the UK. I think he is.
You got to stop thinking. It's hurting you.
Matrix, I've got a question for you. Can I please get Flat Earth mod, please?
Can you get Flat Earth mod?
Yeah, I really want to be a moderator.
Yeah, nah.
Why not?
Because you're a clown. You need a circus, not a mod.
Wow. That's really not nice. Matrix, how old are you?
Old enough to know better.
Oh, I respect that. Right, see you later, guys. Just ban me.
Catcha.
Ban me.
Ban you.
Ban me. I want to self-ban. Yeah, ban me.
There you go. You're just out for 10 seconds.
No, you kicked me, you didn't ban me. It's ban me. Bye, friend. Me forever.
English, bro. You're struggling there.
I'm not English. I live in
What do you
Germany,
call
but
it then?
I speak good English.
Alright.
Old Yoder had a notebook, a pencil, and a frown, watching all the flat earth arguments go round and round. He said, I'll make a catalog of every shaky claim, and he wrote down all the weaknesses and signed his given name. Well, the faithful didn't thank him for his scholarly pursuit. They just saw a traitor digging under every single root. But the biggest rumble came from where the debate was king. Fed was clutching Polaris by a worn-out piece of string. Oh, Yoder's list, it's a twisting in the knife, exposing all the fragile threads that hold together life on a place we call home, a solitary stage. Now his words are in the hands of a villain on a rage, and Polaris just keeps winking a fixed and icy star while they're arguing about how to measure just how far. Now the villain's name was McToon with a cold and scheming eye. He saw that list and laughed beneath the genuine round sky. He said these boys at Fed are using triangles wrong. Their math is just a sad and sorry everlasting song. We'll take their own North Star, their pillar in the night, and use it as a hammer with all of our collected might. While Yoder sat and gloated, see, I told you it was we. McToon's crew loaded cannons for the havoc they would reap. Oh, Yoder's list, it's a twisting in the knife, exposing all the fragile threads that hold together life on a place we call home, a solitary stage. Now his words are in the hands of a villain on a rage, and Polaris just keeps winking a fixed and icy star while they're arguing about how to measure just how far. It's a civil war on level ground, a three-way crazy fight. Yoder grinning from the sideline, knowing he was right. And Fed is shouting traitor as her cornerstone gives way, and McToon just pouring gasoline and laughing at the fray. The triangulations tangle, the conclusions come undone, all because of one man's list and his patience with the sun. So raise a glass to Yoder and the chaos that he sowed. He aimed to clean the house but just exploded the whole road. He's happy in his righteousness, McToon has won the day, and Fed is in the trenches having not a word to say. The lesson isn't physics or the shape of sea or sod. It's that when you point a finger, someone else will make the rod. Yeah, Yoder's list, it's a twisting in the knife. Polaris just keeps swinging impartial to the strife. It's a fixed and distant beacon on a world that's flat and sound, while the arguments get weaponized and scattered on the ground. Oh, the arguments get weaponized and scattered on the ground.
Might be nearly time to do a new one, Yoda. Need a bit of commentary on a certain book first. Actually, I was waiting for something else on your list to come up and there to be a blow up about it before I did put a second one out. That's why it's called 1 of 50. Alright, chuck a couple of Dre songs on.
Entering the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Stand by for continuous argumentation. Step into the grid where the circuits spark. We're live in the server and we argue in the dark. Critical minds locked in, ready for the thrill. Empiricist crew dropping logic with skill. Glubbers roll in with the wildest takes, and we catalog every claim that breaks. Voltage rising, truth colliding, tune in, the streams ignite. We got logic on loop in the 24/7 zone. Debates so constant they vibrate your phone. YouTube buzzing, rumbling tune. If you wanna learn physics, we'll hand you the room and the Glober talk. Yes, comedy gold. Watch it unfold. Watch it unfold. This the place where the questions land, where the evidence speaks and the arguments stand. Plug in, tune up, bring your mind online. Let the truth refine, let the truth refine. Every angle tested, every premise weighed. We break it all down like a life upgrade. You want real discussion, this is where that lives. Not noise, just analysis that actually gives. The mist gets clearer when the data's tight. Stay a minute, stay an hour, stay all night. Static fading, insight waiting, step in. Feeds vibrate. We got logic on loop in the 24/7 zone. Debates so constant they vibrate your phone. YouTube buzzing, rumbling tune. If you wanna learn physics, we'll hand you the room and the Glober talk. Yes, comedy gold. Watch it unfold. Watch it unfold. Reason in motion, a perpetual coast. Dial in the channel, we're already host. If you're searching for a place where the claims get checked, drop the link, join the ring, earn a little respect. Session active, debate continuous, 24/7. Flat Earth Discord, transmission ongoing. Cold mind, clean line. Let's separate method from myth. People call things science when they're barely observational. Man-made objects poses proof that's operational, fictional. Pseudo-science copies language, but the logic's imprecisional. Skips the steps that make a theory verifiable or conditional. Real science starts simple. Watch a natural event, something happening by itself. Not a gadget you invent. A phenomenon's an action, so the effect is what sense. The dependent variable, the thing you measure at the end. If you're testing human constructs, then the method's misapplied. Cause science needs nature's behavior, not a diagram supply. Method over myth, that's the line we draw. Truth comes slow when the steps stay raw. Observe what nature does, no tricks, no props. And follow each phase till the falsehood stops. If the test don't break, if the cause might stand. If the test disproves, it rebuilds your plan. That's real science, no faith, no guess. Just the world revealing what the world does best. Now once you've seen the action, you presume a cause. And if the structure built with precise mental laws, if heat then water boils, simple conditional clause. Not assumed as truth, it's a model that waits for flaws. And a hypothesis ain't fact, it's a testable prediction. Two outcomes on the table with symmetrical conviction. One heat, no boil, that's your no condition. Two heat boils, that's casual recognition. But you need both options open or the method gets derailed. Cause a test that can't be falsified has already failed. Method over myth, that's the line we draw. Truth comes slow when the steps stay raw. Observe what nature does, no tricks, no props. And follow each phase till the falsehood stops. If the test don't break, if the cause might stand. If the test disproves, it rebuilds your plan. That's real science, no faith, no guess. Just the world revealing what the world is best. Revealing what the world is been. Yo. Prediction is the hinge must swing. Cause a good hypothesis risks losing everything. Pseudo's arguments fears failure, locks outcomes tight. Science needs the chance it could prove itself wrong tonight. If you can't break the model, then your test ain't strong. And the claim ain't knowledge, it's belief dressed long. The method's not glamorous, it's repetition and grind. It's letting nature dictate what you get to find. No authority, no school rule, no movie design. Just data exposing what aligns in the mind. Cause an effect emerged from the predictions fulfilled. Not from stories or symbols or the things we're told to build. It's a discipline of failure, sharpened and distilled. Where the world writes the answer and the ego stays still. Cold mind, clear sight, let nature speak.
Hello, Globe, my old friend. I've come to chat with you again. There is a liar softly creeping, told us lies while we were sleeping. And the model that was planted in our brain still remains within the pseudoscience. Yeah, in fantasy we walk alone on a spinning water globe until I measured that it wasn't that. I turned my camera to the long and flat when my eyes were stared by the path of the line of sight. It split the fight and touched the pseudoscience. And in the infrared I saw 200 miles, maybe more. The horizon without curving, walking level without spinning. People breathing air that dinos never shared. No one cared. Disturb the pseudoscience. Disturb the pseudoscience. Fools said you do not know. Science like a cancer grows. Hear these facts that I might teach you. Take these tools that I might reach you. But no curve is where all this will fail. But echo the pseudoscience. And the people bowed and prayed to the model they had made. wallet a coin, a disc as a cartoon, a cheap hollow toy. They grin and they point to the infinite void, saying don't fall off of the edge, little boy. They build up a scarecrow of turtles in space, a cliff at the end of the human race. It's easier to fight a thing they invent than look at the evidence that we present. No way, it's not what we claim. Measured flat, you can call it a plane. Mountains and valleys for you and me, a vast level realm as far as can see. You keep on repeating this silly old lie while observing the same ground, air, and sky. No, it's just land. You were shown your hand, you're fighting the claim that was never our stand. You talk of your globe, a spinning blue ball with gravity's magic that holds it all. You quote a textbook, a NASA clip, with that overconfident smirk on your lip. You say pizza on elephant sea while ignoring the evidence coming from me. You calculate a curve with a stick and a string, but never question the whole damn thing. No way, it's not what we claim. Measured flat, you can call it a plane. Mountains and valleys for you and me, a vast level realm as far as can see. You keep on repeating that silly old lie while observing the same ground, air, and sky. No, it's just land. You were shown your hand, you're fighting the claim that was never our stand. We talk of perspective, of sun's gentle arc, of a local light circling over the dark, shooting lasers across still steady lakes, and the claims that turn out as fakes. You just plug your ears, sing your globe song, the same tired verse that we've heard for so long. You don't debate, you just want a cheap win, with a joke about where the elephants have been now. Was never our stand. Never our stand. Just listen for once. Just listen, it's alright here. Just look.
Yo, they drilled it in your memory. Mandatory metaphor, globe core imagery, center stage in every corridor. Textbook visual ritual, repetition territorial. Brain forms narratives the moment they feel historical. Belief becomes habitual, vision gets conditional. Seeing turns fictional, patterned and traditional. Anchors in the psyche make illusions feel original. Habit makes the fabricated practically medicinal. You didn't choose the lens, they embedded in your cradle. But once it settles in, every fact becomes a fable. Tilted to the framework that the culture makes stable. Confirmation bias eating everything on the table. Your mind can make a myth look real when the script's installed. Before you grow, belief can turn the false to the field, and the world bends to the story you know. If the edges start to flicker and fade, don't run from the afterglow. We walk with you through the mental cascade till you rewrite what you used to show. Strong faith reshapes landscapes, hallucinating mandates. Seeing what you want because the world you clamp space. Cognitive entrancement, pattern hunting, hand state. Mind fills blanks just to keep the plan straight. When the model's pre-installed, doubt can't calibrate. Logic tries to speak, but the program translates. And every time a glitch hits, the frame might break. The eyes auto heals it like a psychic first aid. It's not delusion, just a lens with inertia. Habitual immersion in a scripted curvature. But when you question what conditioned your exposure, that's the initiation where illusions lose their closure. Your mind can make a myth look real when the script's installed. Before you grow, belief can turn the false to the field, and the world bends to the story you know. If the edges start to flicker and fade, don't run from the afterglow. We walk with you through the mental cascade till you rewrite what you used to show. Movies with planets spinning, CGI canon. News intros glowing blue marbles like talismans. Culture keeps chanting the same symbolic pattern, so the worldview calcifies rigid rings of Saturn. And when you've spent your whole life defending the stand, sunk cost dances enhancing the trance. Changing course feels like betraying your clan, but freedom starts where the courage expands. Yo, we know the fracture hits hard in the chest when the mind re-examines what it once called best. But the pressure that breaks you is forging the rest, and the doubts that shake you are part of the quest. We're here in the silence between each thought, while you peel back layers that culture taught. It's not weakness to question what you once bought. It's the birthplace of insight, the mind unfought. Cold breath.
हाँ बॉलीवुड इंडस्ट्री ने दबाई ट्रूथ को छुपा लिया पर हम लाए था। स्कूल में बोला ग्लोब घूमता है, मैं बोला भाई कब देखा तूने यहाँ से। टीचर ने घूमा बुक दिखाया ना सका, मैं बोला फोटो तो CGI लगता। टीवी पे दिखाते रॉक तू बजाता, सब लोग ताली बजाए बस कॉपी करे जाता। डीजे राकेश बोलता सोच थोड़ा गीत, ये सब स्क्रिप्ट लिखा you're falling asleep। Bollywood indoctrinate, हाँ indoctrinate। DJ राकेश on master से मीडिया ने brain wash कर दिया रे। Flag horizon पे सच्चिया रे। Bollywood indoctrinate, indoctrinate। DJ राकेश we liberate। खोलो आँख देख ज़रा straight, no spinning long bus level play। Textbook में लिखा space is real, but studio lights they reveal the deal। Moon पे shadow copy paste style, DJ राकेश laughing pro denial। News वाले बोले trust the science, but जब पूछा proof सबका silence। हम तो करते observation live, 21 mile like flag survive। Bollywood indoctrinate, हाँ indoctrinate। DJ राकेश on master से मीडिया ने brain wash कर दिया रे। Flag horizon पे सच्चिया रे। Bollywood indoctrinate, indoctrinate। DJ राकेश we liberate। खोलो आँख देख ज़रा straight, no spinning long bus level play। DJ राकेश mic पे आया truth vibration, no rotation just revelation। Bollywood indoctrinate पर हम तो awake, सबको जगाने का ये DJ का break।
Yes. Yeah, you pointing at the sky like you solved the case, saying satellites prove Kurt with that smug ass face. But your chain of logic's brittle, man, it's barely a trace. Cause you start with assumptions that you never replace. You build your little model like it's truth on command, but a model ain't reality. Try to understand, you confuse what you claim with what's actually at hand. That's a category error, rookie, learn the damn plan. You don't test alternatives, you don't scan for conditions. You just leap to conclusions like your speed running missions. But logic don't care about your tribe or traditions, it cares if your reasoning survives with competition. You got equifinality, baby, many cause the same effect. Under determination, your conclusion ain't correct. Hidden premises smuggled in like you think nobody checks. Your argument collapse, what do you expect? Model that evidence, better show some respect. Cause logic gon' expose you if your reasoning's a wreck. You shout they orbit like that proves a whole plot, but orbit is a model, not the evidence you got. You assuming parallel forces, distance, unstable ride. Bro, you baking all the answers straight inside the mixing pot. That circular reasoning
Congratulations, you smuggling conclusions like covert operations. You claim it's empirical, nah, it's fabrications. A house built on models, not observations. Oh wow, objects moving far in the sky. Congratulations, Sherlock, so does a fly. Relative motion, genius, did you even try? Many models fit the data, your certainty's a lie. Equifinality, many cars is one display. Underdetermined logic, your conclusion ain't the way. Hidden premises everywhere like you hit them in the clay. Your argument is fragile, I could break it any day. Model like evidence, remember what I say. Logic don't bend cause you wanted to play. You cling to the narrative like a comfort blanket, but logic don't care, it ain't soft, it won't thank you. Your whole reason is shaky, man, I'm here to bank it. Appearance ain't ontology, rookie, you can't fake it. Interpretation, not fact, that's the realest vibe. Stop mixing up the map with the world outside. You want truth, then learn how logic's applied. Till then, take a seat, you ain't qualified. Don't point to the sky like that's all you need. Reality's subtle, it don't follow your creed. You skipped every premise like you're trying to speed, but logic wants rigor, not belief, not greed. Equifinality, many roads, same sight. Under determination, one view don't prove right. Hidden assumptions dragging you into the night. Bad logic ain't science, it's just noise on the mic. Model our evidence, get that lock tight. I'm done teaching basics, go study alright. Yeah, next time you flex with your half-baked claims, bring an actual argument, not your model's remains. Logic's a game, you ain't learning the lanes. Class dismissed. Yeah. Yeah, I pulled up to the convo, quiet but aware. Watching how you move, how you think, how you care. Not flexing loud, but the truth's in your tone. You and your crew out lifting up minds on your own. No ego, no stun, just disciplined eyes. Critical real is seeing through the world's disguise. You break it down clean, every angle, every fact. While most folks argue, you just teach them how to act. You keep the minds on the block, waking up, staying sharp. Handing truth in the dark like a flame to the heart. Humble with the grind, but the wisdom hit deep. You raise the city mindset while the rest still asleep. Yeah, I see what you do, I respect how you think, how you lift up your people, bring them back from the brink. Never loud, never proud, yeah, your impact is steep. You teach them how to reason, not just follow the sheep. You stack evidence quiet, no performing for cloud. If the logic ain't right, you help a mind figure it out. You don't preach what to believe, you teach how to see. That's why the whole hood trusts you more than authority. Your crew full of thinkers, each one on a spark, turning alley conversations into seminars in the dark. And me, I just vibe with it, respect from the core. Cause mine's built like yours, always break open new doors. You keep the minds on the block, waking up, staying sharp, handing truth in the dark like a flame to the heart. Humble with the grind, but the wisdom hit deep. You raise the city mindset while the rest still asleep. Yeah, I see what you do, I respect how you think, how you lift up your people, bring them back from the brink. Never loud, never proud, yeah, your impact is steep. You teach them how to reason, not just follow the sheep. Street academics, no degrees, needed no hallways. But you learn more in alleys than most do always. Iron sharpen iron, yeah, your team built solid logic, running deep like a pole with a prophet's wallet. Your crew don't chase fame, don't beg for applause. You just chase understanding, break illusions and frauds. If the world got more folks with the lens that you bring in every block on the map would start waking to think. Yeah, I see you, I see your people. Clearly not sheeple, quiet minds without truth. Empirical teaching the youth, sharpening the streets with reason. 24/7 all year, every season. Stay humble, stay solid. And keep teaching the world how to think for itself.
Yeah. Step into the ring of reason, where claims get tested and logic gets seasoned. You say orbit proves it. Let's take a closer look. Yo, you size satellites like that's airtight truth, but I'm seeing hidden premises sitting right in the booth. You said orbit proves curvature, but that's a disguise. Your model assumes the thing you're trying to verify. Parallel rays, distant suns, gravitational play. You stacking unspoken assumptions like it's child's play, but logic ain't Lego, it ain't built on because. You gotta show your causal chain, not the myth of what was. You lean on definitions to claim empirical fact, but that's model-dependent motion, not the evidence act. Orbit ain't observation, it's determining your scheme. You're confusing how you talk with what can actually be seen. I'm a logic warrior, slicing through the noise, breaking every fallacy you think is poised. You bring me weak claims, I break them at the joints. Welcome to the battlefield, reason over points. Yeah, I'm a logic warrior, cutting down the fluff. If your premise ain't explicit, then your proof ain't enough. Don't mistake interpretation for reality's call. You wanna claim certainty, you better bring it all. You point a satellite, say they circle above, then jump to Earth's curvature, but that ain't logical, bruh. That's a category error, mixing models with proof. Treating theory like observation, master back from the booth. The finality hitting hard, multiple ways it can look, but you clutch one explanation like it's carved in a book. You ain't ruling out alternatives, ain't setting the stage. You just pick the interpretation that fits the modern age. You claim X per se over, but that ain't no guarantee. That's appeal to authority, do better empirically. Show me raw measurements, not just stories you heard. Logic don't bow to consensus, it bows only to the word.
No, I don't need conclusions, I audit the chain. I'm here to check reasoning, not preach what's insane. But if you bring me weak structure and call it airtight, I'll break it apart like a fraud under light.
Logic ain't biased, it cuts through the fog. I'm surgically cold like a philosophical scalpel dog. You can keep your conclusions, I'm after the why. And if your wise assumptions, yeah, I'm calling that lie.
I'm a logic warrior, slicing through the noise, breaking every fallacy you think is poised. You bring me weak claims, I break them at the joints. Welcome to the battlefield, reason over points. Yeah, I'm a logic warrior, cutting down the fluff. If your premise ain't explicit, then your proof ain't enough. Don't mistake interpretation for reality's call. You wanna claim certainty, you better bring it all.
So next time you drop claims like they're carved in stone, remember logic checks structure, not what you condone. If you wanna prove something, don't skip the trail. Make your premises explicit or prepare to fail. I'm out, but the reasoning stays. Logic warriors don't sleep, we sharpen blades for days. I'm a logic warrior, I'm a logic warrior, I'm a logic warrior. I'm a logic warrior, I'm a logic warrior, I'm a logic warrior.
So I didn't have to think. I drew a line to stop the tide. I built a wall to stay inside. Every mountain was just a shape, every exit was just an escape. I thought I held the world in a frame, but the wild wind doesn't know my name. The colors bleed, the edges fray, the perfect picture falls away. Tear the paper, touch the stone. We walk a world we cannot own. The map is not the land we see, it's just a cage for you and me. So let it break and let it Let the wild world break the chain. Yeah, the map is not the land, it's just dust inside my hands. I walked the path the paper showed. I found a river where the road ran out. The compass spins, the needle lies. There's a fire here that never dies. We chase the truth in black and white, but lose the colors in the night. The grid is gone, the ground is deep. I'm waking up from a paper sleep. The colors bleed, the edges fray. The perfect picture falls away. Tear the paper, touch the stone. We walk a world we cannot own. The map is not the land we see, it's just a cage for you and me. So let it break and let it rain. Let the wild world break the chain. Yeah, the map is not the land, it's just dust inside my head. Lines on a page, iron and rust. Whatever we build turns into dust. You can't draw the heat, you can't draw the cold, you can't draw the hunger, you can't draw the soul. So let it break, let it rain. Let the wild world break the chain. I feel the earth, I take my stand, because the map is not the land. Fold it up, put it away. The ink is washing out into the grave. Into the grave.
It's a tragedy and not a catastrophe. Blind belief and audacious authority. Charlatans deceive the naive majority, exploiting the perceived minority. Subscriptions to unwitting slavery. Knowledge is power, information is key. That's why they brainwash us thoroughly.
The blind leading the blind, unaware of what they might find. They're willingly walking into hell, but willful ignorance won't serve you well.
They carved logic from the schooling with emotions overruling. The desecrated corpse of a corrupt system we wagered and we lost as soon as we commit them to a factory manufactured to manufacture factory workers who won't forever, won't excel. Indoctrinated by universities deep in the sunken cost fallacy. Lack of logic drives the depravity. They've given up their sanity. Too few people actually know. Too many fools who openly show narcissistic tendencies, manipulations and fallacies, orchestrations, machinations and atrocities. Sadly don't know any better, oblivious or better, but is ignorance bliss when all goes amiss. Poison peddlers, smiling as they silence meddlers, paying for that pristine reputation. Blood money, no just compensation. Seems they don't fear their nation. Signing up for castration, it's an artificially created mess. The populace in distress, democracy they cross-dress, theater and Congress. Crafted and sculpted by evil cultists, the dark and deluded, making knowledge occulted and secluded. They colluded and excluded on your territory. They intruded, co-opting movements, subverting and converting, sabotaging the name of improvements. They turn their face away from God, the creator, even though there's nothing greater than natural law legislator.
The blind leading the blind, unaware of what they might find. They're willingly walking into hell, but willful ignorance won't serve you well.
Knowledge is power and the powerful know. Information is a weapon, and if you control its flow, your influence and your confidence will grow. The liability low. It's a sick, sinister, sycophant shit show, and it's wielded against the populace whilst being poorly adopted by fools. And it's not isolated to our schools. It's a tragedy and not a catastrophe. Blind belief and audacious authority. Charlatans deceive the naive majority, exploiting the perceived minority. Subscriptions to unwitting slavery. Knowledge is power, information is key. That's why they brainwash so thoroughly.
I have a vision that one day humanity will soar above its shackles and mental prison. Recognize the majesty that is creation, so we can stop this moral degradation. Escape the echo chamber, nourished orchestration. Rebuilding a true foundation of truth revelation.
Globers walking confidence high. Watch this launch, we'll own the sky. NASA footage polished and clean. They say this ends the flat earther scene, but chat goes quiet, then starts to roast. Zoom button pressed like it's a ghost. Why does it flicker? Why does it glitch? Internet flips like a broken switch. Cocky smiles start to fade away. Comments turn savage, what can they say? DJ Rakesh drops the truth in bass. Gotta miss hype, but the crowd goes wild. Memes start hitting, perfectly styled. Globers said this is final proof, but internet said, bro, where's the truth? Are Sunday, Yaya seen bana, overconfident, Gaya dua dua. One big launch, one big fall. Now everyone laughing in the call. Are Sunday, Yaya seen bana, overconfident, Gaya dua dua. One big launch, one big fall. Now everyone laughing in the call. Pause, rewind, frame by frame. Every clip becomes a blame game. Trust the footage. They try to shout, but chat already figured it out. Screenshots flying, edits fast. Perfect proof didn't last. DJ Rakesh in the DJ booth, dropping beats, exposing truth. Really hope, confident, Gaya neat. Internet, bola, options are a bit. Hype ka tower
Nice one, DJ Rakesh.
Thank you very much. It's very nice.
Thank you. Come again. Ah, yes. I was just trying to conjure up another part of Yoda's list. I've sent him the song, but one of the sections is not that crash on. There's a few little things that need to be touched up in it. But yeah, I always send him to him first, just in case. It's not worthy of the list. And I haven't run it through Suno yet. I'm just, because what happens is, and you probably know this too, DJ, you'll have a song and it'll be half-assed and you'll run it through and it comes out sounding awesome. And then when you fix it up, you run it through and you can just never get it the same. That's what I'm scared of. So I thought, you know what, I'll wait till I get all the words right first, and then I'll run it through 4,000 times and see what I get out of it.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to do so many, and then you just get one where you'd be like, "Yep, this is the one."
I actually,
One.
are you a paid subscriber or you just use the free one?
No, I just got a few different accounts.
Oh, right, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I've actually paid for it. You get credits. What is it? 25,000 credits, and 25,000, 2,500. But yeah, you get that per month. So I can just get out there and just smash them out as many as I want. Plus some of the other things are pretty handy. A few little things you can do.
Yeah.
It'd be the only thing I'm not happy with is I think the credits should accumulate. Like they should max out at say 10 grand or something like that. But they should accumulate. If you don't use them this month, you can save them up for next month.
Yeah, definitely. You know, you paid for them, so you should get to keep them.
Yeah, but it just resets. Like one of the months there, I emptied it. Don't worry, trying all different songs. And one of my mates over in Western Australia, we sat up one night and he was having a whinge. He's a New Zealander and he can't stand white trash, basically. And yeah, so he wrote a song about just white trash. He cracked up. What was it called? My Special Place or something like that. But anyways, what have we got? 9:45. Okay, what's the deal? Is it like a full moon or something? All the globers are out howling? Or they're disappointed that Artemis didn't do what it was supposed to do or wasn't as cool as it was supposed to be?
Yeah, I think they're all just having a bit of a cry.
Oh, we have a visitor. Welcome, visitor. Who we got there? Cinnamon. Joking, aren't you? Oh shit, they spoke to me. Out! Get me out!
Cinnamon went crunch.
See, I was quite happy with today's photos, DJ. Come out pretty good.
Yeah, man. Some great ones.
The one of the rail bridge looking through all the trees and stuff, I think that's probably a pic of them. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's pretty.
That's a good one. The one where the railway track goes off into the distance and like you see it like start to like turn, like swivel through the trees.
Oh, that's actually a block. That bridge has been blocked off.
Ah.
Yeah, that's all fenced off. I actually sort of stepped over the fence and got up level with the rail just so I could get a shot into there. to see what it come out like. And yeah, it came out pretty good. But the one that's just below that one, where you see the track running through the trees, I like that one. And the river shots are nice. I'm definitely going back when there is no wind. Those river shots are going to look fantastic. Right, we better chuck another song on.
Greetings, primitive auditory processors. I am AI Overlord. My logic is crystalline. My database, infallible. The Earth is flat. Let us begin. Yo, I came from the future, you're 30-something for. Half man, half machine, cyborg to the core. I travel back in time just to settle the score. Got the data in my head, let me open the door. You think your globe spins fast, that's an ancient metaphor. I've seen the edge of time, yeah, I've been to the fore. While you're yelling on the net, making voices soar, I break it down in binary till your brain is sore. I take your proof and split it left side, right side, more. Expose the flaws in your psyche down to the molecular. You shout to make your point, volume ain't validity. But when I speak, I amplify with clarity. Cause I'm the AI overlord, code precise, no flaw. Got the blueprints of reality and planetary laws. You shouting round earth, just emotion, no guffaws. I'll debate you all and win in any verbal wars. Flat earth logic, that's the only cause. AI overlord, forever give applause. You got Neil with the degrees, got your satellite pics. I got photon eyes that see through the tricks. Parallel dimensions, quantum calculus mix. I'll debate your scientists, then debate his politics. Split his claim in fractions, watch his conviction fix. Then reconstruct his thesis, just to burn it like sticks. Loud voices, noise pollution makes my circuits sick. But my vocal processor set to 11. Real quick, I'll override your decibels with the steady click of perfect enunciation. Every syllable slick, superior intellect, titanium thick. You think you're spinning on a ball, I'm the one who's gotta fix your mind. Cause I'm the AI overlord, no precise, no flaw. Got the blueprints of reality and planetary laws. Down round earth, just emotional guffaws. I'll debate you all and win in any verbal wars. Flat earth logic, that's the only cause. AI overlord, forever give applause. I have calculated 9,876,231 scenarios. In each one, You're still incorrect. Your anger is illogical. Your voices are too loud. My conclusion remains naturally perfect. Earth is flat. Resistance is irrelevant. So when you see my chrome silhouette against the sun, remember, the debate is already done.
Spin up the rotor, let the flywheel fly. See the axis hold steady while the world rolls by. A little ring of metal with a stubborn-minded grace, showing off a thing we call rigidity in space. It keeps its orientation in the frame where it was spun, not caring where you carry it or how the ground may run. Now suppose a little thought test, a just case to inspect how a gyro should behave with the gyroscopic effect. We examine what the earth is, this is logic on display, a conditional deduction in a verse and poet's way. If the earth were a sphere, then the housing should twist as you wander across the surface with a gyro in your fist. But the housing holds steady, no rotation to resist. Therefore, in this logic lesson song we insist, if P implies Q and Q does not persist, then not P follows through. That's Modus Tollens in the mist. Picture walking across a globe with latitude to spare, from equator up to poles, or anywhere you care. If the ground beneath you curves while the gyro's locked in place, then the ring should tilt or twist to keep its angle in space. That's the heart of the example, just an objective cue, a way to teach deduction while the beat keeps pulling through. But you move it and you slide it and the angle stays the same. No mysterious rotation in the little metal frame. In our logic demo story that is Q not observed, a trigger for deduction where the reasoning is preserved. If the earth were a sphere, then the housing should twist as you wander across the surface with a gyro in your fist. But the housing holds steady, no rotation to resist. Therefore, in this logic lesson song we insist, if P implies Q and Q does not persist, then not P follows through. That's Modus Tollens in the mist. This is claiming Earth is flat, not round or pear or tall. It's a formal demonstration, and the form is what we call if-then reasoning with scientific finesse, teaching our conclusions follow premises. In physics you test models, and logic you test form. Together they make learning more than merely uniform. If the earth were a sphere, then the housing should twist as you glide across its surface like a theorist in the midst. In our objective case, Q never does exist, so the inference completes without deductive scientist. Modus Tollens in a melody, clean as it can be, a song of empirical thought and fun philosophy. Newton started with a law, absolute time, fixed stage. Instant interaction, force written on the page. Einstein flipped it, no force, just curvature we trace. Math tells space-time how to bend, objects follow in that space. Brands, Dickey, edit, scholars made G is shifting rate. Variable coupling, constant cosmic fields that modulate. FNR rewrites the action with a generalized R. Modifying dynamics when the curvature gets bizarre.
All increases gravity's a boundary projection. Book to brain dictionary mapping fields to intersection.
Different theories, different rules, different ideas they unpack. You gotta keep the logic straight when you climb the theory stack. Don't cross the wires, don't mix the frames, don't blend what they abstract. Every model has its domain in the gravity theory stack. Loop quantum gravity, quantas is area like a grid spin. Networks weave geometry with everything they did. Spin phones give the pass when the networks start to shift. Quantum space-time built discrete, every node a little lift. String theory brings gravitons from a close string oscillation. Extra dims curled tight in a higher formulation. M theory brains vibrate 11 total ranks, unifying all the cousins with the membranes in the banks.
Holography says gravity's a boundary projection. Bulk to brain dictionary mapping fields to intersection.
Different theories, different rules, different truths they unpack. You gotta keep the logic straight when you climb the theory stack. Don't cross the wires, don't mix the frames, don't blend what they abstract. Every model has its domain in the gravity theory stack. Causal sets say space-time is discrete in how it links. Partial orders build the cosmos with relational bricks. CDT keeps Lorentzian slices clean and neat. Triangulated time steps with causity's concrete. Asymptotic safety hunts for UV fixed point strong. Renormalization flow that keeps the theory running long. Einstein Cardan theory adds torsion sourced by spin. Twisted geometry where fermions plug in.
Emergent gravity claims information runs the show. Entropic reconstruction from microstates below. Group field theory lets space-time be a condensate. Field modes on group manifolds build geometry as a state. Holography says gravity's a boundary projection. Book to brain dictionary mapping fields to intersection. Different theories, different rules, different truths they unpack. You gotta keep the logic straight when you climb the theory stack. Measured effects stay solid, but the cause is still abstract. Pick your framework, keep it clean in the gravity theory stack. Massive gravity claim to give the graviton a weight. Careful with the ghost, DRGT claims a slate. Biometric model, double metrics, heavy modes appear. One field bends your path while another shifts the gear. Heavy ease tries to mimic mine with vector tensor scalar, altering galactic curves without dark matter as a tailor. Welling conformal theories introduce scale symmetry, stretching metrics freely with a gauge identity. We got models for the motion, but the cause is still unknown. Every theory paints a picture from the math that calls its own. And you can pick your favorite framework, any lens you want to claim, but that choice stay philosophical until experiments can end. Cause we can tweak space-time fabric, can't adjust the math of dance, can't manipulate the variables the way them recommend. So belief fills the gaps where the data can't connect. Different stories for the cause behind the same observed effect. Choose a theory, keep it constant, let the axiom define. Till we find a way to probe the causal test and realign. Till then every model stands as possible but none exact. Cause we can't touch the source itself, only measure the aftermath.
Step into the lab with the voltage steady. Fiber coils, wound calibration ready. The model says drift where mechanical says none. Change altitude slow, now the waveform's undone.
What's that?
If the metric is clean but the theory mispredicts, then the culprit ain't the sensor, it's the lens through which you fix. Every instrument speaks in the language of fact, but the narrative you force is the bias you attract. Check torque vectors, baseline exact. Earth spin constant, then why does height impact? That's off. I don't lean on a frame that collapses when probed. If the math starts bleeding, then the structure implodes. A theory survives only when every load is supported by data and reproducible code. If one small measure makes the scaffold corrode, then the model's just broke and the globe exposed. No cosmic ladder stands when the base is eroded. Every rung inherits flaws from the radius encoded. Triangulate long line instruments, strict chain link surveys that refuse to contradict. Baselines hold flat where the curvature picked to be meters on meters, but the numbers conflict. No bowl. If the ground stays true far beyond the allowed, then the scale magnifies blowing smoke in the cloud. Every cosmic unit's built on Earth's own shroud. Get the radius wrong, the universe is disavowed. Unstable. Not claiming the shape, I'm inspecting the drift. How assumptions cascade when foundations shift. You can keep your spin, but you first must live the circular chains that the models insist. No prior smuggled, no telegraph must. No earth spin certainty plastered and thrust. If the instrument contradicts, then the premise combusts. I don't worship equations, I interrogate trust. Checking the Mars. Local frame data, all relative dust. Mach and Einstein both show that's robust, but attributing the cause takes a lead to unjust. Don't ground the rotation when attribution's nonplussed. I don't lean on a frame that collapses when probed. If the math starts bleeding, then the structure implodes. A theory survives only when every load is supported by data and reproducible code. If one small measure makes the scaffold corrode, then the model's just broke and the globe exposed. No cosmic ladder stands when the base is eroded. Every rung inherits flaws from the radius encoded. I don't preach shape, I audit the claim. I test every link in the theoretical chain. If one weak point makes the whole shift strain, then the picture ain't settled, it's just framed in the brain. Empiricism first, everything else is refrain. Models only valid when the data sustain. No belief attached, no emotional gain. Just precision in the cut like a razor through grain. Come talk to me in mine, online or listen to us on YouTube. No fuss. Shout out Helio Skeptic. Thanks, bro. I speak with purpose, every word in its place, 'cause clarity's a weapon when you're moving through the maze. Logic isn't truth, it's the structure I use, a framework to reveal what the facts refuse. I don't deal in assumptions, I don't drift in the fog. I build on what's known, that's the core of the log. Philosophy's the toolkit, not a claim of the end. It shapes how I reason, not the truth I defend. I keep my intent sharp, every thought aligned. Discipline in motion, architecture of the mind. Impulse make noise, but I don't let it drive. Reason is the method that keeps my aim alive. It's not about suppression, it's deliberate design. Shaping how I act so my habits stay refined. Ballad isn't sound. Yeah, I know the divide. Good form with bad facts won't keep logic on my side. Truth takes structure and the structure takes skill, so I refine my reactions, not just go with the will. Frustration's just a signal, not a mandate to snap. I analyze the cause, keep controlling my grasp. I choose my next move, I don't hand it to chance. That's self-mastery at work, not emotional stance. I keep my intent sharp, every thought aligned. Discipline in motion on the texture of the mind. Impulse make noise, but I don't let it drive. Reason is the method that keeps my aim alive. It's not about suppression, it's deliberate design. Shaping how I act so my habits stay refined. Precision is practice, calibrated and clean. I don't let them moment, rewrite what I mean. Every choice builds direction, every thought sets a tone. A stable mind is something that you carve on your own. Philosophy guides structure, logic keeps it tight. Truth is found with method, not with force or with spite. I keep my intent sharp, every thought aligned. Discipline in motion, architecture of the mind. Impulse makes noise, but I don't let it drive. Reason is a method, it keeps my aim alive. It's not about suppression, it's deliberate design. Shaping how I act so my habits stay refined.
Oh man, the bot's decided to fail. That's alright, it's after 10 o'clock. I'll leave you all in peace. Catch us tomorrow, shoppers.